cooperation, to extract value socially produced in relative autonomy. Fifth call, entrepreneurship of the multitude. We can begin to recognize emerging within the circuits of cooperation of social production and reproduction an altogether different notion of entrepreneurship, which was perhaps latent in Schumpeter's notion from the beginning, the entrepreneurship of the multitude, that is, the autonomous organization of social cooperation. The emerging entrepreneurship of the multitude is closely related with the establishment of a new mode of production, a phase of capitalist development in which social cooperation, affective and cognitive labor, and digital and communicative technologies have become dominant. When we say a new mode of production, we are not conceiving a historical passage through homogeneous stages, a conception that has had pernicious effects both in the workers' movement and in colonialist ideology. Conceiving the slave organization of labor, for example, as a distinct mode of production separate from capitalism led to both conceptual confusion and insidious political effects. We conceive the new mode of production instead as a heterogeneous formation in which labor processes remaining from the past mix with new ones, all of which nonetheless are, not so much ordered by but, cast in a new light by a dominant set of elements. Point 11. We will return to this discussion in more detail in Chapter 10 in relation to concepts of the real and formal subsumption. Mode of production in this sense, then, is another way of saying form of life, or rather the production of forms of life, and this is increasingly so since in social production, more than commodities, society and social relations are the direct objects of productive processes. Producing, in other words, means organizing social cooperation and reproducing forms of life. The mode of production of social labor, then, of general intellect and the common, is a field in which the entrepreneurship of the multitude appears. Before we can see the entrepreneurship of the multitude growing, however, we have to clear away some of the weeds that block our view. After all, doesn't neoliberal ideology exhort us each to become entrepreneurs of ourselves, to wean ourselves of state assistance and construct an entrepreneurial society? Being entrepreneurs in this way means that each of us individually must be responsible for our own lives, our own welfare, our own reproduction, and so forth. What is missing and mystified by this neoliberal entrepreneurship, however, are the mechanisms and relations of cooperation that animate social production and reproduction. In fact, as we will argue in Chapter 12, neoliberal practices and governance, including the neoliberal notion of entrepreneurship, attempt to interpret, contain, and respond to the movement toward autonomy that the multitude has already set in course. The neoliberal mandate to become the individual entrepreneur of your own life, in other words, is an attempt to recuperate and domesticate a threatening form of multitudinous entrepreneurship that is already emerging from below. Another mystification to clear away is the notion of social entrepreneurship sometimes espoused by social democrats and center-left politicians. The rise of social entrepreneurship, in fact, coincides with the neoliberal destruction of the welfare state, as its flip side, its compensatory mechanism, its carrying face, forming together a social neoliberalism. 12. Charles Leadbeater, a former advisor to Tony Blair, who is credited as originator of the term, argues for social entrepreneurship to fill the gap left when state benefits and assistance disappear. As we claimed earlier, the destruction of welfare policies, although initiated under Reagan and Thatcher, were predominantly carried out by their center-left successors, Clinton and Blair. Social entrepreneurship, Leadbeater explains, involves a combination of volunteerism, charity, and philanthropy, which create non-state, community-based systems of services in which users and clients are encouraged to take more responsibility for their own lives. 13. Leadbeater points to examples such as a brave and tenacious woman who, instead of allowing a public hospital to close, transforms it into a Christian community hospital, and a dedicated Black Briton who solicits corporate sponsors and celebrity athletes to create a sports center for poor youth. Social entrepreneurship, despite its rhetoric of empowerment, is really the translation into the field of charity of the traditional ideology of the heroic business entrepreneur, adopting something like the anthropology of Schumpeter's early writings, with its rare men of action and hedonistic masses. Furthermore, social entrepreneurship, true to its social democratic roots, does not question the rule of property and the sources of social inequality but instead seeks to alleviate the worst suffering and make capitalist society more humane. This is certainly a noble task in itself, but it makes social entrepreneurs blind to the potentially autonomous circuits of cooperation that emerge in the relationships of social production and reproduction. The illusory claims of social entrepreneurship are even more damaging, as many scholars have shown, in the circuits of international aid, philanthropy, and NGO activity in the most subordinated countries. In the name of empowerment, recipients of aid are often required to orient social life toward commodity production and internalize neoliberal development culture and its market rationalities, thus abandoning local and indigenous community structures and values or mobilizing them as entrepreneurial assets. For example, although systems of microcredit, that is, the extension of very small loans to those, especially women, who lack the collateral to access standard lending structures have been celebrated for opening access to the means of entrepreneurship for the world's poorest populations, results show that such loans have done little to alleviate poverty and have instead saddled populations with lasting debt burdens. Women who receive microloans generally have to entrepreneurialize existing networks of social solidarity and cooperation in the service of a neoliberalism from below. 14 In similar ways, a variety of projects of social entrepreneurship through international aid that pronounce goals to eliminate the worst poverty and eradicate disease from the widely promoted millennial villages in Kenya to irrigation aid for indigenous communities in Ecuador require the adoption of neoliberal rationalities. The nexus of social neoliberalism and social entrepreneurship destroy community networks and autonomous modes of cooperation that support social life. 15. Once these neoliberal notions of entrepreneurship are cleared away, we can begin to glimpse some characteristics of a potential, or even already existing, entrepreneurial multitude, that is, a multitude that is author of new combinations that foster autonomous social production and reproduction. First, this entrepreneurship follows directly from the forms of cooperation that emerge from inside and outside capitalist production. Whereas previously the capitalist was required to generate productive cooperation through disciplinary routines, today increasingly cooperation is generated socially, that is, autonomously from capitalist command. Second, the multitude can become entrepreneurial when it has access to the means of production, when it is able to take back fixed capital and create its own machinic assemblages. The machines, knowledges, resources, and labor combined by the multitude, third, must be pulled out of the realm of private property and made common. Only when social wealth is shared and managed together can the productivity of social cooperation realize its potential. In our first call in Chapter 2 we proposed that strategy and tactics should be inverted such that leadership becomes merely tactical and strategy is entrusted to the multitude. At that point in our argument, however, that proposal could only appear as a wish because we were not in the position to confirm the capacities of the multitude to accomplish the tasks of strategy, that is, to understand the contours of the social field, to organize complex social projects, to orchestrate and sustain long-term plans. The results of this chapter allow us in part to fill in that gap and recognize that potential. The networks of productive cooperation, the social nature of production and reproduction, and, moreover, the capacities of entrepreneurship of the multitude are the solid foundations of strategic powers. Ultimately, this entrepreneurship points toward the self-organization and self-governance of the multitude, and in order to realize this potential there must be struggles. Social production rightward arrow social union rightward arrow social strike. Production is today, as we have argued throughout Part 2, increasingly social in two senses. On the one side, the productive processes are social, that is, rather than individuals producing in isolation, production is accomplished in networks of cooperation. Furthermore, those rules and habits of how to cooperate, how to relate to each other productively, tend no longer to be imposed from above but generated from below, in the social relations among producers. On the other side, the results of production also tend to be social. Rather than conceiving material or immaterial commodities as the endpoint of production, we need to understand it as the production, often via commodities, of social relations and, ultimately, of human life itself. This is the sense in which one can call contemporary production anthropogenetic or biopolitical. The social nature of production in both these senses points directly to the common. Private property appears increasingly as a fetter to social productivity, both in the sense that it blocks the relationships of cooperation that generate production and that it undermines the social relations that are its result. The path from social production to the common, however, is not immediate or inevitable. The affirmation and defense of the right to the common, as we said earlier, needs activist projects to be sustained. The potentials created by social production, specifically, require a combination of social movements and labor struggles to be realized. This is a key form of the entrepreneurship of the multitude. On one side, social movements that affirm the right to the common, such as struggles over resources like water or the numerous urban encampments and occupations that have been born since 2011, and continue to spring up, in the attempt on small scales to open urban space to the common, generate new combinations and new forms of social cooperation. 16 Moreover, various struggles over housing, welfare services, education, transportation, and other institutions of our common social life, which often involve self-management or mutualistic experiments, such as the anti-eviction and housing campaign in Spain, PA, or platform of those affected by mortgages, and the Solidary health clinics in Greece, constitute forms of entrepreneurship from below. On the other side, as the center of gravity of capitalist production shifts outside the factory, labor organizing has to follow it on the terrain of social production and reproduction, where the entrepreneurship of the multitude arises. On this terrain, trade unions and social movements must create alliances or hybrid structures in the form of social unions. Aware of the extreme ambiguity of this definition, write Alberto de Nicola and Biagio Quattrocchi, we use the term social unionism, syndicalismo sociale, to group together various experiences of struggle that, within and outside trade union organizations, counteract the ways that traditional trade unions, due to weakness or by choice, serve to obstruct or pacify social conflict. 17 Social unionism, which constitutes the intersection or interweaving of labor struggles and social movements, offers the promise of, on the one hand, renewing the power of labor organizing and overcoming the conservative practices of some existing unions and, on the other, of bolstering the longevity and effectiveness of social movements. Social unionism overturns the traditional relation between economic struggles and political struggles, which is another version of the relation between strategy and tactics. The standard view regards economic and trade union struggles, especially those over wages, as partial and tactical, and thus in need of an alliance with and guidance from the political struggles led by the party, which is thought to have a comprehensive and strategic scope. The alliance between economic and political struggles proposed by social unionism scrambles the assignments of tactics and strategy, since economic movements link not with a constituted power but a constituent power, not a political party but a social movement. Such an alliance should benefit social movements by allowing them to stand on the stable, developed organizational structure of the union, giving the struggles of the poor, the precarious, and the unemployed a social reach and a continuity they would otherwise lack. In return, the alliance should not only enlarge the social sphere of trade unions, extending union struggles beyond wages and the workplace to address all aspects of the life of the working class, focusing the attention of union organizing on the form of life of the class, but also should renew the methods of unions, allowing the antagonistic dynamics of social movement activism to break the sclerotic structures of union hierarchies and their worn-out modes of struggle. 18. The locus class siccus of social unionism in the Anglophone world is the Anti-Apartheid Alliance formed in South Africa. In 1990, the Congress of South African Trade Unions entered into a tripartite alliance with the African National Congress, ANC, and the South African Communist Party. The alliance served as an umbrella for a wide variety of anti-apartheid social movements, and served as inspiration outside South Africa for how a trade union organization could foster the developments and actions of social movements. 19 The South African experiences resonate with sporadic developments throughout the world in recent decades. The 1997 alliance between the Carnavalesque social movement Reclaim the Streets and the sacked Liverpool Dockers, and the brief cooperation between Teamsters and Turtles, that is, environmental groups, at the 1999 World Trade Organization protests in Seattle are two significant examples. Some of the most dynamic trade unions in Italy, such as the Federation of Metal Workers, FIOM, and the grassroots unions in education, health, and other sectors, COBAs, along with the Service Employees International Union in the United States, have repeatedly experimented with social movement alliances with varying degrees of success. 20. The tradition of social unionism must today, however, undergo a significant shift. Rather than posing an external relation of alliance between trade unions and social movements, groups must now around social production and the common construct an internal relation that regards labor organizing and social movements as not only intimately tied but also mutually constitutive in the modes and objects of struggle, recognizing how the terrain of labor is increasingly to that of forms of life. In order to realize the potentials of this new conception of social unionism, we must understand social production and reproduction in a wide frame, well beyond the factory and the workplace. The metropolis itself is an enormous factory of social production and reproduction, or more precisely, it is a space produced in common, looking backward, that serves, looking forward, as the means of production and reproduction for future instances of the common. In capitalist society today, the common names both the means of production and the forms of life. In this frame, then, the current international cycles of struggles that affirm the right to the common, which we cited earlier, open new possibilities for social unionism. The centrality of the common in contemporary production and reproduction does not negate the distinction between economic and political struggles, but it does demonstrate that they are inextricably interwoven. The struggles pose equal and open access plus collective self-management of the common as a precondition for any possible construction of a new form of democracy and necessary too for constructing post-capitalist economic relations. One can trace a clear line, for example, between Spain's 2013 Maria Blanca protests against healthcare budget cuts, which brought health workers and health system users into the streets, and the 2015 municipal election victories in large cities, including Barcelona and Madrid, of coalitions dedicated to making healthcare and other social services common. The primary weapon of social unionism, and the expression of the power of social production, is the social strike. The labor union since its inception has based its power on the threat of the organized refusal of work. When labor is withheld, capitalist production grinds to a halt. Historic and heroic battles have been fought on this terrain. In this traditional frame, however, unemployed workers, unwaged domestic labor, the precarious, and the poor appear to be powerless, since withholding their labor does not directly threaten capitalist production and profit. The standard logic goes, they have no leverage. Social movements, however, long ago discovered that the strategy of refusal can be an effective weapon for a wide variety if not all social groups. Some of the poor, Francis Fox-Piven and Richard Cloward explain, are sometimes so isolated from significant institutional participation that the only contribution they can withhold is that of quiescence in civil life. They can riot. 21 Everyone, even the poor, wields in the final instance the threat to withdraw their voluntary servitude and disrupt the social order. In the contemporary age of biopolitical production, when the common becomes the basis of social production and reproduction, as it does increasingly today, and when the circuits of productive cooperation extend throughout the social fabric, well beyond the walls of the factory, then the power of refusal spreads across the social terrain. Disruption of the social order and suspension of capitalist production become indistinguishably linked. This is precisely the potential that social unionism opens. The two traditions, the labor movement's interruption of industrial production and the social movement's disruption of the social order, both now based in the common, come together and, like chemical reagents, create an explosive mixture. In this context, in fact, the traditional conceptions of a general strike in which workers in all sectors of production will stop simultaneously gains a new and even more powerful meaning. The social strike, however, must be not only a refusal but also an affirmation. It must, in other words, also be an act of entrepreneurship that creates or, better, reveals the circuits of cooperation and the potentially autonomous relationships of social production that exist inside and outside waged labor, making use of social wealth shared in common. Taking the word as translation. A central task of every social and political movement is to allow new subjectivities to take the floor or, as they say in French, to take the word, prendre la parole. The various encampments and occupations, for example, that have continually sprung up since 2011 have all, with difficulties and shortcomings but nonetheless effectively, constructed sites of taking the word. Taking the word, however, is not just a matter of being allowed to express yourself, and it is much more than the freedom of speech. Taking the word means transforming words themselves, giving them new meanings, those that are bound to new social logics of action and behavior. Taking the word also means getting out of yourself, escaping from solitude, encountering others, and constructing community. In both of these senses, taking the word is a process of translation. Taking the word in this first sense treats the key terms in our political vocabulary as if they were a foreign language in need of translation in line with the ways that we live and act today. Sometimes this involves coining new terms, but more often it is a matter of taking back and giving new significance to existing ones. What does democracy really mean now? What does it mean to be free? Think, for example, of how the term Republican was transformed in 18th century Europe and North America, or how the word commune after 1871 was translated throughout Europe to mean social revolution, or how the word Soviet after 1905 and after 1917 became the name for a dense theory of revolution and democracy. The political translation of these terms is not invented in the abstract or in the void, but rather materializes in collective practices. In this way, then, taking the floor, taking the word, emerges in reality or, better, it produces a taking of reality. Note that many times this operation of translation has served strategically to confuse and falsify the political reality. For example, the 1997 Labour Party manifesto revised the political vocabulary to support neoliberal policies. The term social was posed in a completely neutral way. Socialism was confused with social services. The concept of freedom was given as liberty without any link to social struggles. The notion of party lost any reference to the community of workers in struggle and became instead an association of individuals. The concept of class struggle became an opposition between the few and the many, and so forth. Point 22. Tony Blair and the leaders of New Labour understood that the language of the socialist tradition had to be undermined to establish political objectives. Today we have to break with the standard usage of some crucial terms in the dominant lexicon. We have attempted to redefine entrepreneurship in this chapter, for example. And we also have to translate the concepts in the socialist vocabulary, but moving in an opposite direction than New Labour, giving terms like class struggle, reform, welfare, party, and revolution meaning in our contemporary reality. Some terms that were once subversive have certainly been misused, obscured, and emptied of meaning, but we may be able to uncover their former vitality. More significant and useful are efforts to translate traditional concepts into our new realities, bringing words into a constitutive relation with social practices as a key to activating passions and movements, oriented forward. Every radical enterprise in political thought has to redefine our political vocabulary. Taking the word also means translation in a second sense, since it must always involve plural-speaking subjectivities. No one should hope or imagine to take the word today in order to speak the party line, which all must repeat ad nauseam. That would be a completely dead language, a wooden language. Instead, taking the word in a living way must empower heterogeneous voices and heterolingual communities, to use Naoki Sakai's term, who, although each speaks as in a foreign tongue, are nonetheless able to translate one another and communicate. Point 23 This is the world of Zomia rather than Zamenhof, that is, the region of mixed cultures of the Southeast Asia highlands that James C. Scott sees as providing a counter-narrative to modernity rather than the realm of Esperanto, invented by Ludwig Zamenhof. Point 24 The process of translation required here, which is at once linguistic, cultural, social, and political, is able to situate singularities in the common. It is a kind of commoning. But note here, as we have repeated before, the common does not mean the same and does not imply uniformity. On the contrary, the common is a platform for heterogeneity, defined by the shared relations among its constitutive differences. Migrants, for example, who play such a fundamental role in shaping the contemporary world, who cross borders and nations, deserts and seas, who are forced to live precariously in ghettos and take the most humiliating work in order to survive, who risk the violence of police and anti-immigrant mobs, demonstrate the central connections between the processes of translation and the experience of commoning. Multitudes of strangers, in transit and staying put, invent new means of communicating with others, new modes of acting together, new sites of encounter and assembly. In short, they constitute a new common without ever losing their singularities. Through processes of translation, the singularities together form a multitude. Migrants are a coming community, poor but rich in languages, pushed down by fatigue but open to physical, linguistic, and social cooperation. Any political subjectivity seeking to take the word with legitimacy today must learn how to speak, and to act, live, and create, like migrants. The image in the original frontispiece of Leviathan, which Hobbes himself commissioned, shows the body of the king as constituted by the bodies of all the male subjects of the English nation, an elegant and ingenious depiction of the unity among the people, the nation, and the sovereign. Imagine if we could recreate that image now with radically heterogeneous raced and gendered bodies in all their singularity, moreover bodies in motion, encountering one another, speaking different tongues, but nonetheless able to cooperate in both shared and conflicting relations. The image of such a multitude would depict how the processes of translation taking the word subvert the structures of sovereignty and construct the common. Point 25. Part 3. Financial command and neoliberal governance. This is salvage accumulation, the creation of capitalist value from non-capitalist value regimes. Anand Singh, mushroom at the end of the world. Above all things, good policy is to be used that the treasure and monies in a state be not gathered into few hands. And money is like muck, not good except it be spread. Francis Bacon, Essays, or Counsels, Civil and Moral. Mine, yours. This dog is mine, say these poor children. This is my place in the sun. That is the beginning and the image of the usurpation of all the earth. Blaise Pascal, Pensées. To understand neoliberalism you have to start with the multitude. The genius of capital and its neoliberal innovations cannot be comprehended on their own terms, as if they were endogenous developments. Instead they must be grasped as reactions to resistance and revolt, as attempts to contain the growing powers of social production and reproduction. Neoliberalism is reactionary, as were many of the movements that followed the revolutionary processes of the 19th and 20th centuries. Some strains of romanticism and nationalism responded to the revolutionary streams of the Enlightenment and its universalism. Fascisms rose up against revolutionary movements, state socialisms countered communist internationalism, and authoritarian regimes answered popular uprisings. Neoliberalism is similarly a reaction, but it functions primarily through ideology and economic action rather than philosophy and politics. It is a science rather than a creed, mobilizing the command of capital rather than the authority of a church, the force of the market rather than the identity of a nation. And neoliberalism accomplishes all this through a plural and varied deployment that seeks not so much to defeat but to appropriate the powers of its enemies. On the other side, the multitude that neoliberalism confronts has its own resources, wealth, and intelligence, which it has begun to develop on a completely new social and productive terrain. This sets the terms of battle. One standard neoliberal tactic is to invent new economic instruments of exploitation and repression in order to democratize the state. It is no coincidence that Keynesianism with its state structures of welfare, economic regulation, and public control is consistently proclaimed enemy number one by neoliberal ideologues, from the most vulgar to the most sophisticated, from Ronald Reagan and Milton Friedman to Friedrich Hayek and Jeffrey Sachs. One neoliberal hatred of Keynesianism, however, is due not only to its progressive character but also to the fact that its compromise aimed at containing and blocking social forces is no longer effective. By the late 1960s, social movements powerfully challenged and undermined the disciplinary regimes of the welfare state. Samuel Huntington, one of the most lucid, and honest, interpreters of the new emerging threat, feared that the resistances and liberation movements of marginal social groups of the 1960s and 70s, which comprised the vast majority of the population, including workers, women, and all people of color, would overload the Keynesian state. The expansion of participation throughout society was reflected in the markedly higher levels of self-consciousness on the part of blacks, Indians, Chicanos, white ethnic groups, students, and women, all of whom became mobilized and organized in new ways to achieve what they considered to be their appropriate share of the action and its rewards too. Huntington's diagnosis was that the political system suffered from a democratic distemper and the only cure was to democratize the state, retaining power in the hands of experts and reducing the participation and power of the multitude, in other words, returning the marginal to their marginal status. Huntington recognized what many other neoliberal ideologues only sense instinctively: the Keynesian state must be destroyed because in the face of the flood of social demands it is a weak defense, a defective levee, that leaves capital and its disciplinary regime vulnerable. 3. One task of neoliberalism, then, is to dismantle the structures on which social struggles arise, breaking the mediations between capitalist command and social demands. Economic crisis has become a fundamental weapon in this battle, weakening investments and negating political faith in Keynesian government policies. In collaboration with the political crises that neoliberalism has wrought, this project is able to generalize through new uses of money and financial power an economy of dispossession, in which processes of extraction and mechanisms of debt spread exploitation across society. The great transformation of the economy in the socialist direction, foreseen by illustrious economists of the 20th century, from Schumpeter to Karl Polanyi, has thus been reversed not by a new theory but by state sanction accompanied by a strong dose of violence. Neoliberalism is best understood as a reaction to and attempt to contain exactly those resistance and liberation movements that Huntington recognized as the pallbearers of the Keynesian state and its strategies of capitalist control. Nancy Fraser argues, for instance, that there are disturbing resonances between neoliberalism and second-wave feminism, along with the other liberation struggles of the 1960s and 70s, including feminist critiques of welfare state paternalism and social democratic state policies. These resonances lead her to conclude, second-wave feminism contributed something indispensable to neoliberalism's construction of hegemony. 5. We read this phenomenon as evidence not of the failure of feminism, or liberation struggles in general, but rather of how neoliberalism both responds to struggles and appropriates in distorted form some of the primary claims and concepts expressed in them. The new powers that we analyzed in Part 2 must now be taken as the foundation of the developments of capital and the contemporary social mechanisms of control. And keep in mind that the neoliberal reaction, in all its forms, employs violence in unending wars, even when it dons peaceful garb, as in the case of financial modes of extraction and other mechanisms of dispossession. 6. Neoliberalism usually shows its economic face, but has a political heart. It has not restored the freedom of markets but instead reinvented the state, attempting to extricate it from class struggle and social demands, pulling the theory and practice of capitalist development away from the dangers of social conflict, subordinating democracy to such an extent that it becomes completely unrecognizable. This political form of neoliberalism prevails over every other part of the system. It is impossible today to return to Keynesianism and the other solutions that previously sought to create an equilibrium with social demands and class struggle through state action. That social model of the state, which both provided welfare and repressed social conflict, has been mothballed by the transformations of the mode of production. The only possibility of countering and overthrowing neoliberalism and its forms of rule resides in the same social forces that neoliberalism is designed to contain, the multitude and its projects of liberation. Chapter 10. Finance captures social value. When finance emerged as a significant component of the capitalist mode of production in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it provided a powerful supplement to industrial capital, which held the dominant role in the economy and the entire social formation. Finance offered instruments of abstraction and centralization that not only facilitated the passage from manufacture to the rule of large corporations and their monopolies but also furnished a weapon in the arsenal of the imperialist projects. In the course of the 20th century, however, the relationship between industry and finance was inverted so that finance now predominates, shifting some of the fundamental conditions of production and exploitation. Under the rule of finance and its increasingly complex instruments, we will see, capital accumulates primarily through the capture and extraction of value that appears to be found, a natural gift, terra nullius. Finance capital extracts value from the common, both the values of materials buried in the earth and those embedded in society, but these values, of course, are actually produced historically and their extraction has enormous social costs. We have to track capital's extractive processes from below to recognize the destruction they bring as well as the potential for resistance and revolt. Finance from above and from below. In order to understand how the power of finance capital has been consolidated and, indeed, how finance functions, we would do well to look at what changed around the 1970s, when finance began to have a dominant role in the economy and society as a whole. Our hypothesis is that in this case too, when we adopt a standpoint from below, that is, from the perspective of social production and resistance, we understand better the forces at play and the potentials for liberation. Let us sketch briefly what this hypothesis looks like at the macro level before delving into it more deeply with regard to the workings of finance capital and extraction. One account of the rise of finance, which certainly has some explanatory power, highlights the increasing role of global markets and, correspondingly, the decline of nationally organized industrial economies. In concert with the long economic crisis that began in the 1970s and the collapse, or demolition, of the Bretton Woods international monetary system, monetary control was shifted away from the nation-state toward global standards, and control over public debt was progressively stripped from sovereign national entities and submitted to mechanisms of value determined on the global market by the holders of finance capital. With the shift from public debt to stock markets, Christian Marazzi explains, the financial markets have assumed a role that in the past was the responsibility of the Keynesian state, that is, the creation of the effective demand that is indispensable for ensuring the continuity of growth. One confronted with globalization and the increasing powers of global markets, the organization of industrial production in the dominant countries lost a central element of its legitimacy and functioning, that is, the nation-state as its sovereign basis. The declining importance of industry and, especially, the geographical shift of industrial production from the dominant to the subordinated parts of the world corresponds closely with the rising importance of finance. Considered from this perspective, however, the rise of finance, although it corresponds with globalization, is understood better as a result of and response to forces of social resistance and revolt. Verifying this hypothesis requires much more detailed analysis but allows us here to give the general outlines of the argument. Point 2. The reformist system of capital in the dominant countries that emerged from the Second World War with its welfare structures, institutional labor unions, and imperialist regimes was designed to contain the workers' movements, liberation movements, and other social struggles. It disciplined social behaviors according to supposedly democratic rules. Revolts against this system culminated around 1968 with a global cycle of movements against capitalist disciplinary and imperialist regimes. As colonized countries won independence in the global south, workers and subordinated populations in the dominant countries made increasingly powerful demands. State debt, which was enlisted to respond to the revolts, quickly led to fiscal crises. The only solution to fiscal crisis, repeated in states throughout the world over the last decades of the 20th century, was to shift public debt to private banks, and in the process transfer public governance mechanisms to the rule of financial markets. As the structure of debt shifts from public to private, then, both economic development and social justice are submitted to the rule of global markets and finance. Neoliberal administration, finally, reorganizes the state using financial mechanisms to manage the dual crisis of public debt and state governance. The general sequence goes something like this: resistance and revolt, rightward arrow government spending, rightward arrow fiscal crisis, rightward arrow financialization. A smaller scale version of the sequence of revolt, rightward arrow public debt, rightward arrow fiscal crisis was particularly clear and pronounced in major U.S. cities. The multiple forms of social resistance and urban revolt of the 1960s culminated, in some respects, in the race rebellions, especially the 1967 Newark and Detroit riots and the widespread 1968 riots after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. This cycle of revolts was followed in the subsequent decade by dramatic urban fiscal crises. In the cities, though, the fiscal crises were due primarily not to increased spending but instead to a shift of public resources away from metropolitan centers and a rapid decrease of the tax base caused by wealthier white populations moving out of the cities, resulting in dramatic decreases in social services of all sorts, from health and housing to safety and water supply. These crises were resolved only with the intervention of private banks and financial funds, which took advantage of the emergency to appropriate large portions of public goods and to undermine the democratic functioning of public institutions. New York was a classic example of this process in the 1970s. The management of the New York fiscal crisis, writes David Harvey, pioneered the way for neoliberal processes both domestically under Reagan and internationally through the IMF in the 1980s. The resolution of the fiscal crises of Detroit and Flint by financial institutions continues these processes today, with tragic social results. Point 4. The creation of neoliberal administration and financial rule is understood better, however, when we focus not on large-scale processes but on how finance functions with respect to the generation of value. Standard critiques of finance generally assume that it has nothing to do with the production of value, but that it simply shifts the possession of existing values. Such critiques are often accompanied by the lament that the dominant countries don't produce anything anymore, all the real production is now in China. Most popular depictions of finance present it as a form of gambling or casino capitalism, high-stakes betting on stocks or commodities futures or housing markets or currencies or anything else. There is certainly some truth to this view. And there is even more truth to the more scholarly arguments that portray finance not as gambling but rather as an apparatus of dispossession. Finance does indeed function in the processes of the transfer to private hands of public property, such as railway or telephone systems, industries, or the cultural patrimony of the nation. It also facilitates the private accumulation from natural wealth, such as metals, coal, or oil. We will return below to these processes of primitive accumulation, in which finance certainly plays a part. Each of these explanations, from gambling to dispossession, focus merely on the transfer of wealth, not its generation. Viewed from below, however, we can see that, in addition to its gambling speculations, finance functions as an apparatus to capture from social and natural worlds values, which are often hidden. We will have to investigate, then, how the mode of production of finance capital is based, on one hand, on the control of social cooperation and the extraction of value produced in the innumerable circuits of social life and, on the other, on the extraction of value from the earth and the various forms of natural wealth we share in common. The center of gravity of the capitalist mode of production is today becoming, this is our general definition, the extraction of the common. Finance can only play a hegemonic role, then, because the common is emerging as an eminent productive power and the predominant form of value. Abstraction/extraction. The first great analyses of finance capital highlighted its fundamentally abstract nature and thus the increased distance between those who produce and those who control production. In the early 20th century, Rudolf Hilferding and Vladimir Lenin grasped the novelties of finance capital in relation to the shift of control from industrialists to bankers. Compared to the industrialist, who is relatively close to and engaged in the productive process and who, specifically, dictates the arrangements of productive cooperation, the banker is distant, abstract from production. 5 This increased distance is manifest in a shift from profit, generated from the direct organization and exploitation of workers, to rent, obtained at a distance. Money capital, Lenin explains, is separated from industrial or productive capital, and, the rentier, who lives entirely on income obtained from money capital, is separated from the entrepreneur and from all who are directly concerned in the management of capital. 6 Finance, like all rent-generating activities, is characterized by its abstraction from production and its capacity to rule at a distance. Finance capital, furthermore, with the increasingly dense web of relations between banks and industry and as capital became available to industrial capitalists exclusively through the banks, facilitated the centralized control over production. Abstraction implies centralization. And even more, Hilferding and Lenin continue, centralization creates a tendency to eliminate competition and concentrate control in a few enormous banks. Finance breeds monopolies, monopolies of money that rule over production. The monopolies of finance capital, Lenin continues, served as a central pillar of the European imperialist regimes. 7. The concentration of money and the control over production in banks also create a general tendency toward the equalization of the rate of profit among economic sectors and across the world market. Equalization is accomplished in part through the mobility of firms in search of higher profits and, to a lesser extent, through the migrations of workers from one sphere of production to another and from one country to another in search of work and higher wages. But the mobility of capitalist firms and even more so the mobility of labor are severely limited by geographical, cultural, and political factors, practical frictions, as Marx calls them, that produce more or less significant local differences. 8 Finance and the credit system are much more effective in the equalization process since the mobility of money is less restricted than that of workers or firms. As finance capital flows to where it can receive the greatest returns, it tends to create a level surface, like water flowing across uneven terrain. The concentration and centralization of control over production in a few banks and the tendency toward the comparison and equalization of profits are instrumental factors in the creation of the world market. The establishment of a general rate of surplus value and the equalization of exploitation across the world market, Marx explains, is only a tendency, and like all economic laws, it is a theoretical simplification, but not for that any less real. 9. The abstraction and centralization of control over production, monopolized in the hands of banks and money, and the spread of this power across the world market, tending to equalize rates of profit and exploitation, are all primary characteristics of finance still today. If one were to regard finance only in this light, however, one could assume that it is merely parasitical to real industrial production and thus finance's increasing centrality represents a decaying, precarious foundation of capital as a whole. Finance capital and the production over which it rules, though, are just as real as industrial capital. The primary difference is that production and, specifically, productive cooperation now tend to be organized outside capital's direct engagement. The key to finance and capitalist accumulation as a whole is how value is extracted from wealth that resides elsewhere, both the wealth of the earth and the wealth that results from social cooperation and interaction. This is the link between abstraction and extraction. One window into the way that finance and social production rose to prominence hand in hand from the 1970s is provided by the operation of derivatives and, specifically, how they create mechanisms of measure and commensuration. A derivative in its most basic form is simply a contract that derives its value from some underlying asset, index, or security. Derivatives typically refer to an unknown future and thus can be used either to hedge against risk or as vehicles of speculation. For example, imagine a Japanese company that contracts to buy a quantity of Brazilian soybeans at a certain price in Brazilian reais 6 months later, after the next harvest. The Japanese could use a derivative to fix the exchange rate and thus hedge against the rising value of the real against the yen, which would make the cost of the soybeans higher for them. The Brazilians, in contrast, might use a derivative to guarantee the value of soybeans and protect against a weak harvest, which would make the contract a loss. And for each of these companies to hedge their risks, of course, others must be willing to speculate that the value of the real will fall or that the soybean harvest will be plentiful. Derivatives have existed for centuries, but until the 1960s they were mainly confined to futures markets on commodities, such as rice, pigs, and wheat. Since the 1970s, however, just as the disciplinary industrial order and the fiscal state were collapsing, and just as social production and the production of the common started to become predominant in the economy, derivatives markets have grown exponentially and included an ever wider range of underlying assets. Point 10. Derivatives have become so extraordinarily complex and esoteric that an adequate analysis of their operations is well beyond our scope, but our argument here is focused on a specific function, the measurement role of derivatives. We have argued elsewhere that when confronting social production, capital is no longer able to measure value adequately, at least not in the way it had previously. Clearly, value can no longer be measured, as David Ricardo and Karl Marx theorized, in terms of the quantities of labor time. This is not to say that labor is no longer the source of wealth in capitalist society. It is. But the wealth it creates is not, or is no longer, measurable. How do you measure the value of knowledge, or information, or a relationship of care or trust, or the basic results of education or health services? And yet the measure of social productivity and value are still required for capitalist markets. Point 11. Derivatives are part of finance's response to the problem of measure. Their abstract position with respect to the actual fabric of productive activity. Derivatives are by definition abstract from the assets that underlie them, allows derivatives to form a complex web of conversions among a wide range of forms of wealth. Many forms of derivatives, for example, grasp unknown and volatile assets, the future value of a currency or the result of a harvest in our example, and make them into tradable commodities. By virtue of establishing such trades, write Dick Bryan and Michael Rafferty, derivatives provide a market benchmark for an unknown value. 12. Every derivative product, Bryan and Rafferty explain, is a package of conversion of one form of capital to another, whether this is a simple commodity futures contract or a complex conversion of a particular currency index to a particular stock market index. When all these products are taken together, they form a complex web of conversions, a system of derivatives, in which any bit of capital, anywhere and with any time or spatial profile, can be measured against any other bit of capital, and on an ongoing basis. 13. Derivatives and the derivative markets thus operate a continual process of calculation and establish commensurability, making an extraordinarily wide range of existing and future assets measurable against one another in the market. The core operation of derivatives, writes Randy Martin, is to bind the future to the present through a range of contractual opportunities and to make all manner of capitals across disparate spheres of place, sector, and characteristic commensurate with one another. 14. But are those values accurate, you might ask? That may not be the right question. The important fact in this context is that measures are precise and effective. The values of social production today may be unknown, immeasurable, and unquantifiable, but financial markets nonetheless manage to stamp quantities on them, quantities that are in some sense arbitrary but still quite real and effective. Critics disparage finance and derivatives even more so as fictional and parasitical. Go ahead, respond ironically the captains of finance and princes of arbitrage, who are the only ones who can still measure, or pretend to measure, capitalist values over the totality of social wealth and across the entire world market. They can laugh as they accumulate vast wealth through extraction from the common. But we should be clear, such financial mechanisms do not prevent crises but instead intensify them. The volatility of finance, as we will see, is one element that makes permanent crisis the primary mode of neoliberal governance. The many phases of extraction. With the growing importance of extraction, especially the large-scale exploitation of natural resources, such as oil, natural gas, metals, and minerals, capital seems to have turned back the clock. Today's land grabs and reckless chasing after resources can easily conjure up brutal scenes of exploitation in the silver mines of Potosi and the gold mines of Johannesburg, along with the ruthless theft of land from native populations. Indeed, the histories of conquest, colonialism, and imperialism were driven by a thirst to extract wealth in various forms, wealth that was found and free for the taking from across the globe, with, of course, the constant backing of armies and ideology. Humans, just as much as material resources, could be extracted as chattel, and through the Atlantic slave trade their value entered into the colonizers' ledgers. Land, precious metals, animal furs, spices, opium, and lesser humans were thus all found by colonizers, gifts that they happily accepted and proclaimed as the just deserts for their daring efforts. The growing centrality of extraction today, however, although it too is brutally destructive, is not a remnant of the past or indication of a cyclical historical return. The best guide to understanding contemporary extraction, in fact, is to follow the forms of the common on which it depends, since the common is what is extracted and transformed into private property. One can say that the common is divided into two general categories: on the one hand, the wealth of the earth and its ecosystems, which generally is translated into the economic vocabulary as natural resources or raw materials, and on the other, the social wealth that results from circuits of cooperation, ranging from cultural products to traditional knowledges, and from urban territories and scientific knowledges. Point 15. These two forms of the common serve as a first guide to understanding the different phases of extractivism. The earth and its ecosystems, the soil, forests, rivers, seas, and atmosphere are, or should be, common to us all, not in the sense that humans should have dominion over all the earth, Genesis 1:26, but rather in that we must together establish relationships of care and sustainable use. The extraction of generally non-renewable resources from the surface and depths of the earth raises not only issues of injustice, as always when something that was common becomes private property, but also the prospect of large-scale and even catastrophic destruction. Capitalist industry and commodification have long had destructive effects, but in some respects extractivism today brings that process to a head and a point of no return. Capital against the earth, one or the other may survive, but not both. The environmental and social destructiveness of extractive industries, especially energy industries, is nothing new. Large spills from drilling and transport accidents have been a constant byproduct of the oil industry since its beginning, and their size and frequency are only increasing, dotting the globe: Galicia, the Gulf of Mexico, Uzbekistan, Kuwait, Angola, and on and on. Coal mining methods continue to destroy the health of miners and the environment around the mines, as do mines for metals. In some respects there has thus been what Maristelis Vampa calls a reprimarization of the economy, as extraction has come to play a more central role, and many countries, such as the Gulf states, Russia, and Venezuela, act like fossil fuel companies whose prospects rise and fall with oil prices. Point 16. What is new is the dramatic expansion of the frontiers of extractivism. No corner of the earth is free from it. Metals important for technology industries send capital scrambling across the earth, developing lithium mines for lightweight batteries in Bolivia's salt flats and rare earth mines in China for a wide range of digital and high-tech devices. Moreover, technological developments, and temporarily high oil prices, opened new terrains for oil and gas extraction, such as tar sands fields in Alberta, Canada, and fracking, or hydraulic fracturing, in the United States, which are even more dangerous and destructive than traditional methods, creating new seismic zones, polluting the air, and contaminating groundwater. Large-scale agriculture has also, in many respects, become an extractive industry. When corn and soybeans grown in enormous plantations are not destined for human consumption or livestock feed but directly for the production of ethanol and plastics, then the fields become no different than oil wells or mines. They suck wealth from the earth as energy and industrial resources. And their level of environmental destruction, from deforestation to pesticide use, rivals that of other extractive processes. The destructive effects of extractivism are raised to another power by the prospect of climate change. In the past, the pollution and destruction from accidents and from oil wells and coal mines have been considered as relatively localized and potentially reversible phenomena. But now the prospect of general and irreversible destruction is imminent. In order not to raise global temperatures more than 2 degrees Celsius, explains Bill McKibben with now well-known figures, 80% of the proven coal and oil reserves must remain in the ground and not be exploited. Given this hard math, he continues, we need to view the fossil fuel industry in a new light. It has become a rogue industry, reckless like no other force on Earth. It is public enemy number one to the survival of our planetary civilization. 17. Climate change raises to a new level the stakes of extractivism and heightens the urgency of resisting it. In order to understand contemporary extractivism, however, one needs to recognize not only the value stripped from the earth but also, as we said, the value captured from the other broad category of the common, the many forms of social production and social life. Consider, first, how corporations treat the human body itself as a repository of wealth open for extraction. At stake here, Sandro Mesadra and Brett Nielsen write, is not only the extraction of tissues and other biological substances from the human body but also the generation and patenting of knowledge derived from genomic manipulations that break down and recast genetic materials according to logics of risk and speculation. 18. Even the genetic information contained in our bodies can be extracted and patented as property. Furthermore, through various forms of what Vandana Shiva and others call biopiracy, corporations extract value from traditional knowledges, for instance, by patenting knowledge of medicinal properties of a plant, which was long ago developed by a traditional community and held in common. 19. Another face of extraction takes the form of data. The metaphors of data mining and data extraction paint an image of unstructured fields of social data that are available for capture by intrepid prospectors, just like oil or minerals in the earth, and indeed there is today a digital gold rush to rival California and the Yukon. The mining and extraction of data means capturing value by searching for patterns in large data pools and structuring data so that it can be stored and sold. 20. The concept of data, however, may be too thin and inert to account adequately for the way value is produced and captured. Earlier we described how the algorithms of search engine platforms, like Google's PageRank, capture value produced by the knowledge and intelligence of users by tracking and consolidating the decisions and links they make. Social media too have discovered mechanisms to extract value from the social relationships and connections among users. Behind the value of data, in other words, stands the wealth of social relationships, social intelligence, and social production. A third face of extraction regards social territory itself. The metropolis, for example, much more than its built environment, is a cauldron of the production of the common, including cultural dynamics, patterns of social relationships, innovative languages, affective sensibilities, and the like. 21. One way of conceiving gentrification, then, is as a process of the extraction of the common embedded in the urban territory itself, perfectly analogous to pulling oil from shale, and sometimes with just as destructive effects. Real estate markets, dominated by finance, should be understood as vast fields for the extraction of social values across urban and rural territories. The many forms of cooperative social production constitute another face of extraction, a face that helps compose together many of the others. Anit Singh, for example, following the trails of wild mushrooms from the pickers in Oregon to the sale in Japan, recognizes the ability of capital to capture value that is produced autonomously. This is what I call salvage, that is, taking advantage of value produced without capitalist control. 22. Salvage is indeed an excellent description of how capital captures and extracts value produced in the relationships of social production and social life. Extraction, in these and its many other faces, follows the trails of the common. In contrast to industry, extraction relies on forms of wealth that to a large extent pre-exist the engagement of capital. Whereas the automobile is produced in the factory, oil and coal already exist in the ground, although, of course, extraction is itself a production process and once extracted materials have to be refined and distributed. The distinction is even clearer with regard to social intelligence, social relations, and social territory. Whereas in the factory workers cooperate according to schemes and discipline dictated by the capitalist, here value is produced through social cooperation not directly organized by capital, social cooperation that is, in that sense, relatively autonomous. The renewed centrality of extraction is thus situated in the historical passage from profit to rent. Whereas industrial capitalists discipline and exploit labor for profit, the rentier extracts the common and accumulates existing wealth with little involvement in its production. The renewed centrality of the rentier, like that of extractivism, we repeat, is not simply a remnant of the past or indication of a cyclical historical return. Revealing the many faces of extractivism gives us a better understanding of capitalist development and historical progression, which is neither simply linear nor cyclical but characterized, through various geographical and cultural differences, by a complex, hybrid temporality. Finance, then, has a double relation to contemporary extractivism. On the one hand, finance and financial speculation has always held an important role in extractive operations, in part because of the need for enormous initial expenditures for land and equipment. Finance's control increases further as extractive firms, whether private or state-backed, from Rio Tinto to Gazprom and from Glencore to Saudi Aramco, and their projects become ever larger. Finance also backs and controls the various enterprises of mining the social and biological fields we mentioned above, including data, genetic information, traditional knowledges, social intelligence, and social relationships. On the other hand, though finance also extracts directly, it manages in various ways to extract value from the results of social production. Point 23. Debt provides one mechanism to extract value from social life. Home mortgages and rental practices, along with foreclosures and evictions, for example, form one apparatus for capturing and extracting wealth from the poor and middle classes. Matthew Desmond, studying populations evicted from their homes in Milwaukee, presents a web of financial practices of extraction that surround the economic relations of housing. Payday loans, he writes, are but one of many financial techniques, from overdraft fees to student loans for-profit colleges specifically designed to pull money from the pockets of the poor. 24. It is essential to understand, however, that the social value extracted through such apparatuses is not inert but instead the result of circuits of social cooperation. Veronica Gago, studying migrant communities in the urban peripheries of Buenos Aires, emphasizes the social production of value and its relative autonomy, which is revealed when finance extracts value from popular life, sometimes through microloans in poor communities aimed at consumption. Financialization driven from above operates as a way of reading, appropriating, and reinterpreting popular forms linked to certain practices of productive and reproductive autonomy. 25. Finance is itself an extractive industry. It is not only a power of abstraction and centralization but also an apparatus that directly captures and extracts value from social production. From below, such processes point toward the common constituted by innumerable interactions and forms of cooperation across society. If you want to understand extraction from above, then, follow the money, but if you want to grasp it from below, you need to follow the common. From social production to finance. When we look from below at finance, then, we can recognize social production in the double sense that we proposed earlier. It results from social interaction and it produces society. We can also see that the contemporary predominance of finance comes about as a reaction to the growing centrality of social production, and ultimately it responds to the accumulation of resistances and revolts that destroyed the bases of the industrial and disciplinary regime. This passage is thus characterized by a new relationship between capital and labor, from Fordism to post-Fordism. Whereas in the Fordist period capitalist production was structured by disciplinary regimes and accumulation was driven by profits generated in the planned cooperation of industrial labor, in post-Fordism, as productive knowledges and social capacities of cooperation spread increasingly widely through society, finance serves both to control social production and to extract the value it generates in the form of rent. 26. This new predominance of extraction, specifically, extracting the social wealth produced in common, changes the nature of exploitation, which must now be analyzed with new criteria. In particular, the temporal analytic of Marx's concept of exploitation no longer applies. Marx explains, pedagogically, that underwage labor workers are paid the value produced during the first hours of the working day and the capitalist expropriates the value produced in the remaining hours. This explanation has the virtue of revealing an intimate connection between exploitation and the organization of production, but today the mechanisms of exploitation and productive organization tend to diverge. Capitalist entrepreneurs, who extract value at a distance and only see productive subjects abstractly as a mass, tend to regard the results of social production as a natural gift, manna from heaven. 27 With their eyes fixed on derivatives markets and arbitrage strategies, they are no longer the central protagonists who organize production, forge new combinations, and generate labor cooperation, as Schumpeter theorized. Instead, those who produce value increasingly are able autonomously to cooperate and to plan production. One key, then, is to recognize the generality of social production and the figures of labor that animate it. Contemporary labor is often characterized in terms of the power of knowledge, intelligence, and cognitive capacities. 28 But social production takes place throughout the economy, not just at the pinnacle of the digital world, in the rarefied air of cognitive workshops like Google's Alphabet. We need to dispel the idea that different strata of labor are entirely separate and fit neatly within each other like a Russian doll. No collars at their keyboards inside white collars in their office cubicles inside blue collars of the factory inside pink collars of health, education, and home care. Moreover, there is no time lag, as if industry today were to function as it did in 1930 or agriculture as it did in 1830. Instead, labor conditions and processes, which certainly vary in each country and across the global market, intersect and mix irregularly in ways that are coeval and equally contemporary. Metal workers throughout the world today perform highly specialized industrial crafts with digital instruments, cognitive workers enter and manipulate data in assembly line arrangements, and health and education workers employ knowledge and care, intellect and affect together with advanced digital technologies, even when they are unpaid or paid wages barely above poverty rates. Carla Freeman provides an excellent example of such intersections in her investigation of an offshore data processing facility in Barbados that employs women to perform routine digital tasks such as entering data in medical claims forms for a U.S. insurance company. The facility has some characteristics of the blue-collar factory with the numbing repetition of the work, like white-collar workers. However, the women dress professionally in high heels. The digital work that, although routinized, requires knowledge and intelligence, is part of a global no-collar apparatus. And finally, the work is explicitly feminized as pink-collar. 29 Work today across the spectrum, from law offices in Delhi to convenience stores in Stockholm, and from auto plants in Sao Paulo to semiconductor fabrication plants in Oregon, is characterized by the intersection of all these labor regimes. Most important for our argument is that throughout the economy social production is becoming more central both in the activity of producing, employing, for example, social and scientific knowledges or schemes of cooperation or relations of care, and in the product, which correspondingly contains social, shared components. Another key is to recognize that the same characteristics of social production that allow finance to extract and amass wealth also provide the seeds and the foundation for resistance and revolt. We conceive this double-edged character, drawing on Marx's arguments, as developing through a three-stage logical process, from abstraction to social production to subjectivity. First, abstraction. The economic relation between capital and labor, Marx writes, develops more purely and adequately in proportion as labor loses all the characteristics of art, as its particular skill becomes something more and more abstract and irrelevant, and as it becomes more and more a purely abstract activity. 30 In many respects abstraction increases dramatically in social production, when workers interiorize knowledges, for example, and develop them socially in cooperation, their labor and the value they produce are ever more abstract. 31 But Marx does not regard the loss of art, such as the craftsman's lifelong performance of his métier, with any nostalgia. The loss of a specific art or craft is also a gain. El labor is not this or another labor, he continues, but labor pure and simple, abstract labor, absolutely indifferent to its particular specificity bestimmt, but capable of all specificities. 32 The abstraction of labor, then, is not empty but completely full, specifically, with the social character of production. And the greater abstraction of productive processes and value today in the implementation of languages, code, immaterial articulations of being together, cooperation, affective elements, and the like presents extraordinary potential for resistance to and autonomy from capital. The increasingly general capabilities of labor, the second step, presuppose the social, communal nature of production. Individual, specific labor is posited from the outset as social labor. The social character of production is presupposed, Marx asserts, and the participation in the world of products, in consumption, is not mediated by the exchange of mutually independent labors or products of labor. It is mediated, rather, by the social conditions of production within which the individual is active. 33 The increasing abstraction of productive processes, then, rests upon the web of social relations, the social conditions that make production possible. It relies, in other words, on a foundation of the common, including the shared knowledges, cultural forms, and circuits of cooperation that constitute our collective existence. The third step for Marx is to set this social basis in motion, subjectively. Against the totality of capital stands labor, which is equally total and abstract. Of course, the particularity of labor must correspond to the particular substance of which a given capital consists, Marx continues, but since capital as such is indifferent to every particularity of its substance, and exists not only as the totality of the same but also as the abstraction from all its particularities, the labor which confronts it likewise subjectively has the same totality and abstraction in itself. 34 The fact of labor being abstract and social contains the, often unrealized, potential of subjectivation. Neither Marx's mention of totality here nor his theory of the social individual should lead us to assume a homogeneous or unified subjectivity at play here. The social nature of production instead implies an open field of differences in which subjectivities cooperate and conflict in volatile compositions. The common is constituted by these myriad heterogeneous subjectivities of social production. There is, obviously, a fundamental divergence between capital's approaches to the common and the autonomous organization of the common from below. This divergence is particularly evident, for example, in the sectors of social welfare conceived broadly, such as education, housing, health, infant and elder care, and scientific and medical research. All these activities imply a human value that cannot be reduced to capitalist measure, and in these sectors we can recognize a stark and growing gap between capitalist and social conceptions of productivity, which, in turn, signal divergent approaches to the common, on one hand, a common from which maximum profit can be extracted and, on the other, a common open to be used by and put at the service of the population. This divergence, moreover, constitutes subjectively a line of antagonism. Marx asserts. On the one side, then, it calls to life all the powers of science and of nature, as of social combination and social intercourse, in order to make the creation of wealth independent, relatively, of the labor time employed on it. On the other side, it wants to use labor time as the measuring rod for the giant social forces thereby created, and to confine them within the limits required to maintain the already created value as value. Forces of production and social relations, two different sides of the development of the social individual, appear to capital as mere means, and are merely means for it to produce on its limited foundation. In fact, however, they are the material conditions to blow this foundation sky high. 35. And the situation is even more volatile when we emphasize the plurality and heterogeneity of subjectivities in play. Insofar as the plural dimensions of this immaterial, cognitive, cooperative, and social mode of production imply a certain volatility, and insofar as these forms of labor power, spreading across the social terrain, tend to become hegemonic in production, and insofar as the abstraction of these productive processes implies the emergence of forms of the common, which on the capitalist side requires the subjection of producers and, on the other side, opens the potential for subjectivation if all this is true, then capital is faced with a dilemma. If capital were to dive into society and engage intimately in the life of social production, it would completely block the productive processes, and therefore capital is forced to impose its command at a distance, in the extreme and violent forms of money, which incarnates the financial abstraction of value. This development, if seen from the perspective of the struggles of subversive subjects, describes a rather stark class division and is a source of class antagonism. On one side are all those who live on the interest generated by the financial markets and seek to preserve exclusive access to the private property they accumulate. On the other side are those who produce social wealth through their collective knowledges, their intelligence, and their social capacities to communicate, care for, and cooperate with each other, who seek security through free and open access to the common they have produced. These are battle lines. Logistics and infrastructure in the social factory. The capitalist production of value, as we have said repeatedly, no longer takes place primarily within the walls of the factory. Value is produced in the social factory that stretches across the entire social terrain and throughout the sites of production and reproduction. But even that is not enough. Too often economic analyses, by focusing on production, leave out or subordinate considerations of circulation and consumption and, by concentrating on the individual firm, fail to grasp the total cycle of capital. We need an expansive view that is able to integrate production, circulation, and consumption at the level of the social whole. Business theory and practice have in recent decades partially addressed this mandate through increased focus on logistics, that is, control over the flow of materials and commodities from the point of origin to the point of consumption. Business thinkers adopt the notion of logistics primarily from the military, just as without logistical support, without weapons and food reaching the front, troops cannot fight, so too, without logistics, without the commodity reaching the consumer, economic value cannot be realized. The revolution in logistics in business and management studies has brought an expansive notion of production that views the culmination of the process not when the commodity rolls out on the assembly line but when the consumer uses it. Adopting this perspective, then, businesses seek not only to maximize the creation of surplus value in production but also to limit costs, minimize waste, and maximize value added in transport and throughout the entire economic cycle. 36. Marx theorizes logistics, without using that term, when he proposes the concept of total social capital. In Volume 2 of Capital, after having limited his perspective in Volume 1 to the production process of the individual capitalist, he opens his view to the entire economic cycle, including circulation and consumption. The transport of commodities and the transport of information, for instance, are inseparable from the production process. In the transport industries, it is the production process itself, and not the product separable from it, that is paid for and consumed. 37. The transport industries, in other words, constitute on one hand a separate branch of reproduction and thus a specific sphere for the investment of productive capital, but, on the other hand, they represent the continuation of productive processes in circulation. 38. The spatial movement of commodities, which constitute also a shift in their social mediation. Their social interactions, becomes itself a productive power. Marx takes the theory of logistics one step further through his development of the concept of total social capital. On one axis, like today's business theorists of logistics, he highlights the continuous metamorphosis of value through the circuits of production, circulation, and consumption, the social process of capital. He adds to this a second axis along which we must expand our view. Since the circuits of individual capitals are linked and presuppose one another, we must shift our view from the individual firm to the sum of all capitals, total capital. Embracing these two arms or axes is necessary to analyze the movements of total social capital. 39. We need one more element to complete this analysis. Logistics, maintain Brett Nielsen and Ned Rossiter, is something more than a system for searching out and connecting diverse firms and labor forces on the basis of cost or other parameters. Logistics also actively produces environments and subjectivities. 40. Infrastructure, that is, the built environment and the legal structures that facilitate the flows of labor, capital, and commodities, complements logistics and the movements of total social capital through production, circulation, and consumption. Since the late 20th century, a series of zones has characterized global economic geography: export processing zones, special economic zones, free trade zones, industrial parks, transport hubs, border industrial programs, and the like. Just as logistics is not neutral, infrastructures are not apolitical. They facilitate some flows and prohibit others, and serve as instruments to influence competition among capitals and to be used against labor. Zones are generally conceived in terms of legal exceptions, but really their status is exceptional only from the perspective of the nation-state. These zones are symptoms of the formation of empire and its emerging global governance that rules over the constellation of varied legal and economic structures. While extolled as an instrument of economic liberalism, Keller Easterling writes, the zone trades state bureaucracy for even more complex layers of extra-state governance, market manipulation, and regulation. 41. Question: does the nation-state rule over the zone, or does the zone rule the nation-state? Answer: neither. Empire is emerging as a variegated and interconnected web of legal and economic forms. In any case, without infrastructure and without the archipelago of special zones, capital's projects in the realm of logistics would fall flat. The shift in perspective along the two axes of total social capital and, specifically, the recognition that capital is a social relation means also recognizing all of society as a terrain of class conflict. When capital puts the revolution in logistics into practice, it effectively extends the terrain of class conflict beyond the sphere of production to distribution and circulation. Deborah Cowan recounts, for instance, how in the 1970s transport corporations adopted the standard shipping container, a technology developed and refined by the U.S. military for logistical support of its troops in Vietnam, and, together with the mechanization of the ports and the deregulation of the transport sector, this logistical innovation allowed for mass firings of dock workers and undermined once powerful and rebellious labor unions as part of a domestic social war on transport workers. 42. Through logistics, expanding their vision and engagement beyond the terrain of production, businesses both increase their profits and expand the field of class warfare. It would be a mistake, however, to view the class warfare of logistics as an independent innovation of capitalists focused on realizing profits. Capitalist developments in logistics are always a response to the rebellious, uncontrollable forces of production. Stefano Harney and Fred Moten trace this response back to the birth of modernity. Modern logistics is founded, they write, with the first great movement of commodities, the ones that could speak. It was founded in the Atlantic slave trade, founded against the Atlantic slave. Logistics could not contain what it had relegated to the hold. 43. Beneath every revolution in logistics reside unruly subjects and new forms of rebellion. Labor struggles continually appear in the sphere of logistics in old and new forms. The labor revolts in Oakland and across the west coast of the United States, conducted in part by the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, continue a long history of port struggles. But the multinational labor forces employed by logistics industries, such as DHL, Amazon, and IKEA, usually composed of migrants and disproportionately women, are generally not represented by trade unions. and yet these workers continuously find creative means to rebel. Point 44 Logistics poses a challenge today of understanding how workers can organize to act effectively and how they can link with workers in other sectors of production and reproduction. Marxist Debates 1, Primitive Accumulation. Extractivism derails simple historical narratives of economic development in terms of either linear progress or cyclical return. Today's extractivist practices present something like a historical archive that contains all the pasts of capital, from the oldest to the newest forms of producing and accumulating value, ancient and postmodern methods of exploitation and control, with wide geographical and cultural differences. Contemporary Marxist scholars develop two concepts: primitive accumulation and formal subsumption, to investigate the complex temporalities of capitalist development in the age of extractivism, highlighting its nonlinear and non-synchronous trajectory. These analyses also serve to pry Marx's thought away from Eurocentrism. Deprovincializing Marx, writes Harry Harutunian, entails not simply an expanded geographic inclusion but a broadening of temporal possibilities unchained from a hegemonic unilinearism. 45 Indeed, recognizing the geographical and temporal differences must go hand in hand. Marx uses primitive accumulation to name the violent processes that take place prior to the capitalist mode of production and are necessary for it to begin, processes that create the two classes. He details, on one hand, how in England, through the enclosures that transformed land into private property, peasants were separated from the soil and transformed into a class of workers who are free in a double sense. They do not belong to the means of production as do serfs and slaves, but they do not themselves have access to the means of production. On the other hand, colonialism, conquest, and the slave trade were some of the key moments in the formation of the English capitalist class. 46 Several contemporary Marxists rightly criticize Marx for asserting, or at least strongly implying, in this theory both a linear historical development and a global geographical hierarchy. Primitive accumulation appears in Marx as a phase that, once capitalist accumulation begins, is complete and done, and all other nations will eventually have to go through primitive accumulation following the model of England, the most advanced capitalist economy of the time. Contemporary Marxists emphasize instead that primitive accumulation continues alongside capitalist accumulation throughout the world, constantly renewing its violent mechanisms of enclosing the common, creating class divisions, and generating global hierarchies. David Harvey's analysis of neoliberalism as accumulation by dispossession is one of the most influential translations and repropositions of the continuing mechanisms of primitive accumulation. 47. One risk of proposing a continuing process of primitive accumulation as a means to grasp the contemporary modes of extractivism, however, is that it tends to confuse the nature of the outside whose value is being extracted and accumulated and to eclipse, in particular, the extraction of forms of the common that result from social interaction and cooperation. In other words, if we are to recognize primitive accumulation as a continuing historical process, we have to articulate also how it changes radically. Today's processes of enclosure and extraction are different than those of the past, and today's rentier of finance is nothing like the rentier of old. Condemnations of primitive accumulation, furthermore, must not create a mythic utopia of the pre-capitalist era, as if then the common, equality, and freedom defined social reality. That is certainly not Marx's view. On the contrary, he is quick to condemn the brutal forms of domination of pre-capitalist societies throughout the world, maintaining that liberation cannot be achieved by a return to the past but only by pushing forward through the historical process. Marx's story about primitive accumulation should be read as a kind of parable, written in the style of political pamphlets, for which the pre-capitalist condition serves merely as an origin to emphasize the dramatic violence of capitalist development. 48. Another risk of interpreting neoliberalism and its processes of extraction in terms of primitive accumulation is that this focuses exclusively on the mode of accumulation, whereas we must grasp also changes of the mode of production. Although the common may appear, especially from the standpoint of those who extract it, as wealth that is simply there, pre-existing, and thus available for accumulation, the common, even in its natural forms, is always in some measure a product of social cooperation, and it is continually redefined by the pressures of class struggle. Just as important as or even more important than revealing how the common is expropriated and accumulated is to investigate how, socially, it is produced, because there is where the most powerful forces of resistance and antagonism arise. Marx's concept of formal subsumption provides a richer framework than primitive accumulation insofar as it reveals geographical and temporal differences and discontinuities by focusing on changes in production processes. Marx explains that as part of its development, capital engages local, existing, non-capitalist labor practices, such as a traditional method of cutting sugar cane, and brings them into the capitalist production process while transforming them only formally, for instance, by paying workers a wage. The formal subsumption of labor under capital thus corresponds in part with primitive accumulation. At a certain point of capitalist development, Marx continues, traditional labor practices are destroyed and new practices created that are proper to capitalist production, often through the introduction of new technologies. This shift marks the passage from the formal subsumption to the real subsumption of labor under capital, which he calls the properly capitalist mode of production. 49. The concept of formal subsumption has been particularly useful to emphasize how much the capitalist economy always contains elements of previous economic formations, and thus it helps avoid some of the political dead ends created by considering the development of capital in uniform, unilinear stages. In India, for example, in passionate debates beginning in the 1960s, the dominant line of communist theoreticians maintained that Indian agriculture remained semi-feudal and semi-colonial because peasants continued to produce under sharecropping relationships, perpetual indebtedness, and other conditions typical of pre-capitalist formations. Conceiving the remnants of feudalism as the primary obstacle to progress and maintaining a linear conception of capitalist development led Communist Party theorists to affirm that India had to become more fully capitalist before struggling against capital. The orthodox left parties, argues Praful Bidvai, have thus ended up by supporting the emergent forces of agrarian capitalism to the hilt in the name of fighting feudalism. 50 To counter such analyses, Jairus Banerjee argued that Indian agriculture is defined by not semi-feudalism but formal subsumption. The significance of this conceptual shift, he explains, is that in the absence of a specifically capitalist mode of production on a national scale, capitalist relations of exploitation may nonetheless be widespread and dominant. 51 In India, in other words, the struggles of peasants against capitalist exploitation are already fully active and have no need to wait for the establishment of a more completely capitalist society. The concept of formal subsumption thus allows us to see both the plural nature of capitalist rule, which incorporates various productive relations from the past, and the plural forms of resistance within and against it. 52 All of these passages from primitive accumulation to formal subsumption to real subsumption and from the accumulation of absolute surplus value to that of relative surplus value are accompanied by not only a new social organization of exploitation but also new forms of struggle against exploitation, corresponding to the creation of a system of institutions predisposed to the struggle against subsumed labor. Marx's concepts of formal and real subsumption and, specifically, the passage between them are rightly criticized by some contemporary Marxists for their linear notion of historical stages that assumes all regions of the globe will eventually follow the model of the dominant regions, casting their differences as mere remnants. First, like the critics of primitive accumulation, they argue we should disrupt any teleological historical trajectory from formal to real subsumption. Álvaro García Linera, for example, describes contemporary processes of globalization from the perspective of indigenous politics as a perpetual primitive accumulation driven by practices of formal subsumption. 53 Second, these authors raise the concern that real subsumption implies a homogeneous capitalist society, indifferent to geographical and cultural differences, whereas formal subsumption, since it constantly relies on the outside of capital and thus local practices and cultures, grasps and engages both cultural and historical differences. Formal subsumption, Harry Harutunian maintains, is the general rule for all capitalist development, which exists alongside processes of real subsumption. Formal subsumption functions as a hinge between the present and various pasts, revealing the different paths of capitalist development in different societies. Point 54. Part of the richness of the category of formal subsumption is indeed that it reveals the economic and cultural differences of labor, land, society, and community that have been subsumed within capitalist production but maintain their connection to the territory and the past, especially to colonial histories. Recognition of continuing formal subsumption, however, should not blind us to really existing processes of real subsumption. The passage from formal to real does take place, but in a way that never exhausts the formal. Seeing them together, side by side, co-present in contemporary society, in fact, should reveal how real subsumption is not homogeneous but shot through with differences created and recreated within the capitalist system. Primitive accumulation and formal and real subsumption help us articulate, then, how today's centrality of extraction in its various phases, from the extraction of oil and minerals to the financial capture of value produced through social cooperation and popular forms of life, does not indicate either a further step in a linear history or a cyclical return to the past. Contemporary Marxist debates make clear instead that capitalist development is defined by multiple temporalities, mixing pre-capitalist and older capitalist methods with the newest technologies of production and control. Recognizing these multiple temporalities, furthermore, helps reveal the geographical, social, and cultural differences and hierarchies that constitute and perpetuate capitalist rule in a global frame. The challenge at this point will be to grasp how resistance and revolt can and does already emerge on this complex terrain. Chapter 11. Money institutionalizes a social relation. Money is one of the most ubiquitous features of our daily existence, and yet it is among the least understood. It is difficult to comprehend not only what money is but also how it rules over us. Standard theories present money as an instrument that facilitates the exchange of goods and the storage of value, and thus a neutral instrument. Money may be wielded by the powerful, and money may even be the expression of their power, according to this view, but money itself does not dictate or even favor any social arrangement or class structure. Money is power only in the sense that those who have it can use it to accomplish their will. Many social and cultural analyses of money complicate the presumed neutrality of money by explaining the ways in which money is affected by social or cultural relations, dependent on relations of trust, accepted by convention, and so forth. All that is true, but when we look deeper we see that money is not just affected by social relations, money is itself a social relation. The dynamic between money and social relations, in other words, is not external but internal. It is more accurate and more useful, in fact, to define money by not what it is but what it does. Money designates and reproduces a specific social structure. Money institutionalizes a social relation, or, rather, a set of relations of social production and reproduction. Point 1. To say that money is defined by how it institutionalizes a social relation is already implicit in Keynes's claim that money of account, namely that in which debts and prices and general purchasing power are expressed, is the primary concept of a theory of money. 2. Money of account emphasizes money's determination of a schema of measure of the value in an entire social field. If measure were a simple matter of honest accounting, assigning everything its true value, then money could plausibly be considered a neutral instrument. But since value has no intrinsic, natural, or necessary measure, since a standard and a schema of measure express and reproduce an entire set of social relations and a mode of production, then money of account, through its function as measure, opens the theory of money onto the social and political terrain. The instability and its social and political determinants become increasingly clear, as we saw earlier, in the current period when various financial instruments serve to measure capitalist values. We will only get so far, however, by trying to define what money is or even what it does in general. Money can be understood only by grasping how it is embedded in a determinate social formation and, in particular, a specific mode of production and exploitation. Point 3. The many treatises on money that sidestep the question of money's essential nature and instead begin by recounting the history of money are working on a correct intuition. In contrast to them, however, We will not look back to coins in the ancient world or medieval banks, but instead to the history of money within the capitalist mode of production, that is, how money institutionalizes and thus reproduces capitalist social relations and economic hierarchies through its different phases. Marx conceives of a direct relation in capitalist societies between the production of wealth and accumulation in the form of money. This is true in general because the elementary precondition of bourgeois society is that labor should directly produce exchange value, i.e., money but the specific relationship that links modes of production to monetary production shifts significantly in the different phases or periods of capitalist production. What is money and how does it rule? The only way to get a clear view of what money is, and, more important, what money does, is to map the correspondences that link it to the social and productive relations that surround it. And since those correspondences change in line with shifts in the mode of production, we should approach the contemporary role of money historically by sketching three broad phases of capital: the phase of so-called primitive accumulation, by which we mean here simply the period in which capital was accumulated primarily through the expropriation and enclosures of the commons in Europe and elsewhere through the various forms of theft that accompanied European conquest and colonization; the phase that stretches from the birth of manufacture through the dominance of large-scale industry over the global economy; and, finally, the contemporary, post-Fordist phase characterized by the realization of the world market and the forms of extraction typical of finance. Carlo Vercellone calls this the phase of general intellect, assuming that the production of wealth is now characterized, within the capitalist system, by the hegemony of cognitive labor, laboring cooperation, digitization, and the biopolitical socialization of producing. We view this phase more generally as defined by social production. These are just the first coordinates of a map, or, really, three maps, that could be extended indefinitely. The different forms of money correspond in each period to specific temporalities of production, consumption, and exploitation. In the phase of primitive accumulation, 1a, labor time was linked to the rhythms of the earth and the natural world. The work of fishermen and agriculturalists was measured with the tides, the light of day, the cycles of seasons, the time of tasks, the time it takes to milk the cows, the time to weave a blanket, and so forth. The passage to the dominance of industry creates, as E. P. Thompson explains, 2a, a new inner sense of time, dictated by the precision and homogeneous units of the clock and divided by the working day into periods of production and reproduction. 5. A new sense of time emerges in the current phase. 3a, a continuous, undulating time that sheds the solid boundaries of both industrial time and primitive accumulation. Today the divisions of the working day are breaking down as work time and lifetime are increasingly mixed, and we are called on to be productive throughout all times of life. 6. With your smartphone in hand, you are never really away from work or off the clock, and for a growing number of people, constant access not only confuses the boundaries between work and leisure but also eats into the night and sleep. At all hours you can check your email or shop for shoes, read news updates or visit porn sites. The capture of value tends to extend to envelop all the time of life. We produce and consume in a global system that never sleeps. In the non-stop rhythms of neoliberalism we are, as Jonathan Crary says, progressively dispossessed of time. 7. In correspondence with these shifting temporalities, money today becomes ever more fluid and its measures less distinct, beginning perhaps with the floating exchange rates initiated by the decoupling of the US dollar from the gold standard in 1971. Perhaps it is money, writes Gilles Deleuze, analyzing this shift, that expresses the distinction between the two societies, disciplinary society and the society of control, best, since discipline always referred back to minted money that locks gold as numerical standard, while control relates to floating rates of exchange, modulated according to a rate established by a set of standard currencies. 8. The guarantees and solid pillars that support money in the phase of industrial discipline are progressively dissolved and money is unmoored in the phase of financial control. Money corresponds in each phase to different forms of the extraction of value, which is to say, different means of exploitation. In the phase of primitive accumulation, 1b, exploitation is accumulated in absolute surplus value through the dispossession and extraction of the common, and, at the monetary level, as a standard money, adequate to an accumulation based on possession, a fixed and strong measure in the guarantee of power. In the phase from the birth of manufacture until industrial capital becomes the protagonist of the economy, we have, 2b, an exploitation exercised primarily through the extraction of relative surplus value from a stable working class centered on large-scale industry, whose reproduction was guaranteed by the family wage and welfare structures. The corresponding money was formatted for the investment and credit needs of industrial management and industrial society. By the time of the New Deal in the United States, a series of state guarantees of investments and credit, such as federal deposit insurance, were emblematic of the ways that this money constituted an industrial class compromise. When the productive forms of post-Fordism emerge, dominated by finance capital, we have, 3b, a social, cognitive, biopolitical exploitation addressed to biopolitical surplus value extracted from a precarious class of workers as well as from reproductive activities and the terrains defined by the new commons. The money created by the financial conventions links biopolitical surplus value and rent, financial rent, property rent, and so forth, and also removes all the guarantees of the previous period. Melinda Cooper calls this shadow money, that is, money whose value is not formally underwritten or backstopped by the state. Whereas monetary guarantees previously corresponded to guarantees of employment, now the monetary instability of finance and speculation correspond to the precarity of labor. 9. The figure of money in each of these phases also corresponds to distinct modes and spheres of the extraction of value. We thus can add to our map, 1c, processes in which extraction involves the localized, immediate, and violent capture, the dispossession of labor and the commons, 2c, forms of extraction that correspond to industrial exploitation, an extraction measured by the portions of the working day, and, 3c, the extraction of value from the circulation of commodities, created by banks, taken from the commonwealth of productive social cooperation. The intensification of exploitation increases in parallel with its spatial extension up to the point that value is extracted throughout the entire society. Here finance capital represents the material fabric of the constitution of value. But to the same extent that the formation of value implies an entire social system, here the form of value implies a form of life. In the contemporary phase, Christian Marazzi writes, money is a form of value, a sedimentation in time of the forms of social activity that contribute to the production and the distribution of wealth. Money as a form of value is thus the set of relations, institutions, symbols, ideas, products of economic life, culture in both its linguistic and material forms, in which is fixed the incessant flow of life. 10. The relationship of money to property. Money as a form of property emerges here. The shifts in the dominant figure of capitalist property determine and correspond to distinct forms of money. Capitalist money, as many authors emphasize, is credit that has become impersonal and transferable. We have to look beyond the particular instances of the credit-debt relation, however, as Gunnar Heinsohn and Otto Steiger claim, to recognize the general nature of money as property. Specifically, in their terms, money is anonymized title to property. 11. This definition illuminates well the contours of the passage from the money of primitive accumulation to that of the era of industry. The dominant figure prior to large-scale industry, 1d, was immobile property, land most importantly, which in the final instance is grounded in a personal relation to the sovereign. With legal transformations such as the Enclosure Acts in England, land became transferable in this period, but with a series of drags or resistances. Mobile property, 2d, such as the innumerable commodities flowing out of the factories, is the characteristic property of the next period, and with it money takes ever more impersonal and mobile forms. The passage to the present era has brought a new dominant figure of property, 3d, which intensifies the characteristics of anonymity and mobility. In contrast to the materiality of industrial commodities and the physical restrictions of use, that is, the logic of scarcity, the dominant figures of property in the contemporary era including code, images, cultural products, patents, knowledge, and the like are largely immaterial and, more important, indefinitely reproducible. The floating, liquid nature of money, correspondingly, is embodied increasingly in digital and anonymized platforms, sometimes also through decentralized experiments such as Bitcoin and Ethereum. The considerations of money as a form of property lead us to rethink the modes of exploitation and appropriation of mental energies and the appropriation of cognitive labor power, that is, the brains of workers. But this form of labor power should be situated in a historical series of the shifts of the composition of labor power. In a first phase, 1e, concurrent with primitive accumulation, a generic labor power was pushed toward manufacture and the factories, after having been expropriated of the common resources of survival. Labor power is absorbed into the productive machines of nascent capitalism and submitted to a massive dressage. The intelligence of the worker is considered at this point simply a natural quality of the human BIP that substitutes for the quadruped in giving energy and being exploited, such that the dressage of bodies and that of brains functions together. One should not forget, of course, that in this form of exploitation the working day of artisanal workers is still in many respects managed in an independent way and characterized by the pride of their profession. Only with growing industrialization is their professional independence eliminated, to the point that the knowledge of the worker becomes totally subjugated to the mechanical processes of valorization. In the next phase, 2e, characterized by the first massification of labor power in manufacture and developing toward a more complete industrial massification, creating a mass worker, the capitalist system imposes a more complete subjugation of the bodies of workers. Taylorist methods and the scientific organization of work more generally absorb cognitive labor. And yet here exploited labor begins to appear as a mass opposed to command, and within this subjugated mass are liberated new technical knowledges. Within this intimate relationship between fixed capital and variable capital, as we saw in Part 2, the efforts of the class of capitalists to discipline the mass worker begin to break down, specifically with regard to the cognitive capacities of workers. The social crisis of Fordism and, more generally, factory production in the dominant countries thus reveals the upheaval resulting from, 3e, the emergence of cognitive labor. In this mutation, writes Carlo Vercellone, the organization of productive activities situated at the center of the process of the creation of surplus value depends always less on the technical decomposition of the production of labor in elementary and repetitive tasks prescribed by management. It is founded instead more and more on the cognitive organization of labor based on the polyvalence and the complementarity of diverse blocks of knowledge that the workers mobilize collectively to realize a productive project and to adapt to a dynamic of continuous change. Point 12. Here money, as the institutionalization of a social relation, as a social technology, must bend to the abstraction and maximum volatility that the mode of cognitive labor presents. Social informationalization and industrial automation, in addition to the centrality of research and development, make cognitive labor eponymous with the contemporary productive era. Money can also be described in reference to different temporalities of realization, which imply a process that moves from 1f, an initial, synchronic relation, in which valorization is realized in the immediate transformation of possession into money, up to figures in which money is valorized in increasingly extended time periods, in the circulation and the progressive extraction of the new commons. Gradually, 2f, synchrony is replaced by the temporality of credit of financial investments and, finally, 3f, that of the future-oriented projects of financial agreements. In other words, with respect to the passage from Fordism to post-Fordism, one should add that, whereas, Fordist, credit capital is predicated on the capital-labor relationship and thus obligated, so to speak, to follow closely the material relationship of exploitation, finance capital is a machine predisposed to future investment. It anticipates every industrial and monetary realization, and it is thus exposed to a higher level of risk that it can control only through state power. This verifies Marx's dictum regarding money: its functional existence, so to speak, absorbs its material existence. 13. Since this process or flow of monetary value, linked to the relationship of capital, is an antagonistic relationship, class struggle too is formed differently in this relationship. In a regime of primitive accumulation, 1g, popular struggles oppose the theft of the commons and the proletariat seeks the means of subsistence and survival. The old forms, either in mass jacqueries or small acts of sabotage, that emerge from peasant and plebeian cultures are introduced into the world of capitalist labor. In the wage regime of industrial production, 2g, the working class is presented as an independent variable that seeks the stability of the direct wage and the indirect wage, that is, welfare. The strike becomes here an essential instrument of struggle, and its force, as a means of resistance and making demands, takes on a political form, directed by the working class. Money assumes here a Keynesian function of mediating class struggle. Finally, in the regime of finance capital, 3g, class struggle is born from the recognition of the unity of capitalist command, which being socialized is abstract to the point that its mediation cannot but be a power, and thus the opposite of a form of mediation. The proletariat, all those who produce and reproduce social wealth reduced to a purely precarious role, engages struggles around a social wage of citizenship. Class struggle, therefore, extending beyond the factory, permeates all of society. The social strike thus becomes the form of mobilization of large social sectors to maintain or enlarge welfare, and class struggle becomes completely political or, better, biopolitical. 14. The political figures of work, whether in syndicalist form and whether immediately political or not, contribute to defining monetary relations also in another way. In the phase of primitive accumulation, 1h, the authorities that presided over monetary policy began to settle accounts with workers' guilds and with the mutualistic structures, which no longer simply distributed the surpluses of lordly luxury as acts of charity and philanthropy, the presence of which affected the domestic market, weakening mercantilist policies and those of physiocratic liberalism. Emblematic, in this regard, was the law proposed by Louis Michel Le Pelletier against any form of labor organizing during the French Revolution. Such disturbance of monetary relations expanded in the period of manufacture and large-scale industry. 2h. Trade union action, now structurally tied to political and party organizations acting on the parliamentary level, was able to affect the structure of industrial salaries, both direct wages of workers and indirect, social incomes, and thus the organic composition of capital itself, that is, the relation between constant and variable capital. Money cannot be indifferent to the institutional movements and the Keynesian monetary policies born as attempts to regulate these relationships. Finally, 3h, as the value of money is being determined on the global terrain, it undergoes conflicts with the restless movements of the multitude and diverse social coalitions. One set of theories of money focuses on the institutions that have the power to create money, and in each of the three phases of the capitalist mode of production the combination and priority of those institutions shift. Class rule is supported and reproduced, from this perspective, not only because the ruling class possesses most of the money but also and primarily because its institutions have the power to create it. In the period of primitive accumulation, 1i, states and banks maintain a monopoly over the creation of money. States create money through control over the currency and, most important, by declaring what it will accept for the discharge of tax debt. Banks create money primarily in the form of credit by making loans of greater value than their reserves. There is competition at times but also a profound collaboration between states and banks in the creation and management of money. Whereas in the phase of primitive accumulation, states maintain relative control over banks, in the phase of large-scale industry, 2i, this priority tends to be reversed. As Hilferding and Lenin recognized, the birth of finance capital corresponds to the predominance of banks in the direction and coordination of production. In this period industrial firms are also sources of the creation of money. Bernard Schmidt, for example, explains how, through the circulation of money in the production process, industry creates money. Money is enriched in the industrial process like blood is enriched in circulation, blood does not circulate always the same, identical to itself, it is enriched by oxygen and then depleted. In the same way, money in circulation in the body of society is enriched with objective power to purchase the current products, and then it loses its power with the final purchase of these goods. 15. In the phase of industrial hegemony, the creation of money is thus accomplished by the state-bank corporation nexus. Finally, in the contemporary phase, 3i, the creation of money is determined primarily by financial instruments. Finance summarizes all the previous modes, banks and businesses backed by state guarantees, and adds to them a further, extractive means of creating money. To some extent, financial instruments generate money in the manner of lending banks, that is, by lending more money than they have. In a less obvious way, but perhaps more importantly, finance generates money in the manner of business, that is, through the capture of value socially produced. The generation of money by rent-bearing capital stands in relation to that of industrial capital as the apparatus of capture in relation to profit. Finance has today achieved dominance over the other capitalist institutions of the power to create money, state, bank, and business. Finally, one can also pose with respect to monetary forms, if we allow ourselves rather broad analogies, different forms of government. In sections H and I above we concentrated primarily on the internal dynamics, and now we should move, as much as possible, to a global perspective. The monarchies of conquest and colonization designated the form of government, 1j, that best suited the state guarantee and the faith of the capitalist class in a money of violent accumulation, the dispossession of the commons, and the definition of private property in terms of standard measure. The money of the great European powers of this phase stood firmly on not only the gold and silver stolen from the mines of Guinea and Potosi but also the slave trade, slave production, the expropriation of lands through the exterminations of native peoples, and so many other brutal methods. The ingots that supported the money of this phase were mixed with equal parts of gold and blood. In the phase of manufacturing and industrial accumulation, 2j, oligarchic capitalist governments wedded with imperialist regimes corresponded to the control of credit money or investment money in the function of the production construction of political and social mediations. The governments of this phase are no less brutal and bloody than those of primitive accumulation, but their violence tends to take different forms. The slave plantations in the Americas coexist for a long period with the creation of factories in Europe. The plantation in many ways provides a testing ground and a blueprint for the industrial organization of labor and its disciplinary dispositives. Imperialist regimes created myriad such divisions and correspondences between industrial exploitation in the dominant parts of the world and a wide variety of brutal methods of disciplining in the subordinated. The sound money and monetary guarantees of the dominant nation-states rested not so much on gold reserves but on value extracted by the intertwined disciplinary regimes of industry and imperialism. Finally, a global form of governance, a distributed and multilevel empire, 3j, is emerging today to organize money as a form of life and biopolitical institution of labor and exploitation, and to establish the political control necessary for the reproduction of a class society. Nation-states, especially the dominant ones, fulfill essential functions in this emerging form of governance, but they are not able, even together in multilateral collaboration, to exert sovereign control. Financial markets, instead, are key to the creation today of something approaching a world money, which is based on the abstraction and extraction, the biopolitical exploitation, of the value produced by social life in its entirety. The following table summarizes the social relations that the changing forms of money institutionalize. The social relations of capitalist money. Objektiver Geist. George Simmel, in his sociological analysis of money, emphasizes both its impersonal, that is, objective, character and its social generality. Money is Objektiver Geist, objective spirit. Stripped of its Hegelian clothing, this formula means that money institutionalizes the structure of social relations. Geist indicates the social structure, and objective rather than subjective Geist refers to the institutional, structural social formation. Simmel's formula is thus in line with and condenses brilliantly a tradition that interprets money in the era of industrial capital as an institution that structures the entire social terrain. 16. Simmel is perhaps the first philosopher to develop his research within a completely reified world, that is, reduced to a horizon of commodities, and he does so in materialist terms. Neither Bergson, who evokes social flows that are ever more spiritual, nor Heidegger, who links reification to a being that cannot be saved, does that. Simmel recognizes a contemporary condition in which money has become the horizon of life, the lived experience of human interchange. He then defines its objective figure as measure of the social division of labor and of society in its entirety. Some of the authors who followed after him, such as Lukács and Adorno, develop this image, enlarging and deepening the concept of reification well beyond the shadow that money casts over society, analyzing the reification of both nature and civilization. We will return to these problems shortly, linking this specific determination of money, as a complex function, to the analysis of the social reality, of the factory and the metropolis, of the market and its state organization. One wonderful aspect of Simmel's sociology of money is the way that, by grasping the flow of value and its transformations as dynamics of subjectivity, he manages to anticipate central aspects of the passage from large-scale industry to the new biopolitical forms of accumulation. Many authors living in the heart of Paris and Berlin in the early 20th century, including Lukács, Benjamin, and Krakauer, were able, in different ways, to interpret the social forms of finance capital, but Simmel was able also to read the seeds of its future transformations. He anticipates the power of money in a society tragically commodified, but a society that is also pervaded by the production of subjectivity. The process by which labor becomes a commodity is thus only one side of the far-reaching process of differentiation by which specific contents of the personality are detached in order for them to confront the personality as objects with an independent character and dynamics. 17. Simmel emphasizes the growing social role of the intellect and cognitive production as parallel to the expansion of the money economy. This form of life not only presupposes a remarkable expansion of mental processes, but also their intensification, a fundamental reorientation of culture towards intellectuality. The idea that life is essentially based on intellect, and that intellect is accepted in practical life as the most valuable of our mental energies, goes hand in hand with the growth of a money economy. Economic value thus reflects and transforms the social world of subjective and intellectual development. It objectifies subjective values. Money is a reification of the general form of existence according to which things derive their significance from their relationship to each other. 18. These processes of objectification and reification, however, do not flatten the social field. Instead, society is characterized by a constant play between economic, commodity, and monetary pressures and the emergence of singular subjectivities and forms of life. When recognizing the city as a zone of reification, Simmel, like Henry Lefebvre and David Harvey, two other authors who study the city in similar ways, recognizes it is not a pale, devitalized, or inexpressive context but a fabric on which, under the weight of domination, life does not stop. The reified city is a world of living, plural, dialectical relationships and effects, on whose monstrous surface act resistant forms of life. This would be more Terry Gilliam's Brazil than Fritz Lang's Metropolis. Simmel does at times sing the praises of finance capital and its styles of life. Money payment, he claims, is the form most congruent with personal freedom, and money establishes a general relation between a money economy and the principle of individualism. 19. Is Simmel spinning mystifications? Probably. He cannot manage to transform his analytical and critical standpoint into a praxis of liberation. Lukács calls him a real philosopher of impressionism and attacks him, precisely, for his elusive views on money. 20. But Simmel's occasional mystifications regarding money and finance should not blind us to the real power of his analysis. The impressionistic analytic is exemplary as an intuition or, better, an anticipation of the future in which money and finance extract value biopolitically from the production of subjectivity. For simul money retains an ontological character, which means, in part, that money is not merely for counting or storing value. Money instead is the reality of a social relationship, indicating, variously, the division of labor, the separation of the social classes, the synthesis of physicality and intellectuality, or the superposition of subjection and freedom. There is always an ontological level, that is, a historically determinate social relationship, from which money cannot be freed. There is no money stripped of social relationships, it is always clothed with social being, and thus always a biopolitical figure. It is thus difficult to square simul's notion of money with the claims of various contemporary digital currencies, which are presented as mere vehicles of value, outside of social life. Digital currencies, even when autonomous from states and generated by algorithmic machines, will be no different at heart than other contemporary forms of money as long as they continue to reinforce the dominant social relations. A new money, to use our earlier formulation, must institutionalize a new social relation. Even if the current digital currencies cannot do this, however, we should read in the enthusiasm that they often generate, in addition to the dreams of some to get rich quick, the utopian desire of a money that could indicate and express a fundamentally new society. 21. One should ask, at this point, whether for simul money is free of relations of power. He does not really pose this question, perhaps deluded by the supposed neutrality of sociological research. But for one who has so deeply studied the worldly reality of money and who allows us to consolidate, from an ontological standpoint, the efforts of comprehension and classification, it is easy to recognize in him an untamed critical spirit that, having grasped with such lucidity the money-reification relationship, does not shy away from this question. Like simul, David Harvey understands money in terms of social value conceived most generally. 22 Whereas simul's analysis stops with the fact that objektiver Geist is a structured, institutionalized world in which the relationships interpreted by money have replaced nature with the metropolis, that is, the objective spirit of the productive machine of the being together of subjects. Harvey goes one step further, drawing the consequences of the power relationships that simul does not manage to confront. Money, he asserts, claims to represent the value of social labor but in many respects distorts or even falsifies it. This gap between money and the value it represents constitutes a foundational contradiction of capital. 23 And the contradiction, for him, is a potential point of departure for struggling against capitalist social relations and, eventually, creating an alternative. On private property and its dematerialization. The dominant figures of property today, such as code, images, information, knowledges, and cultural products, often protected by copyrights and patents, are largely immaterial and reproducible. This dematerialization of property seems to proceed hand in hand with the dematerialization of money. And yet what appears dematerialized with regard to form is much less so, or not at all, with regard to relationships. These, in fact, are the substance that defines the social order. Gunnar Heinsohn and Otto Steiger emphasize how the system of property relations remains central in the transformation of monetary forms. Money, they claim, cannot be understood only in terms of credit. Money is created in a credit contract but is not itself a credit. Instead, they argue, as we noted earlier, money itself is anonymized title to property. 24 Recognizing money as title to property is important because that is how money is materialized, despite its appearing dematerialized when considering only its form. Here instead, for Heinsohn and Steiger, the form is absorbed in the relationship. The history of money is stripped from its merely formal existence and seen instead as an interpretation and guarantee of value. At the same time, money and property cannot be separated from the market and its fluctuations, as when some consider property the refuge in the final instance for the possessor of money. In fact, money is not title to any specific property, it is an anonymized title, and in this way money refers to, and reproduces, the entire system of property relations. Money reproduces not so much the material figure of property but the set of conditions that permit the existence of a society of private law, or private property, contract, credit, and individual rights, understood as the inter-individual fabric and institutional structure of the social order. Ordo-liberal and neoliberal economists generally take the opposing view and contest the possibility of a passage from property as title to property as relationship, thus maintaining a substantialist conception of the property institution-money relationship. This ordo-liberal position dominated German economics after the Second World War and was central in the constitution of the European Union. It presented conflicting claims, however, affirming the absolute preeminence of the market, active property, and homo economicus, but also insisting that the state ultimately underwrite and support property relations. Whereas property appears as a title of citizenship, property relations and market order are made independent of the social relations and relations of force among the classes. An independent central bank guarantees the monetary measures of this order. This is, obviously, a debatable ideological claim, but it is politically potent and, as we said, was realized both in Europe and elsewhere in the latter half of the 20th century. In this context, property, and here ordo-liberalism reveals its profound kinship with neoliberalism, is not only a right but also a sphere of rights, a general rule of value and the organization of social life. 25 In ordo-liberalism, this ideological proposition is legitimate by a political project to support property and business, with some reactionary inflections regarding small agricultural property, for example, the peasant note of political economy in Wilhelm Röpke's work. 26 This materialization, or in Röpke even naturalization, of money today sounds so antiquated. Much more effective and contemporary is the vision of property of Walter Eucken, founder of the ordo-liberal school in Freiburg, whose philosophical thought is grounded in Edmund Husserl's intentional logic. Eucken's institutionalism is based on the assumption that property and market spring from nature and are constituted in an ontological dimension, balancing needs for security and trust in institutions. Another characteristic element of ordo-liberalism, the Freiburg school, in particular, is that it brings together the work of philosophers, economics, and legal scholars to form a coherent theoretical complex. The constitutional order of property and the market becomes an insuperable horizon, and the state becomes the guardian of a competitive order. Ordo-liberalism thus becomes a theory of private property institutionally supported by the state and an independent central bank that guarantees the value of money. This last point creates the break between Eucken and Hayek, effectively dividing ordo-liberalism and neoliberalism, after they together flirted with the Mont Pelerin Society. But, despite this break, they still share a common dogma, the absolute defense of private property. The difference is merely in the means to realize that goal. 27. A central historical moment in the gradual dematerialization of money was the 1971 U.S. decision to decouple the dollar from the gold standard, the so-called Nixon shock, which demonstrated how much free market liberalism and the international monetary order had been an illusion. The dollar had become the global standard and its increased power aided the imperial materialization of U.S. monetary command. There was no longer pretense in this framework of any real relationship between property and money and no longer any basis for maintaining an equilibrium between them, no fixed or natural rule, independent from the historical development of political command. It was inevitable that monetary crises would proliferate in this new era, and we will return to them in the next section. There appeared to be a flight of money not only from private property but also from the very equilibriums that the nation-states established between the value of money and social relationships, including property relations. When the equilibriums are gone, command is all that remains. The financialization of the economy, in which this command is incarnated today, is increasingly global. Monetary engineering imposes a fluid mechanics on the banking system. On this basis arise perverse phenomena, such as the securitization of debt that led, in the first decade of this century, to the explosion of the subprime bubble. These events, driven by a tireless financialization, have become so widespread and continuous that they undermine every attempt to rearrange and re-establish a stable relationship between money and value, creating an infernal circle with no exit. Financialization, Christian Marazzi argues, is no longer a parasitical deviation of the economy but instead its dominant form, coordinated with the new processes of the production of value. Financialization and the financial crises that follow from it have become, in fact, the primary form of the accumulation of capital. 28. The dematerialization of property can also be recognized in the shift, which scholars have analyzed for more than a century, from the property enterprise to the managerial enterprise. Whether ownership is maintained in the hands of a single family or spread widely among many shareholders, the manager increasingly assumes the position of control. The entrepreneurial function gains autonomy with respect to property and the manager is transformed into an entrepreneur without property, which emerges as the dominant figure in business. Financial globalization further accelerates this process. The world of neoliberal production and accumulation requires financial management, rather than the old functions of the business owner. Entrepreneurship thus loses the characteristics that used to make the relationship between property and enterprise the center of development, and the fable of the heroic business owner evaporates, along with all the ideological claims that from Locke onward linked property and enterprise to labor. On the financial horizon, where money is king, the dematerialization of property is, in the end, celebrated by the new managerial figures of business command. These consequences of the neoliberal, and, even more, ordoliberal, geist of private property demonstrate the extent to which private property has been emptied of material bases. And as private property is dematerialized, the nature of money is revealed to be ever more purely political. This is why to understand how money functions today we must focus on no longer a stable form of money but instead the changing relationships among property owners and political forces. We should not be surprised, then, when right-wing voices in the United States, including politicians and respectable economists, indignantly demand the abolition of the Federal Reserve. Such calls to defend sound money are merely political attempts to return to the social order, with its hierarchies and forms of command, that money previously institutionalized while claiming those social relations are natural and necessary. Crises arise from below. Up to this point we have analyzed the capitalist transformation and management of social production, and exploitation, under the hegemony of money and finance as a relatively linear process. But, in fact, this process is composed of cycles punctuated by spectacular crises. The onset of crisis may be sudden and unexpected, but capital always manages quickly to govern it politically and set in motion a machine of restructuring. After crisis strikes, capital transforms the social and political horizon so as to make workers and the poor pay the bill. Capital introduces new automation, raising both productivity and unemployment. It increases poverty and threatens the survival of the poor, lowering the direct and indirect forms of relative wage. It abolishes legislation that had protected workers, and, perhaps most important, capital uses crisis as an opportunity to further privatize public and common services and goods. Disaster capitalism. Capital uses crises to leap forward in its project of social transformation. 29. The neoliberal view of cycle and crisis preserves some elements of previous capitalist theories but adds a new inflection. Whereas Keynes considered the business cycle a process that progressively gathers together the factors of social production, and whereas in Schumpeter that gathering can take place only on condition that periodically the structures of production and its technologies are, creatively, destroyed and reconstructed, the neoliberal approach seeks opportunities to increase the distance, and thus the abstraction, of capitalist command from productive and reproductive processes. The relationships of production, which mark the terrain of inevitable and continuous social conflicts, have always been a nightmare for capitalists, who would wish them away if they could. They pretend that production refers only to stock market values and that the relationships of production and reproduction are configured only through money and its control by the collective capitalist, ultimately by independent central banks. It is easy to see how ridiculous this idea is, like the ideology of the end of history. But that does not necessarily make it any less effective. We need to recognize, despite neoliberal ideology that obscures the terrain of social production, That crisis, although governed from above, always arises from below, from the antagonisms, resistances, and demands that course through capitalist society. The current crisis is one demonstration, among many, of how this comes about. Thus far we have analyzed the development of neoliberalism only in single frames and scenes. Now the film can be assembled and completed. For the origins of the current crisis we need to look back not to 2007 but the 1970s, the height of the long cycle of struggles that threatened the capitalist order, when the Keynesian equilibrium of post-war growth was falling apart. That is when capital's frantic search for a response began. Already in the 1970s many radical economists including Joachim Hirsch, Clausewitz, James O'Connor, Nicolas Balances, the French authors of the Regulation School, and the Italian operaisti developed critical analyses of the emerging neoliberal uses of and responses to crisis. 30 They examined the series of capitalist policies intended to go beyond Keynesianism and the feudal attempts to maintain a link between economic development and representative democracy. And, most important, they highlighted the state regulatory mechanisms designed to respond to the social and class struggles of the 1960s and 70s, offering a powerful framework for understanding both how the crisis was born and how capitalist forces were weathering and managing it. It was obvious to them that crisis had welled up from below, driven by the accumulation of demands for social justice, including pressure for increased wages and welfare and, ultimately, that any solution would have to be grounded in the power of the struggles. These authors focused in particular on the monetary regime because that is mainly where the capitalist response was centered. The strategy of inflation in the 1970s, for instance, had two primary effects: from one side, the impoverishment of social sectors that relied on fixed incomes, effectively reducing wages, and, from the other, favoring business and corporate borrowers. High inflation, wrote Lepo Berti at the time, was revealed to be not a contingent disturbance or an abnormal phenomenon of the process of development, but rather a necessary mode of the entire process of the production and reproduction of capital, once it had reached a certain level of development. 31 Crisis, then, which came from below, from the struggles, from the antagonistic dynamic, drove capitalist development, and it was controlled from above primarily through inflation first and financialization later. Wolfgang Streeck, who builds on the work of these authors, analyzes the current crisis similarly as arising from below. He understands the capitalist response as a Zeitkauf, an attempt to buy time and to defer the most violent effects of crisis, but even though today's processes of financialization were initiated to defuse the power of class and social struggles, in the end instead of righting the capitalist ship they further deepened its crisis. 32 Streeck understands the development of the current crisis and responses to it in three stages. When the 1970s policies of inflation became unsustainable and ineffective, and when the so-called fiscal state became unable to meet with tax revenues the spending imposed on it by the demands of workers' movements and other social movements, that first stage passed into a second in which state debt progressively became the prime mechanism to guarantee the regulation and reproduction of the capitalist system. The tax state, Streeck claims, was transformed into a debt state. 33 As nation-states became ever more indebted to financial markets, their sovereignty declined and they became increasingly subject to international pressures of creditors and international organs of control. The global markets imposed a sort of international justice on nation-states. Finally, beginning in the 1990s, with the increasingly unsustainable indebtedness of states, public debt was shifted to private hands primarily through processes of financialization, which at first seemed to calm but soon greatly exacerbated the crisis. Finance capital, now organized globally, is able to impose its own sovereignty directly over populations, a sovereignty that is not legitimate or legal in any traditional sense but nonetheless effective, a sovereignty that increasingly enacts the depoliticization of the economy and the democratization of politics. We are in broad agreement with Streeck's analysis up to this point. Inflation, public debt, and private debt are so many mechanisms to buy time and defer the crisis, although none of them can address its foundations. But after having magisterially analyzed the role of resistance and revolt in initiating the crisis, recognizing the revolutionary responsibility of the working class and social struggles of the 1960s and 70s, Streeck then drops them completely. In his estimation, in fact, all antagonistic subjects capable of challenging capitalist rule have now disappeared. 34 Certainly, if you are looking for a working class with the political composition it had in the 20th century, you will not find it here. But you have to recognize that living labor, even when disorganized, even when reduced to precarity, is still there, and, moreover, that production has taken increasingly social forms, in intellectual, cognitive, affective, and cooperative relationships. Moreover, even though neoliberalism seeks to produce docile subjects compatible with its rule, there continually arise new subjectivities that are social and intelligent, capable of spawning new crises and, ultimately, challenging capitalist rule. The current situation is constituted by a new relationship of power, between a capitalist command organized through finance that accumulates through the extraction of value generated in social production, and ever more socialized productive forces, which are sometimes difficult to recognize but whose power is real. Analyzing the ways that capital uses and manages crisis from above and how it profits from disasters is certainly important, and the indignation it generates is often satisfying. But it is crucial also to read crisis from below and recognize the power of the social forces that give rise to it. Throughout the periods of the current crisis, from the 1970s to today, while capital has invented new tactics to combat or accommodate mass social and worker struggles, the forces of resistance have adapted too. Despite all the mechanisms that extract the value they produce, they have been enriched by widespread knowledges, social capacities, and potentials for subjectification. The same forces that gave rise to crisis, from below, now must be able to move beyond the capitalist crisis machine. They will have to write the next chapter in this story. Marxist debates 2, Crisis. Marxist authors have long debated the nature and causes of capitalist crises, and, moreover, the regularity and inevitability of crises is central to their condemnation of the rule of capital. Contemporary capitalist crises, however, do not fit well in the primary models that Marx himself formulated, at least those most often cited. Other aspects of Marx's work, in fact, are more useful for interpreting capitalist crisis in the age of social production and financial extraction. Marx's most widespread views about crisis focus on the anarchic nature of capitalist production and circulation, and thus the periodic imbalances that interrupt the process. 35 A first group of his observations regards horizontal coordination failures among parts of the cycle, for example, among sectors of production and circulation. Blockage at any stage can throw the entire system into crisis. A second set of analyses focuses on the vertical disproportions between production and consumption, that is, crises that result from overproduction or underconsumption. The ultimate cause of capitalist crisis, from this perspective, is the poverty, and hence the limited potential for consumption, of the population, coupled with the drive of capital constantly to increase production. Analysis of such horizontal and vertical breakdowns is certainly still important today, but that is not enough to explain crises of recent decades. A contemporary theory of crisis, Marxist or other, must address the expanding socialization of labor power and the growing command of finance and money. Perhaps paradoxically, Marx's much maligned theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall helps us better understand crisis in the contemporary world. It is true that relating crises to the falling rate of profit presupposes too many intermediate steps to be a particularly useful theory when seen in crude objective terms, as economists generally understand it. But when we see the law from the standpoint of the working class and as a result of social antagonism, then things look somewhat different. The law says, in essence, that in the course of development the average social rate of profit tends to fall in proportion to the progressive concentration of capital, value invested in fixed capital, such as machinery, increases with respect to that invested in labor, both in order to increase productivity and to minimize exposure to worker antagonism. capital is forced to ever higher levels of concentration, which exacerbate the conditions for crisis. When Marx claims that the real limit to capitalist production is capital itself, then, he means that capitalist crisis is neither pathological nor accidental, but is part and parcel of its development's inner essence and tendency. Even though he conceives it as a law, Marx does not burden this theory with catastrophist implications. In fact, he proceeds immediately to consider all the countervailing tendencies. One particularly useful observation is that the centralization of capital dictated by the law brings with it an increasing socialization of production. Production loses its private character, he asserts, and becomes a social process, not formally in the sense that all production subject to exchange is social because of the dependence of the producers on one another and the necessity for presenting their labor as abstract social labor, but in actual fact. For the means of production are employed as communal, social means of production, and therefore are not determined by the fact that they are the property of an individual, but by their relation to production, and the labor likewise performed on a social scale. 36. The centralization of capital, then, in addition to fostering crises, increases the socialization of production, and thus raises the specter of the powers of social labor, which, of course, portends further crises. When we adopt Marx's theory of the falling rate of profit as a motor of crises today, however, we are faced with at least two important difficulties. The first is the totalizing relationship he assumes between capital, which as it accumulates creates a general rate of profit, and the entire mass of labor power, that is, the multitude exploited on a social scale. This perspective tends to mask and obscure the plural forms of exploitation and domination across society, as well as the diverse figures of resistance that rise up against those forms. That said, it is important to recognize that finance capital and its extractive structures of accumulation do cast a totalizing net over all of society, tending to pose in direct confrontation the rich and the poor, the exploiters and the exploited, configuring every form of governance as a command over the exception, spawning endless wars and dictatorships. Recognizing the totalizing effects of finance capital, however, should not lead to catastrophic or apocalyptic prophecies, and hence to extremist forms of resistance. Moreover, we should not meet one process of totalization with another, rather than creating a unified subject of resistance. In other words, we need to recognize how the contemporary situation poses the potential for coalition among the diverse social subjectivities that resist the rule of finance capital. The second difficulty has to do with the reappropriation of fixed capital by the multitude, which we analyzed and called for above. Such reappropriation, to the extent it can be carried forward, constitutes a real counter-tendency, distributing rather than concentrating accumulated productive wealth. This does not contradict the law of the falling rate of profit, but shows instead how within capitalist development, especially in the phase of financial command, the potential for resistance and alternative politics continue and increase. As the composition of labor changes and it gains the capacity to appropriate technologies and organize social cooperation autonomously, it gains too the potential to act immediately at an ethical and political level, posing the dignity of social creation and the constituent joy of producing the common. This counter-tendency, in other words, touches on the plural realities of social and class struggle. The intersection of financial totalization and social reappropriation casts in new light the material relationship between formal subsumption and real subsumption that we spoke of earlier. Formal subsumption is a widespread phenomenon that acts within and beyond the terrain of the real subsumption, not only a before but also a during and after. The complete domination of society by capital, that is, the real subsumption, is countered by the opening, through dynamics of reappropriation on the part of social production, of spaces for the production of freedom and the emergence of new social differences. On the political terrain, this creates new potentials, institutional autonomies, dynamics of independent subjectivation, complex knowledges enacted through transformative original practices, and more. These are some of the potentials we will analyze in Part 3. The crises of finance capital, then, do not simply repeat the characteristics of industrial crises. There are still, of course, crises of circulation and overproduction of the traditional commodities, as well as crises of the circulation of money and financial products, and all of these crises mix together. But contemporary crises also result from the difficulties of capital in controlling the relationships of exploitation and command. The constituent antagonisms of social, cooperative, and cognitive production arise within finance capital and strike at the heart of its extractive mechanisms. In this regard, finance capital suffers a crisis not of hysteria but of paranoia. If the technical composition of social and cooperative labor were to be given a political body, finance capital would probably recognize it as its absolute other. Chapter 12. Neoliberal administration out of joint. To say that money institutionalizes and reproduces social relations and relations of property, and thus class hierarchy, is a kind of shorthand. Money and finance do not rule on their own. Neoliberal social relations and relations of production must be administered and managed by institutions spread throughout society. Standard narratives see the emergence of neoliberal administration from the crisis of modern bureaucracy. According to one accepted view, globalization, or more specifically the increasingly global circuits of capital, undermines the sovereignty of nation-states and thus also destabilizes and weakens the institutions and practices of administration in its modern, bureaucratic, state-based form. The powers of finance, processes of privatization, and institutions of neoliberal administration move in to fill the void. A complementary narrative maintains that national sovereignties and modern administration were not only attacked from the outside but also hollowed out from within by various forms of corruption. In what Sheldon Volin calls inverted totalitarianism, corporations exert increasing control over the government through lobbying and other forms of legalized corruption. Governments are unable not only effectively to regulate the banks and finance but also to take even the most basic actions of administration, such as budgeting, maintaining infrastructure, and providing social services. In short, modern administration and national sovereignties may have been attacked from without, but they were already crumbling from within. 1. Such narratives about the passage from modern to neoliberal administration are useful, but because they see the development only from above, their vision is partial and they miss the essential elements of the process. We argued in Chapter 8 that the real, living motor that threw modern administration into crisis emerged from below, the creative and cooperating circuits of the productive multitude, its increasing capacities, knowledges, and access to information, and its reappropriation of fixed capital. People began to develop, in other words, the social and organizational capacities to administer together their own lives. The key to understanding neoliberal administrative institutions and practices, then, is to see them as a response to the resistances, the revolts, the projects of freedom, and the capacities for autonomy of the multitude. Neoliberal administration is a weapon designed to contain and absorb the energies and abilities that made modern bureaucracy no longer tenable. Neoliberal freedom. Neoliberal ideology sings the praises of freedom, and in this respect, it is the pinnacle of the modern conservative and libertarian traditions that put individual liberties at the center of the political agenda, including the freedom of property ownership, freedom from government control, the freedom of individual entrepreneurial initiative, and so forth. Some of these notions of freedom are simple mystifications. When you hear someone celebrating private property as the basis of freedom, you should remember Robert Hale's argument that when governments protect property rights, they are exerting coercion against all those excluded from access to and control of that property. Seen at a social rather than individual level, in a kind of Orwellian reversal, freedom means servitude. 2 Similarly, when neoliberals preach small government, they most often mean larger budgets to fund the protection of property, the myriad security apparatuses, border fences, military programs, and so on. Neoliberalism, in other words, is not laissez-faire and does not involve a decline of governmental activity or coercion. A neoliberal governmental intervention, writes Michel Foucault, is no less dense, frequent, active, and continuous than in any other system. 3 Neoliberal freedom, understood as the lack or decline of governmental action and coercion, then, is largely an illusion. It means not less but a different kind of governmental action and coercion. Beneath neoliberalism's mystified notions of freedom, however, we can sometimes discern the heartbeat of real instances of social autonomy. Keep in mind that neoliberalism does not rule over a desert or even a sea of victims. Instead, it must control a dynamic realm of cooperating subjectivities, and it lives on the back of their increasingly autonomous social production, capturing value through the various forms of extraction we discussed in Chapter 10. To understand neoliberalism, then, we need to keep our eyes on both levels. Neoliberal figures of entrepreneurship, for example, have to be understood both as mystification and as symptom of real forces of freedom. Under neoliberalism, Foucault maintains, the traditional liberal figure of a homo economicus returns, no longer as partner of exchange, as in classical liberalism, but instead as entrepreneur. Homo economicus is an entrepreneur of himself. This means, Foucault continues, generalizing the enterprise form within the social body or social fabric such that individuals are not really isolated entrepreneurs but instead the individual's life itself with his relationships to his private property, for example, with his family, household, insurance, and retirement must make him into a sort of permanent and multiple enterprise. For this entrepreneurial figure, however, in our view, is not really an invention of neoliberal ideologues but instead an interpretation and appropriation in distorted form of the increasingly autonomous forms of social production. Can't you hear throughout Foucault's lectures, sometimes sotto voce, a critical recognition of the resistances and struggles for liberation across society? The generalization of the enterprise form in the social fabric also points in the opposite direction to neoliberalism, toward the freedom and autonomy of cooperative social subjectivities. Before and beneath the neoliberal homo economicus, in other words, we find the entrepreneurship of the multitude. Recognizing this connection should not in any way validate the neoliberal claims to freedom. Instead, it should highlight the power of the resistant subjectivities that are subjected to neoliberalism and emphasize how neoliberal administration attempts to mold them into subjects that are, as Foucault says, eminently governable. 5. In practical terms, the freedom to be an entrepreneur of yourself and administer your own life translates for most into precarity and poverty. The most vicious aspect of neoliberal ideology, in fact, is not the discourse on the freedom of the property owner or the capitalist entrepreneur, but the celebration of the freedom of workers and the lowest members of society. Peter Drucker, a neoliberal enthusiast, encouraged by the first years of the Reagan administration, sounds as if he attended Foucault's lectures and mistook Foucault's critical voice for affirmation. Drucker maintains that the primary obstacle for workers to become entrepreneurs of themselves is the stable, guaranteed job for life. To create an entrepreneurial society, therefore, the power of trade unions must be broken because the employment stability they offer discourages workers from innovating in their lives and continuously refashioning themselves. Similarly, he continues, the permanence of public institutions, such as universities and government agencies, must be destroyed because the social stability they offer similarly discourages self-innovation. One implication of this is that individuals will increasingly have to take responsibility for their own continuous learning, and relearning, for their own self-development and their own careers. The assumption from now on has to be that individuals on their own will have to find, determine, and develop a number of careers during their working lives. 6. Workers in a neoliberal entrepreneurial society are essentially bird-free, that is, free from stable employment, welfare services, state assistance, free to manage their own precarious lives as best they can and survive. What lovely hypocrisy! The Japanese term used to refer to the growing population of precarious youth, Frieder, Furida, a combination of free and Arbeiter, contains all the bitter irony of the neoliberal freedom of individual workers made entrepreneurs of themselves. Japanese media and politicians pin the blame for ever greater levels of labor and social precarity not on the neoliberal transformations but on the victims themselves. Youth have bad attitudes toward work, they maintain, and are too lazy to commit to the hard work of a stable job. In the inverted reality of neoliberal ideology, the only freedom imaginable is that of the Frieder, a freedom of poverty and insecurity. Point 7. And yet you should not let your indignation at the crass mystifications of neoliberal ideology and the cruelties of neoliberal policy blind you to the dynamics of social cooperation that reside beneath them. Don't let the empty neoliberal exhortations to become an entrepreneur of yourself make you overlook the entrepreneurship of the multitude. The characteristics of neoliberal entrepreneurship are repeated in various forms of compulsory individual self-management and self-administration. In the minutest practices of daily life, neoliberal administration provides and imposes the means for self-management, self-service, self-checkout, self-check-in, and so forth. In many instances, new technologies allow companies to make entire categories of workers redundant by outsourcing services to consumers. You pump your own gas, buy your own plane ticket, and check yourself out of the grocery store, and you can do it all with an app on your smartphone. Even simple digital interactions can require hours of tedium deleting spam from your inbox, installing software updates, inventing and remembering innumerable passwords. The rhythms of technological consumption, writes Jonathan Crary, are inseparable from the requirement of continual self-administration. Every new product or service presents itself as essential for the bureaucratic organization of one's life, and there is an ever-growing number of routines and needs that constitute this life that no one has actually chosen. 8. And the key is that you want all this, it's easier and faster to do it yourself. Neoliberalism creates, at its lowest level, a bureaucracy of one, a structure of individual self-management in which it is difficult to distinguish freedom from constraint. It appears to be liquid and open to more decentare and participatory mechanisms that function from below, but that apparent participation and fluidity are really captured from above. Finance and the forms of capital that extract value from social production rely on the self-management and self-organization of production and cooperation. What finance reads or attempts to capture, Veronica Gago writes, is the dynamic of subjects linked to the structuring of new entrepreneurial, self-managed labor forms arising from the poor sectors in parallel with their condemnation to excess or surplus populations. 9. Is neoliberal freedom, then, merely freedom from social responsibilities for the wealthy and the corporations while the rest are convinced that their enslavement is actually their freedom? Yes, in part, but something more substantial is going on too, which can be recognized only from below. Beneath neoliberalism, as Gago suggests, are social forms of self-management and cooperation, whose value it seeks to extract. We should remember, of course, that self-management was one of the core demands of the struggles throughout the world of colonized peoples, feminists, the racially subordinated, organized workers, and others that reached a peak in the 1960s and 70s. Those struggles not only made society ungovernable and threw modern administration into crisis, but they also developed widespread alternative capacities of social organization and institution. It should be enough to cite some of the familiar examples of successful experiments of community self-management of social production and reproduction, the Black Panther Party's Liberation Schools and Free Breakfast for Children programs, the Lycée Expérimental de Saint-Nazaire, founded by Gabriel Cohn-Bendit, an educational structure managed by students and teachers together, the Bauen Hotel in Buenos Aires, which after being abandoned by owners during the 2001 economic crisis, was recuperated and run by the workers themselves, the Boston Women's Health Collective, which published Our Bodies, Ourselves, and the list could continue with worker-managed factories, community-organized clinics, and innumerable other examples of self-management and the community organization of social life across the globe over the last many decades. In each country, in each community, there are rich experiences of such entrepreneurship of the multitude. Projects for autonomy, some modest and others audacious, are not only directly attacked by neoliberalism but also, in certain respects, their principles are absorbed and redeployed in perverse form. The neoliberal appropriation takes place by reducing notions of freedom and self-management from the collective to the individual scale and by capturing and appropriating the knowledges and competences of the multitude. In this regard too, neoliberalism operates by extraction. Neoliberal freedom is thus not only a cipher that remains of past freedom struggles, Like some ancient word we repeat but whose meaning has been lost, perverted, it is also indexical, that is, it points toward really existing forms of knowledge, autonomy, and collective self-management that it captures and redeploys. Keep in mind, as Foucault says, that power is exercised only over free subjects, and only insofar as they are free. The key is to find that freedom and build on it. Crisis points of neoliberal administration. Neoliberal administration is riven by internal contradictions. As we argued in Chapter 8, modern administration was thrown into crisis when knowledges, competencies, and access to information became generalized in the population and overflowed the bounds of administrative control. It was also undermined as the social factors that it calculates became increasingly immeasurable. Administrative action must now engage not only strictly rational social factors but also the production of affects and subjectivity as well as a capture of the wealth of the common. Administrative and legal apparatuses, at national and supranational levels, are increasingly fragmented. Legal fragmentation, write Andreas Fischer-Lascano and Gunther Tübner, is merely an ephemeral reflection of a more fundamental, multidimensional fragmentation of global society itself. 11 Neoliberal administration, as a mode of governance, does not negate overflowing, immeasurable, and fragmented characteristics, and so it does not really put an end to the crisis. In contrast to government, neoliberal governance generates and maintains a plural, flexible network form of control, which relies on a weak compatibility among the fragments. The key to neoliberal administration is how it is able to function in a state of permanent crisis and to exert command and extract value even when it cannot ultimately control or even comprehend the productive social field beneath it. One crisis point of neoliberal administration centers on the measure of value, especially regarding social and immaterial products, which are becoming central to the capitalist economy. Whereas capitalist firms and modern administrations managed, however imperfectly, to measure the values of industrial and agricultural products, social products generally resist calculation. How do you quantify the value of the care provided by a nurse, or the intelligence of a call center worker solving computer problems, or the cultural product of an arts collective, or the idea generated by a scientific team? The value of the common in general resists calculation, and all of these results of social production bear the primary characteristics of the common: images and ideas, knowledges and code, music and effects tend to be open for others to share, and only with difficulty are they closed off as private property. They all instead constitute forms of social life. Although one can certainly count products of social production, their value overflows any quantities assigned to them. That's why you feel a kind of revulsion when a monetary value is assigned to an act of care or an idea, just as you do when insurance companies designate the monetary compensation for the loss of a limb at work, or when climate skeptics calculate cost-benefit relations of the extinction of an animal species or the rise of the sea level. The value of the common is, by its nature, beyond measure. This is not to say, of course, that overflowing productive forces and the immeasurable values of the common sound the death knell of capital. Various technologies are deployed to domesticate immeasurability. Derivatives, for example, as we argued earlier, provide benchmarks for unknown values and create conversion mechanisms from one form of capital to another. They stamp values on the immeasurable and allow such products to be traded in markets. But even the technologies to domesticate immeasurability, although they may facilitate the extraction and trade of social values, do not successfully stabilize the foundations of the global economy. If anything, they make it more volatile. Every morning the business pages are full of exposés of faulty valuations, fears over housing bubbles, accounting scandals, and credit ratings controversies. The instability is due in part, of course, to criminal behavior by bankers, insurers, politicians, and financiers, but it also is a symptom of systemic fault lines. The New Economy, Christian Marazzi writes, reveals the crisis of the commensurability that was the key to its own success. 12 Economic and financial crisis is becoming not the exception but the rule, and the instability of value is a contributing factor. Under the rule of finance capital, in fact, governance and crisis are not contradictory. Finance permits, or forces, state administrations to become more elastic and variable, leading to forms of administrative action unknown to the old modes of government. Capital, in effect, adopts crisis as a mode of governance. Access to information and communication is a second crisis point of neoliberal administration. Authoritarian regimes still believe they can maintain control over access to internet sites and social media. The Chinese government's attempts to block the content of websites and monitor the internet access and activities of individuals are probably the most extensive, but many other countries, including Iran and Saudi Arabia, try to block access deemed dangerous to the government, and threaten journalists and bloggers with jail time or worse. 13 The United States also attempts to keep secret vast realms of government information, and its ongoing and multi-pronged programs of digital surveillance. Tracking phone records and web searches, for instance, are the most extreme. Go ahead and communicate, but know that you are being watched. Secrecy and surveillance are justified with claims of security. No matter how well they fortify their dams, however, the Internet police will always be faced with new leaks. Some teenager with a laptop will always find a way to work around obstacles to gain access to censored sites. Moreover, the cycle of struggles from Iran in 2009 to Ferguson in 2014 taught us that activists will always find new ways to use information and communication tools. Paul Mason, for example, enumerates some of the different uses. Facebook is used to form groups, covert and overt, in order to establish those strong but flexible connections. Twitter is used for real-time organization and news dissemination, bypassing the cumbersome news-gathering operations of the mainstream media. YouTube and the Twitter-linked photographic sites of Frog, Flickr, and TwitPic are used to provide instant evidence of the claims being made. Link shorteners like bit.ly are used to disseminate key articles via Twitter. 14 This list is already out of date, of course, and we can be sure that activists will continue experimenting with new platforms to overcome controls and find ways to communicate and organize. State secrets are also increasingly difficult to control, even for the most powerful governments. The revelation of classified National Security Agency documents by Edward Snowden in 2013, along with the documents leaked by Chelsea Manning, demonstrate that even the U.S. military and security apparatuses are incapable of controlling the most secret information. And the ferocity of the U.S. government persecution of both Snowden and Manning give an indication of how those in control feel their hold on information to be tenuous. One should not assume, of course, that the subversion of censorship or leaks of information will defeat the government structures that oppose the freedom of information and communication. Neoliberal administration is built to weather such storms. In this respect, too, it functions as a form of crisis management. Migrations constitute a third crisis point of neoliberal administration. The statistics are staggering. In 2014, nearly 60 million people, a population roughly the size of Italy or Great Britain, were forcibly displaced worldwide due to violence, persecution, and war. 15 According to then UN High Commissioner for Refugees Antonio Guterres, the scale of global forced displacement as well as the response required is now clearly dwarfing anything seen before. 16 For many migrants, of course, the direct cause of flight is not to avoid war but to seek better economic and social conditions. Including these populations makes the number almost incomprehensible. Today well over 200 million people live outside their country of origin. 17 This does not even include the enormous number of internal migrants. In China alone, migrant workers are estimated to number almost 230 million. 18 It is reasonable to estimate that 1 in 10 of all inhabitants of the earth are migrants. The mind-boggling numbers of migrants and their suffering certainly condemn national governments and the structures of global governance. They demonstrate the extent to which people's lives are made unlivable by war, economic hardships, and political persecution. The dangerous and painful journeys of most migrants testify to just how dire their situations must be. The numbers of migrants serve also to indict the dominant countries and the global institutions, which consistently fail to aid those in need sufficiently. The cruelty of the U.S. Border Patrol that allows migrants to die of thirst in the desert is rivaled by the criminal inaction of the European Union and member states regarding migrant deaths in the Mediterranean. The stream of migrants to Europe, which became a flood in 2015 with more than 1 million new arrivals, mostly from Syria and Afghanistan, threatens the political contours of the continent. Desperate migrants follow risky paths across land and sea, and the repeated preventable tragedies. Over 1,000 died in shipwrecks in the Mediterranean only in the month of April 2015 testify to the cruel indifference of the individual states and the European Union as a whole, unable to mount effective rescue missions. The squalor of migrant camps at Calais, Lesbos, and various other transit points across Europe and the travails migrants suffer at border crossings in Macedonia, Slovenia, and Hungary are blights on the conscience of the continent. Even before the Brexit vote, Europe was coming apart at the seams, due both to external pressure and internal conflicts among states and within each state. 19. In this context, one must admire the courage and perseverance of those who aid migrants at the various points of their trajectories, often against hostile social forces. No More Death/No Mas Muertes, for example, provides direct humanitarian assistance to migrants in southern Arizona, such as leaving water along paths in the desert, and documents the abuses of the U.S. Border Patrol. Throughout Europe since 2015 there have been extraordinary mobilizations to settle migrants, find them food, shelter, and employment. Such efforts are often led by churches but are also sustained by both experienced political activists and those never before engaged. The heroic efforts of such activists, even when unable to meet even a fraction of the needs of migrants, stand as a further indictment of the inaction and incapacities of national governments and the supranational governance structures. If we view migrations only from the standpoint of demographics and populations, however, we will be blind to the wealth and resources of those in flight. The suffering of migrants is real and their situations often tragic, but regardless of the many constraints they face, migrants are free and mobile subjects. Even those who seek to aid migrants and demonstrate solidarity with them, Sandro Mesadrer maintains, in a dialogue with Brett Nielsen, too often treat them only as victims, as people in need of assistance, care, or protection. Doubtless this work has been inspired by noble motives, but it also has a certain ambiguity. By exploring the subjective aspect of migration, one is able to move beyond this paternalistic vision and to see migrants as the central protagonists of current processes of global transformation. 20. Recognizing migrants as protagonists often requires an ethnographic approach to reveal their linguistic capacities, cultural knowledges, and survival skills, as well as their courage and fortitude in the decisions they have made. The challenge is to hold together a paradox of poverty and wealth. On the one hand, migrants are stripped of the scaffolding that supports stable and productive lives, including family and community, familiar cultural contexts, and achieved employment status. Think of all those trained as doctors and nurses who end up working as taxi drivers and house cleaners. Migrants certainly do, in this regard, need assistance. On the other hand, flight is an act of freedom and an expression of strength. This is true equally in noble cases, such as those fleeing persecution, and banal cases, such as even those trying to cope with a mother's death or a failed romance. The crisis posed by migrations is not only that they overflow borders and cannot be contained from a demographic perspective, then, but also that in terms of subjectivity migrants exceed all administrative and capitalist logics of measure. Here too neoliberal administration takes the form of a permanent apparatus of crisis management. Don't be surprised when each year you hear reports from the exasperated head of a UN agency or the burnt-out spokesperson of a humanitarian NGO of a new migration crisis. Freedom and subjectivity characterize production, access to information, and migration together with the many other crisis points of neoliberal administration. The production of subjectivity always exceeds the boundaries and the technologies of measure required for the functioning of administration. Even multiple crises, however, do not signal imminent collapse. Crisis management, instead, is the mode of operation of neoliberal governance, with innumerable fingers to plug every leak that springs in the dike. Or, better, rather than a dike intended to be a complete barrier, neoliberal administration is more like a sieve with an adjustable mesh designed to regulate and respond continuously to flows and leaks. Crisis may be the norm of neoliberal administration, but this does not mean smooth and successful functioning. It results instead in a normative crisis. Some rules enforced by neoliberal administration are effective, but many administrative acts, rather than producing positive norms of governance, are reduced to arbitrary and sometimes desperate actions. The failures of neoliberal management in the cases we cite here, for instance, the incommensurability of the results of social production, the uncontrollability of information and communication, and the uncontainability of migrations, in addition to demonstrating the ineffectiveness of administration, also can determine chaotic and even disastrous consequences. In the coming years, world events will continue to show, we fear, that the violence that results from such failures of administration can lead both to empowering emergency authorities to rule over a state of exception and to the outbreak of wars. Neoliberal administrations functioning with crisis as the norm carries within itself a host of pathologies. Emptying the public powers. Although neoliberal administration appears to be a kind of liquid governance that moves fluidly from one crisis point to the next, it is not really liquid at all. It is more like a durable fabric woven of disparate and disordered connections that are effectively aligned toward a unified project, to empty out the public powers and impose economic logics over administrative functions. The subjectivities that animate neoliberal society, however, are not all functional to its rule. When we analyze neoliberal administration, then, our task, in addition to articulating its primary functions, is to reveal how from below emerge potentials for resistance and revolt that point beyond neoliberalism. Neoliberal administration's emptying out of the public should be recognized first, materially, in the transfer of wealth from the public to the private. Neoliberal regimes privatize primary industries and services, including oil companies, train systems, urban transport networks, and even prisons, all of which had been central elements of modern state bureaucracies. State debt is one means to funnel public wealth to private hands, and that is an element of the continuing functioning of primitive accumulation we spoke of earlier. Costs of projects that enrich the few. The construction of railroads is a classic example, are entered into the national ledger as state debt. 21 Sovereign debt is today not only a direct means to privatize public wealth but also subsequently serves as a cudgel to privatize further other forms of public wealth in order to pay the debt. Austerity policies in countries throughout the world, for example, dictate the sale of the public patrimony of the nation, not only railways and communications systems but also historic museums and theaters, to raise funds. The Greek debt drama of 2015, with vicious attacks from European creditors, was one of the most extreme examples of the neoliberal project to empty the public coffers, privatize public goods, and, at the same time, drastically diminish public decision-making powers. The transfer of public wealth to private hands is also frequently accomplished through illegal means. Scandals regarding the misappropriation of public funds, inappropriate sales of public assets, awarding public works contracts under false pretenses, bribes, and the like are so frequent that it becomes hard to view them as exceptions to neoliberal administration. Scandals, though, are only the tip of the iceberg. The corruption of neoliberal administration submerged from view is continuous and structural, so widespread and deep that it has become part of normal administrative activity. When corruption is periodically interrupted by crusading judges or politicians, grabbing headlines for a few days, one should note that the very politicians, administrators, and magistrates who conduct these inquiries, preening themselves virtuously for the cameras, also operate in this same system, even when they are on the opposite side of the accused. I'm shocked, they say, like Captain Renault in Casablanca, shocked to find that corruption is going on here. Corruption has become a constitutive element of the governance and normative structures of neoliberal administration. The revelation of scandals, of course, usually has political motivations, and shortly after the spectacle dies down the administrative system returns to normal. The project to empty the public is aimed, second, at transforming the core functioning of the state administrative apparatus through various external and internal pressures. From the outside, for example, the movements of capital, aided by various processes of globalization, evade many traditional national structures of control in search of low labor costs or fiscal advantages or proximity to resources. The evasion of government regulation is often accompanied by an injection of competition or blackmail on the part of multinational corporations, which routinely strip away every pretense of democratic political decision-making. Local and national governments routinely proclaim themselves powerless in the face of corporate threats to move jobs elsewhere. The logics of global finance, most often in the form of speculation, thus rule over political decision-making, distancing the entire framework from national governments and all other political bodies. From the inside, too, neoliberal administration hollows out the core government structures of individual states and fills them with economic command. It is not unusual to hear career bureaucrats in the diplomatic corps complain when research and policy analysis is outsourced to private think tanks. It has become common for lobbyists to provide detailed legislative blueprints that politicians enact directly, and legal campaign contributions, as well as illegal government bribes, exert increasingly strong influence over government decision-making, thus shifting administrative capacities to private hands, in line with the corruption of representation we analyzed in Chapter 3. The phenomenon, however, is more general. As the sites of administrative power are privatized, as the measures of the market become the benchmarks of administrative performance, and as administrative decision-making is permeated by economic criteria, the political itself is emptied. Neoliberalism, according to Wendy Brown, is a governing rationality defined by the superimposition of economic rationalities over the political, as well as the creation of new subjects that are thoroughly constituted by economic logics. This is the neoliberal vanquishing of Homo politicus by Homo economicus. 22 Neoliberal administration, in effect, injects economic rationality into social spheres and practices that previously were primarily free of economic logics and pressures. Legal practice and legal theory, for example, are some of the weapons at the disposal of neoliberal administration. Law and legal reasoning, Brown continues, not only give form to the economic, but economize new spheres and practices. 23 Keep in mind that political rationalities are used to regulate and rule over the economic terrain. Under neoliberal administration, however, the political powers that previously governed the mediation between the production and distribution, between the creation and appropriation, of social wealth are being dissolved. It remains to be seen how much violence will arise on the side of this dissolution. We need to step back, though, from the standard laments about how neoliberalism is emptying the public powers, however just they are, because we have no desire to restore the public and the political to their previous positions in administrative power. Instead, for us the critique of neoliberal administration must reveal the productive social subjectivities that have the power to resist and create alternatives. Viewing neoliberalism from above, as we said earlier, gives only a partial understanding of its functions and, more important, eclipses the productivity and powers of the social world. Seeing it from below, instead, allows us to recognize how thoroughly neoliberalism is permeated by both acts of contestation and productive activity. Although neoliberal administration has proven relatively adaptable and flexible, and although it succeeds in many respects to make the political subordinate to economic rationalities, its rule is by no means smooth and secure. In part because it is born and functions as a response, and because beneath its surface reside swarms of productive subjectivities living in and creating the common, neoliberalism always remains the scene of resistance and struggle. 3 interlinked battlefronts give an initial indication of such scenes of struggle: transparency, access, and decision-making. The struggle over transparency is aimed in part at disarming the dominant powers. Secrecy is a weapon always at the ready for those in power, and neoliberal administration employs strategic opacity to cover its unresolvable contradictions. Point 24. Shining a light on administrative and corporate activity can serve not only to prevent wrongdoing but also to make available productive knowledges and information for general social use. Struggles over access continue along these same lines and focus even more clearly on the common and the ability of all to make use freely of the means of social production. Issues over decision-making integrate the other two and situate us firmly on the political terrain. But this cannot be a matter of rescuing the autonomy of the political from economic rationalities, as we said. Battles over transparency, access, and decision-making, which all straddle the political and the economic, point us toward a potential production of subjectivities against neoliberal subjection. The world of digital technologies is a primary front in all these battles. Digital surveillance is an increasingly central weapon in the neoliberal administrative apparatus, monitoring communications and activity to detect potential threats through complex algorithms. In addition, digital algorithms to track online activity, as we saw earlier, are a core instrument used by search platforms and social media to extract value from the various forms of social production of users. Your digital devices track the websites you visit, the connections you make online, and your movements around the city, catalog your shopping and entertainment choices, trace your friendship networks and your political views, and more. And there is a strong continuum between the neoliberal security apparatuses and the extraction of the common by social media corporations. But we need to recognize that these same digital technologies actually play a dual role, as they create the conditions both for the capture of social production and for neoliberal administration. They also allow the multitude access to knowledges, communication, and capacities for self-administration. The reappropriation of fixed capital that we called for in Chapter 7 is one means to harness these powers for projects of liberation. Point 25. There is, of course, a hard and violent dimension underlying the neoliberal armory that cannot be ignored. The fact that the multitude is embedded in the common and necessary for its production and reproduction does not guarantee its advantage in any of these battles. On the contrary, the powerful weapons at the disposal of capital and neoliberal administration often seem to leave us utterly defenseless. Nonetheless, we recognize, without any optimism or despair, that our situation offers potential for the production of subjectivity and social life that can break with and provide alternatives to the dictates of neoliberalism. The challenge and task, then, which we will address in Part 4, are how to articulate and organize revolutionary activity on this terrain. Fifth response: produce powerful subjectivities. Neoliberal governance, as we argued earlier together with Foucault and Brown, is a governing rationality that cannot be understood merely in terms of its general economic policies, the privatization of public services and industries, the deregulation of markets and firms, the destruction of labor unions, and so forth. Neoliberalism must be grasped also in terms of the production of subjectivity, that is, the creation at all levels of society of individual entrepreneurial subjects, homines economici, who, in turn, continually reproduce the neoliberal world. This recognition could easily lead to despair. How can we resist neoliberalism, let alone create alternatives to it, if our own subjectivity is produced by it and permeated by its rationality? There seems to be nowhere outside neoliberalism we can stand. Power, however, and neoliberal power is no exception, is not organic or unitary but is always defined by relationship and antagonism. Foucault himself explains that power is a structure of actions brought to bear upon possible actions. It incites, it induces, it seduces, it makes easier or more difficult, in the extreme it constrains or forbids absolutely. It is nevertheless always a way of acting upon an acting subject or acting subjects by virtue of their acting or being capable of action. A set of actions upon other actions. 26. Resistance is always present in power from the beginning, as is the potential for rupture. The processes of subjection, then, and the production of subjectivities that are functional to power are themselves both precarious and shot through with resistances and alternative potentials. Subjectivity, in other words, is not a given but a terrain of struggle. The potential for resistances and alternatives to neoliberalism emerged in our analyses above, perhaps most clearly in the context of social production. The fact that capital functions increasingly through processes of the extraction of the common, that instead of directly organizing productive cooperation as it does in the factory, it captures value produced on the social terrain through processes from which it is distant, indicates that the circuits of social production and, in particular, the organization of productive cooperation are relatively autonomous from capital. That is one factor that has allowed finance, which is always distant from the scene of production, to become the predominant apparatus of capture. This migration of capital away from the scene of social production, moreover, is irreversible. Capital is not able to organize directly the plural field of subjectivities who produce socially in cooperation and communication, in part because those subjectivities and the values they produce overflow capitalist systems of measure. Faced with this reality, the abilities of capital and neoliberal administration to measure, codify, and reproduce subjectivities and values in a hierarchical schema become tenuous. But any attempt by capital to dictate directly the cooperation of social subjectivities, just like its attempts to enclose the common as private property, risks reducing productivity and diminishing profits. Capital cannot get too close or it will strangle the life force on which its own survival depends. We do not mean for this analysis of the capitalist extraction of the common and the relatively autonomous processes of cooperation in social production to suggest that anti-neoliberal and non-neoliberal subjectivities already exist and are simply waiting to be emancipated. We mean for it simply to confirm that a battle over the production of subjectivity is possible, an asymmetrical combat between the capitalist technologies of measure and the immeasurable, overflowing forces of enlarged social production and reproduction, which reside in and produce the common. To combat neoliberalism requires first a destituent project. We must not only challenge the processes of emptying the public and the capitalist right to extract and privatize the common, but also demystify and combat the neoliberal processes of subjection. How can we sabotage and block the gears of the machines that produce and reproduce neoliberal subjectivity? This battle is possible because we are inside the productive project dominated by capital. It is not paradoxical for us to take what is power for capital subjection as an occasion for destituent subjectivation. In line with the Marxist tradition of subversion, this means, on one hand, that capitalist subjection is always forced to individualize productive subjects and, on the other, that the subjects put to work can discover in their own activities that they are not merely individuals but also have the potential to act together. To make sense of this being together, one must sabotage the capitalist project, not only blocking capitalist machines but also destroying ideological and material mechanisms of the organization of labor and society, along with their individualist subjection. To this destituent endeavor needs to be added a constituent project of subjectivation, that is, in the language we used earlier, the construction of machinic assemblages to produce alternative subjectivities. How can the common be reappropriated by the multitudes that produce it? How can plural subjectivities construct and manage autonomously their own cooperative social relations? The struggle opens here to unhinge social cooperation from not only its direct exploitation but also the mechanisms of financial extraction. It is a matter of stripping cooperation from commands simple to say, difficult to do. Control and resistance, commodity production, and capacities for innovation, these are some of the terms of the asymmetry between subjection and subjectivation, and the passage from destituent to constituent action. One way forward at this point is to adopt the standpoint of existing subjects, specifically to take guidance from the agents of social production who, subjected to the command of finance capital, nonetheless manage to organize resistance and even projects of liberation. From the social struggles we need to learn, argues Pedro Biscay, former director of the Central Bank of Argentina, a capacity of political invention able to transform the financial dynamic in the field of battle against capital. 27 That power of political invention, we should add, has its foundation in the cooperative terrain of social production and in the overflowing productive nature of the common. And, furthermore, that battle against capital must be also a battle for new social relations. At the end of Chapter 9 we traced a progression, which is already in action today, from social production to social unionism to social strike. Social unionism, we argued, by combining the organizational structures and innovations of labor unions and social movements, is able to give form to the entrepreneurship of the multitude and the potential for revolt that is inherent in social production. Struggles valorize existing subjectivities but also create new ones. Subjectivities are radically transformed by their participation in political organizing and political action. Struggle too is a terrain of the production of subjectivity. Social struggles, however, even organized as social unionism and social strike, are not enough. They are not the endpoint but a point of departure, a launch pad for the production of powerful subjectivities. An alternative production of subjectivity and alternative social relations must be sustained and institutionalized. Earlier we claimed that money is a social technology that institutionalizes social relations, and we traced various ways that money sustains capitalist social relations through their different phases of the mode of production. In Chapter 15 we will argue that this critique should lead us not to oppose money as such but instead to invent an alternative to capitalist money, that is, an alternative social technology for institutionalizing new social relations, a money of the common. When we advocate for a money of the common we are not imagining any storming of the Winter Palace, or the Federal Reserve or the European Central Bank, nor are we thinking of those, however noble, local or digital currencies that seek to escape from the totalizing power of the dominant currencies. Our analysis of money is not concerned primarily, as we said, with its function as a means of exchange. We are interested instead in deconstructing the social relations that capitalist money imposes and institutionalizes, and institutionalizing new social relations through a new money. A money of the common must first be a subversive money. It must transform the capacity of struggles over social production and forms of life into weapons that block, to use old terms, capital's power to coin money and, in newer terms, the increasing domination over the common through the financialization of society. Along with those destituent effects, a money of the common must also consolidate and extend the autonomous relations of social cooperation, confirming the values of the common and generalizing its principles of open access and democratic decision-making. A money of the common, then, must be a social technology to crown the processes of subjectivation, making lasting and socially expansive a production of powerful subjectivities. In Part 4 we will need to investigate this and other pillars of a potential project of transformation and liberation. Part 4. New Prince. Learn, because we will need all our intelligence. Agitate, because we will need all our enthusiasm. Organize, because we will need all our force. Antonio Gramsci, El Orden Nuevo, 1919. My heart is moved by all I cannot save. So much has been destroyed. I have to cast my lot with those who age after age, perversely, with no extraordinary power, reconstitute the world. Adrian Rich, Natural Resources. To be black in the Baltimore of my youth was to be naked before the elements of the world, before all the guns, fists, knives, crack, rape, and disease. The nakedness is not an error, nor pathology. The nakedness is the correct and intended result of policy, the predictable upshot of people forced for centuries to live under fear. Ta-Nehisi Coates, Between the World and Me. Social and political movements today do not need to choose, as we said at the outset, between ineffective horizontally and undesirable leadership, nor do they need to pick among traditional political models that balance spontaneity and centralism, democracy and authority. They must instead invert strategy and tactics, a strategy that expresses the emerging autonomy of social forces and a tactics of engaging, antagonistically, with existing institutions and deploying leadership structures for specific occasions. The fact that the power of the multitude is constituted on the social terrain does not limit its political capacities. On the contrary, only when grounded firmly in social production and reproduction, that is, in the maintenance and furthering of the forms of life we share, in the common can we properly speak and act politically today. The multitude must take power, but differently, through a radical innovation of democratic institutions and a development of capacities to administer together the common in which social life is written. This is not the program of a vanguard but that of a coalition that expresses in subversive, antagonistic form the plural ontology of society. The power of the multitude calls for a new prince. Throughout this book we have drawn inspiration from Machiavelli. A new prince, though, will not be an individual or a central committee or a party. A prince of the multitude is something like a chemical precipitate that already exists in suspension, dispersed throughout society, and under the right conditions, it will coalesce in solid form. It is also something like a musical composition. The plural ontology of the multitude does not merge into one but instead the singularities, that is, the different social forces that continue to express their differences, discover harmonies and dissonances, common rhythms and syncopations. They compose a prince. It is also something like the center of gravity of a dancing body. Heinrich von Kleist, enchanted by marionettes that seemingly take on a life of their own, explains that they have freed themselves from the Earth's gravity and dance instead around their own center of gravity. They know nothing of the inertia of matter, the factor that most works against the dancer, for the force that lifts them into the air is greater than the one that chains them to the earth. The prince both frees us from the inertia of the life of today, negating our voluntary servitude, and creates a new gravitational field, a force of liberation. Or, finally, a new prince is something like the multitude of worms that Margaret Atwood imagines, the downtrodden who suffer under the solace of boots that kick and keep them down but who will soon rise and silently invade everywhere from below. Meanwhile we eat dirt and sleep, we are waiting under your feet. When we say attack, you will hear nothing. At first. Point 2. When the time comes, the army of worms will topple the world of boots. A new prince is also a threat. Chapter 13. Political realism. The basis of political realism, as we said earlier, must be the existing and potential capacities of the multitude. Power comes second, as a response to the resistances and struggles for liberation. In Part 3 we analyzed some of the material, ideological, and institutional forces and structures that maintain contemporary relations of domination and production, including money and other means by which neoliberal governance and administration structure social life. Now is the time for us to return to and build on the results of Part 2, to explain how the passage from property to the common results in the creation of new social relations, how by taking back fixed capital and establishing a new relation between humans and machines we can generate new machinic subjectivities, and how the entrepreneurship of the multitude, its self-organization and self-administration, is able to invent lasting democratic institutions. It is time to gather together weapons, in other words, in the armory of a new prince. Power comes second. Many of the processes and concepts that we developed in previous chapters indicate how the emergence of a new composition of labor power has shifted the relations of force among classes. When it produces in cooperative networks, first, labor power has the potential to appropriate the means of production. When it operates in structures of production that become ever more relational and that increase productivity the more relational they become, labor power is able to take possession of those structures, incarnating and incorporating the instruments of production into its own body. The figure of producers becomes machinic, their formation, within the structures of capital, becomes social, and their products become common. Many authors read this passage to a new stage of capitalist society as the deepening of the commodification of labor and social life as a whole, and there are indeed strong elements of commodification in this transition. It seems to us, nonetheless, that these elements can be transformed into a new power and that, by reappropriating the instruments of production and taking control of the relations of cooperation, labor power can emerge stronger. The new power of labor, second, is demonstrated by the increasingly social nature of work. Its social nature takes the form of cognitive capacities, abilities to create, employ, and manipulate languages, code, symbolic systems, algorithms, and the like, affective capacities, including the power to care for others, work with social and cultural differences, and manage relationships, cultural capacities such as aesthetic and conceptual production, educational capacities, and more. The social nature of labor thus reveals how economic production is ever more oriented toward the production and reproduction of forms of life, both the generation of bodies and the production of subjectivity. In this case, too, some authors argue that the social qualities of labor, especially when submitted to new Taylorist rationalization, organized in assembly lines, create new and deeper forms of alienation and subjection. There is also some truth to these claims. But we should not let the suffering of workers and the new serfdom of social, caring, and intellectual production blind us to the dignity and potential of their cooperative capacities and mass intellectuality. When capitalist production becomes anthropogenetic, focused on the generation and reproduction of human life and subjectivity, then labor power has ever greater potential for autonomy. Moreover, under certain conditions, the resistances and antagonisms of the social and cognitive producers can be more effective, directly attacking profits, and subversive, undermining capitalist command. The hegemonic appearance in capitalist production of the social and cognitive power of labor has the potential to push capitalist development to the limit. A third motif that signals the new potential of today's productive subjectivities is their entrepreneurial character. We described earlier the rise of the entrepreneurship of the multitude as forming a chiasmus with the decline of the capitalist entrepreneur. As capitalists, under the rule of finance, lose their innovative capacities and are gradually excluded from the knowledge of productive socialization, the multitude increasingly generates its own forms of cooperation and gains capacities for innovation. Capital is constrained to transfer capacity for the creation of value and the organization of productive cooperation to the entrepreneurial multitude. But the multitude does not merely take over and repeat the tasks of the capitalist entrepreneur. It shifts social production and reproduction away from property and toward the common. The entrepreneurship of the multitude is a process of commoning. The sad image of selfish individuals accumulating what they can thus becomes obsolete, the vulgar remains of a defunct modernity. It is no coincidence, then, that the sites of capitalist command are distanced ever further from the sites of production, to banks and global financial markets. Capital, of course, still wields repressive weapons, some more severe than before, but it does not dare confront in direct terms the entrepreneurship that comes from below, for fear of destroying the forces of cooperation and reducing productivity. Here, the powerful monster that the multitudinous labor force has become chases away every St. George who wants to slay it. These emerging social powers of production serve as the basis for our conception of political realism. Political realism means treating power as a set of social relationships and basing the potential of political action on the intelligence and capacities of the existing social forces, which resist and create, composing and conflicting with each other. Saying political realism involves grounding political thought in the networks of social relationships means also that the social becomes political, or, better, that social processes are already political. This first definition of political realism already implies a passage of the multitude of the poor, the multitude of producers and reproducers, toward organization. There is no political realism without organization, moreover, organization toward a definite goal. Political realism must reject every transcendent, ideological, theological proposition of a telos, every goal imposed from the outside, and instead embrace a telos constructed from below, from within the desires of the multitude, an immanent teleology. Finally, realist political analysis must engage institutions. Fundamental in this regard are Foucault's efforts to construct a genealogy of institutions that moves from a critique of the present toward, in his final lectures, the invention of new practices, the constitution of the power of life against biopower. The decisive problem here, just as important as dismantling the ruling institutions, is to develop the constructive function of political realism. This constitutive project can be legitimate only when it grows out of being together, the ontological condition of the multitude, with all of its knowledges, desires, habits, and practices. Too many communist movements have run aground on this point, operating on the false presumption of being able to represent the majority and thus make self-consciousness and totality coincide. This idealistic illusion extends from the European left communism of the 1920s and 30s, including George Lukács and Karl Korsch, to some Maoist vanguards of the 1970s. But rather than theorizing as if the majority were the author of concepts and actions, the multitude must actually be engaged in the constituent process aimed at creating new institutions. Communist movements can be defeated, of course, or reduced to shadows, but they will always be reborn as long as they are planted in the ontology of the present, the being together of the multitude. This possible passage dictated by political realism from resistance and organization to institutions thus entails both being inside, that is, effectively immersed in social reality, and being against capitalist reality and the forms of command that block the potential of the multitude. Biopolitics is the field in which this relationship is most developed, inside the reality of life, shaking from it the sad figures of subjection, and against biopower, which is the motor of the capitalist invasion of reality. This conflict would never be resolved if the forces in the biopolitical field were not to produce an excess, an overflowing of being and creativity that unbalances the relationship of force. This overflowing results from a composition of resistances, an organizational decision. The subjective aspect of political realism is the capacity for political decision-making, strategic thinking, and constituent initiative. Earlier we critiqued the concepts of general will, constituent power, and taking power for the ways they repeat the figures of sovereignty, reduce the plurality of the multitude, and take power away from the multitude. And yet each of these concepts, when confronted with reality, can indicate aspects of the path forward, the initiative that produces subjectivity, the event that creates organization, the power that puts reality back into subversive hands. This brings us back to the notion that power comes second, because there are resistances, social struggles, and political movements. This means, as we said earlier, that power is not a substance but a relationship. Weber recognized this fact, and Foucault subjectivated the relationship. Posing the relationship in subjective terms reveals the asymmetry of the forces in play. The institutions of power are always asymmetrical, creativity and invention reside on the side of resistance, whereas power is fundamentally conservative, trying to contain and appropriate the innovations of the forces against it. Today we are living through a period of the growing hegemony of the forces of resistance. To them will be entrusted the capacity to produce a new measure, which, we hope, will be a measure of organization and institution and provide a model of justice. The common comes first. Social and political movements today, seeking the key to decision-making and constructing lasting structures, seem to be faced with two opposing paths. The temptation, on one side, is an exodus from the existing social institutions, conceived sometimes as a project to create a separate community and other times as a form of focusmo, forming a small action group. The pull, on the other side, is to embark on a long march through the existing institutions with the aim of reforming them from within, nourished by the illusion that the public can lead to the common. We maintain, however, that both of these paths lead to dead ends. There can be no radiant outside to the biopolitics of the struggles nor a liberated inside within the structures of biopower. We must invent new institutions within and against the developments of biopolitics and biopower. We should thus adopt a double strategy that brings together antagonistic engagements with the existing institutions and projects to create new ones. 1. Some readers will remember failed, utopian proposals of such a double strategy that were ineffective solutions to an old problem, that of the difference between the social field and political action in the construction of institutions. Indeed, many projects emerging from the movements of 1968 failed to pass from action to institution. Cornelius Castoriadis, among others, argued that only by adopting a materialist, and, for him, Marxist, conception inherited from the past. Can we cast the problem in a constructive way? An imaginary, analytical, psychoanalytical perspective, he argued, in which the self-institution of society and the revolutionary ontology of the struggles reveal democracy beyond the state. Castoriadis thus affirmed the work of the imaginary against a realistic conception of progressive political action. The imaginary I am speaking of, he wrote, is not an image of something. It is an incessant creation and essentially indeterminate, in social, historic and psychic terms, of figures/forms/images, and only on the basis of them can it be a question of something. What we call reality and rationality are produced by them too, but doesn't this position adopt naively at its base precisely that equivalence of subject and command, biopolitics and biopower, that constitutes the problem? Castoriadis's solution seems insufficient to us because it poses the solution before the problem. Instead, one has to live within the contradiction, discovering how ontology, our historical inheritance, what has been deposited and accumulated in social being, is the antagonistic basis on which interpretation and action are possible. Certainly, as in other moments, in 1968 the problem was not resolved. But every time it is posed in a new way, not as a repetition, and today the primary conditions of the problem are different than in 1968. We will explore our current problem from 2 points of view, the institutional and the political. Regarding the institutional question, our assumption is that today the common comes first, prior to every other configuration of social action. In order to recognize the common, however, we must see that the alternative between private and public property, between market and state, which is continually repeated by modern political philosophy and legal thought, is not really an alternative. The U.S. legal realists, whom we studied in Chapter 6, share this argument, perhaps paradoxically, with Yevgeny Pashukanis, the great Soviet legal theorist. Civil law and public law, property and sovereignty are not really separate. They approach this connection, however, from opposite sides. Whereas the legal realist Morris Cohen explains how private property has the qualities of sovereignty, Pashukanis maintains that sovereignty is based on and expresses private property, that modern public and constitutional law derives from capitalist property and the commodity form. Point 3 The preconditions of the legal structure are rooted not in state power but in the material relationships of production, and thus the public is nothing but the projection and guarantee of private property. Hans Kelsen is not far off the mark, then, when he accuses Pashukanis of treating all law as private law. Point 4. We can thus see how the two positions we cited earlier, exodus from the institutions and attempts to transform them from within, both treat the public as the exclusive institutional referent, rejecting it in the first case and privileging it in the second. These positions share a substantialist conception of power and a monocratic vision of institutions. These are old ideas, based on the modern tradition that can only conceive law and institution as sovereign prerogatives. Conditions, however, have profoundly changed. Already in the 20th century, socialist movements, trade unionism, and the revolutionary portions of the workers' movements imposed new relations of force on capitalist power and the state. They redefined the public and demonstrated that it is no longer a sovereign prerogative but a scene of struggle and agreement, a terrain of collective bargaining. The substantive eminence of power and the very definition of public power were thus reduced and flattened. When Walter Benjamin notes that organized labor is, apart from the state, probably today the only legal subject entitled to exercise violence, 5. He poses the two antagonistic powers as equivalent, emphasizing implicitly the public function of the workers' movement that breaks the unicum of capitalist state sovereignty. The neoliberal attacks in the last decades of the 20th century struck back against both workers' movements and the figure of a democratic public, which decades of welfare policies and Keynesian governance had created. The private now rules over the public and empties it of its contents. The public can no longer serve as a lever to consolidate new social relationships of force and new figures of the distribution of wealth that favor the subordinated classes. Capital and labor power, neoliberal capitalism and how should we call them the common bodies of social production thus confront each other directly and antagonistically. While on one side the march of privatization continues and the dominance of the corporations and finance over government is affirmed, while the remaining public powers are made functional to the good life of capital, on the other side social forces tacitly or openly try to break every institutional relationship of subjection, posing the need for a new constructive logic of being together, of cooperating in production, of constructing new institutions. This is what the common comes first means in institutional terms. Also from the political point of view, the common comes first. We alluded to that argument in the abstract when we mentioned briefly at the end of chapter 12 some mechanisms to construct a money of the common. We should situate this also in historical terms, going back to the struggles that in 1968 across the surface of a globalizing world marked not only the striation of indomitable resistances but also lines of new institutionality, constructed from below, on common bases. There are emerging in contemporary society new social relations that attempt, and sometimes succeed, to configure institutionally the equality and freedom of the multitude in the common. The Zapatista experiences in the Lacandan jungle of Chiapas, the alter globalization movements of the first years of the century, and the cycle of movements that were launched in 2011, for example, all operate according to a logic of new institutionality, even when they do not succeed in establishing lasting institutions. One could summarize their actions, paradoxically, by following the fundamental categories of social economic ordering prescribed by the Nazi theorist Carl Schmitt, with, however, a conceptually significant semantic inversion. According to Schmitt, the movements that constitute the social economic order have to appropriate, divide, and produce, nehmen, teilen, weighten, social space. 6 Today's movements of the subordinated do appropriate the spaces in which they live and they do produce the wealth they want, but and this is really a new characteristic of social and class struggle, they have no propensity to divide either in terms of individual or corporatist interests, instead they accumulate diverse collective desires. Through this accumulation of desire a new institutionality appears and a new notion of right is expressed. The movements of the Arab Spring, the Spanish Indignados, Occupy Wall Street, Gezi Park, and innumerable others have experimented, often naively but always on a multitudinous scale, with these elements. We should note, first, that in these movements what used to be called the technical composition of labor power and now we should name rather the technical composition of the young generations is defined by its profoundly social and cooperative nature, as well as its precarity. This technical composition, far from the traditional asymmetry with its political composition, which we spoke of earlier, approximates political experiences by proposing directly and explicitly the common, lived in social, productive and reproductive cooperation, as the political model of new institutions. Paradoxically, such experiences of cooperation, such direct expressions of the common, which are often cast as apolitical, are in fact eminently political. The new technical composition and political composition are able to approach one another by throwing overboard all the ballast of modern sovereignty and representation, and thus discovering the common as basis for the construction of society. We should also note, second, that the rejection of Schmitt's division, and thus the going beyond both individualism and corporatism, is not merely ideological but corresponds for these new generations to a collective desire expressed by the common as the only legitimate basis of institutions. This is a communitary anthropogenesis, which moves from the recognition of the ontology of the common to a project of its political affirmation. It is thus not a matter of dividing but, once the common is recognized and interiorized, of distributing it. We could say, revising Augustine's famous phrase, in interior homin habitat communi, inside humans resides the common. The common becomes, in the struggles, a joyful democratic passion, something like a new natural right. Producing, too, third, tends toward the common. We argued above that the production of humans by humans is becoming the most widespread and the most productive factor in the capitalist economy. And we have seen how, as contemporary production and reproduction increasingly invest social life itself, the activities of care, affect, and communication become central, especially in growing sectors like health, education, and various forms of service. As Felix Guattari remarked, spontaneity and production come together in this new era of humanity in a developed ecological consciousness, or, rather, a consciousness of care and interaction among humans and with the earth. 7. These three observations together demonstrate how we must construct institutions of the common from within the multitude. This process, of course, is not automatic and its success is not assured. We should reject the old notions of the unstoppable transition from socialism to communism, with which we have a long and painful experience, and which has too often stalled in the phase of socialist state power. We must recognize clearly instead all the weapons of power amassed against us and understand, in fact, that any such project has to confront a fundamental dualism between power and resistance, biopower and biopolitics. Institutions are formed in the struggles and express their antagonism. Lenin and Trotsky argued this point, not only when they analyzed the long history of class struggle but also, and above all, when they tactically insisted on the dualism of power in the short term, during the Bolshevik fight for power. That is just an example, but one that is very useful for interpreting our political situation. Simply adopting the standpoint of the struggles will not immediately eliminate the presence of the capitalist state that looms over us. But recognizing the dualism and situating ourselves on the side of resistance can help us to organize our knowledge of the world and position ourselves politically, allowing us to be in the world with the certainty of discovering its rules, measures, and mystifications. Only by immersing ourselves in the experience of the present, on the side of resistance, can our standpoint express an alternative and, relying on the common, produce subversion. Although we have not yet treated sufficiently the question of organization, which we raised at the beginning of this chapter, some elements have come to light. First, organization is born of the struggles, accentuating resistance and antagonism. Second, organization must adopt the common as its foundation, and we will return to this later. Third, organization also regards the common as its telos, or, really, as a project and a program. Fourth, organization is from the beginning both political and productive, and thus it interprets and lives within the entrepreneurship of the multitude. And, fifth, a radical dualism with respect to the capitalist institutions of production and political command defines the terms of organization. Productive autonomy and political independence are presuppositions of the organization of the multitude. General strike. A social strike is always a general strike, which, like general strikes of the past, attacks immediately the structures of power. It is general in the sense that it generalizes or spreads the refusal of capitalist power across society and transforms economic, cultural, and political resistances into a demand for power. In a social strike, then, destituent and constituent moments cannot really be separated. A strike is born against exploitation and domination but contains in itself the urgency to create new social relations. Sometimes, of course, a social strike is primarily destituent, focused on attacking the structures of power, but even then constituent elements are implicit. Other times social strikes have utopian visions and seem not to take into account the destituent task, but in these cases, too, passion and suffering emerge to illuminate the need for antagonism. The young Hegel, for example, described well such a struggle of life and death in the context of the French Revolution. 8. One might say, following Hegel, that in the social strike the tragedy of the spirit is made concrete, incarnated in this dialectic. Or as the old anarchists used to say, death to capital, freedom to the peoples. We should emphasize, for those who have any doubts, that our notions of social strike and general strike have little in common with the grève générale theorized by Georges Sorel. 9. For Sorel, proletarian violence is essentially and structurally different than capitalist and state violence. The working class must not repeat the bourgeois path to taking power, he maintains, which eventually shifts from creative instances of constituent power to repressive acts of constituted power. The concept of power itself is thus broken in two, since the proletariat's taking possession of power is radically different from the bourgeois state form of power. All of that might be useful if not for the fact that in Sorel proletarian violence and communist insurrection lose their material contents and are defined by individualism and anti-intellectualism. Sorel's Grève Générale is not really about class struggle. In fact, the main problem with Sorel, and the anarchists who follow him, is that he believes that from violence and destruction will spontaneously arise a new society. It may be true that proletarians have wings, but they are wings weighed down by subordination and misery. To fly they need to free themselves and constitute together the basis of a new society. We, in any case, understand general strike completely differently than Sorel, seeing it instead as an instrument of the multitude's struggle for the construction of the common. But Sorel was certainly not the only author in the late 19th and early 20th centuries to see in the concept of strike a radical desire for social transformation. W.E.B. Du Bois interprets the revolts, mutinies, resistances, refusals, and flight of slaves during the U.S. Civil War as a general strike against the slave system, and a determining factor in the outcome of the war. Point 10 In Europe, strikes and social uprisings often blended together in popular understandings after the Paris Commune. Victor Hugo, Gustave Flaubert, Émile Zola, and William Morris all write about the insurrectional souffle when they describe radical social movements and workers' strikes to put an end to hunger, wages and unbearable abuses, struggles that communicate and bring everyone together, uprisings that give the bosses a taste of the pain and suffering that the poor and working classes know all too well. A destructive force is part of every strike, an ancient violence that can be transformed into a desire for liberation from the chains of servitude. Strikes change over time, of course, but these elements remain. And in fact we find these elements in all forms of social struggles throughout the 20th century, from the Algerian Revolution to Black Power movements and from feminist struggles to student rebellions. That might explain the fascination with the Paris Commune and the industrial workers of the world that coursed through so many movements in the 1960s. The history of general strikes is animated by an insurrectional and constituent passion, not passion in the sense of a charismatic or thaumaturgic event, but passion that lives in the highest moments of political ethics, in the intersection of resistance and solidarity, when spontaneity and organization, insurrection and constituent power are most closely tied together. It is an act, to use the language of ethical philosophy, when rationality and love triumph together. In the strike passion, reason creates a dynamic of common freedom and love generates an expansive action of equality. Calls for coalition, to ensemble, speak the language of reason and freedom, expressions of camaraderie, camaraderies, sisters and brothers, are the language of love and equality. The general strike thus gives flesh to the bare skeleton of the language of human rights. Today, however, if the concept of general strike can be still relevant, it must take a new form. In the past, labor strikes primarily developed in limited and repressive spaces of the factory and were strongly tied to the industrial working classes. Today, of course, that form of strike is relatively weak. In order to renew the general strike as a weapon for subversion and constitution, we need to confront, first, the extractive powers of capital and its new forms of exploitation that we investigated in Part 3 and, second, the potential autonomy of forces of social production and reproduction that we explored in Part 2. Capital functions today, as we argued earlier, primarily by extracting value both from the earth and from the cooperative dynamics of social life. Complementing this extractive power is a neoliberal administration that mixes elements of pure command often operated by financial markets but in collaboration with state force with plural and fragmented forms of governmentality, participatory forms of command that function through networks of micropowers able to register and engage social needs and desires. This neoliberal capitalist constitution thus not only extracts value from social production and reproduction but also manages to organize consumption and enjoyment, making them functional to the reproduction of capital. Money, finance, and debt serve as primary mediations between production and consumption, between social needs and the demands of capitalist reproduction. What can it mean to strike today against this complex capitalist machine? How can we conceive practices of refusal that block the processes of extraction and interrupt the flow of capitalist valorization, doing damage to the bosses and wielding against them an effective, material power? These questions recall the disruptive practices of all the traditions of workers' struggle, refusing the disciplines of work, abstention, sabotage, exodus, and more. To recognize how these practices of refusal and subversion can be translated into contemporary conditions, we need to understand, first of all, that the increasingly social nature of production is a double-edged phenomenon. When cooperative production comes to invest all of social life, when the working day expands to include all waking, and even sleeping, hours, and when the productive capacities of all workers seem to be caught in the networks of command, on the one hand, it seems impossible to carve a space for independent action, which is required to go on strike, and yet, on the other, those engaged in social production and reproduction have their hands directly on the entire apparatus. Think of projects to occupy and block the metropolis, which has itself become part of the productive system, or to interrupt the productive flows of social networks and overload websites. We need to understand, second, that in this social matrix the borders separating production from reproduction are breaking down. Too often in the past Marxist parties, unions, and theorists have maintained the centrality of productive labor, insisting that struggles within and against the processes of social reproduction are not able to strike at the heart of capitalist power. Such arguments often served as alibis for excluding from the primary struggle all except white male factory workers, women and students, the poor and migrants. People of color and peasants have all been victims of political strategies based on this view. To the extent that today the centrality of industrial production has been replaced by that of social production, struggles over production and over reproduction immediately implicate one another and are inextricably tied. Any labor struggle today must include a critique of the sexual, racial, global divisions of labor and, in turn, the critique of the divisions of labor must include a refusal of the extraction of value in its various forms. The social nature of production also implies that the conventional division between production and consumption is breaking down. Certainly the capitalist relationship between production and consumption, which is often governed by debt, must be broken, and the terrain of welfare, including health, education, housing, services, and the various forms of consumption, must be transformed into a terrain of struggle through resistances and alternative projects. But consumption itself is not the problem. Consumption is a social good when posed in relation to reproduction considered most broadly, that is, the sustainability of society, humanity, other species, the planet. Here we can see both the destituent function and the constituent work of the social strike. And by making this social definition concrete we can recognize the dismantling of capitalist command over consumption and the construction of a human production of humanity, not for profit, on the social terrain. A social strike must thus be able to engage and transform the abstraction and the extraction operated by capital. It must, in other words, be able to encompass the wide social expanse ruled over by finance, transforming abstraction into generality, that is, embracing in coalition the wide range of forces extending across the whole society. It must also be able to transform extraction into autonomy, blocking the capitalist apparatuses to capture value while fortifying the cooperative relationships of social production and reproduction. These two terrains are, in any case, continuous and overlapping. Although the struggle against abstraction is horizontal, gaining social extension, and that against extraction is vertical, increasing the intensity of social cooperation, together they form a powerful machine for the construction of the common. When Marx at the beginning of the industrial era analyzed how workers' struggles forced total capital to reduce the length of the working day, he recognized how workers were able to impose on capital a new relation of force and also to recreate themselves. It must be acknowledged, he writes, that our worker emerges from the process of production looking different from when he entered it. 11. The relationship of struggle that today is posed between total capital, primarily in financial form, and a total living labor that is socially exploited repeats Marx's conception, analogous to the factory strike. To reorganize the working day is a social strike that addresses the configuration of what might be called the social working day. This could take the form, for instance, of fighting for a guaranteed basic income, unconditional and equal for all, which would to some extent address the precarity of contemporary society and provide an autonomous space of creation. Struggle today can become decisive only when it is able to break capitalist rule over social life and create autonomous alternatives. Our analysis has thus arrived at a strange and in certain respects paradoxical point. On one side is a long history of the general strike, on whose basis was constructed the power of the workers' movement and the left more generally. The strike was central to the definition of the political for more than a century of socialist struggles. On the other side are social struggles, which have now transformed the face of class struggle, as production and exploitation have become social, but which often have no real interlocutor on the left. The institutions of the official left or the historic left have abandoned this terrain, and chosen the parliamentary arena as the exclusive space of bargaining, no longer between subaltern classes and power but instead, between groups of power that blend into one another behind an ideological screen. So when we hear some, who criticize neoliberalism with rectitude and courage, say let's reconstruct the left, it seems to us that this will be impossible until the social strike becomes central in the reasoning and the practice of what was once called the political forces of the left. Our brief analysis here leads to 3 points. First, every subversive action and every social struggle must be immersed in the biopolitical terrain, the terrain of social life, and oriented toward the common. The question of power comes second. The path we must travel requires, for example, reappropriating the fixed capital employed in productive social processes and thus blocking the multiplication of operations of valorization capture privatization developed by finance capital. The reappropriation of fixed capital means constructing the common, a common organized against the capitalist appropriation of social life, against private property and its markets, a common defined as the capacity of democratic management and autonomous administration from below. This is a process analogous to the struggle a century ago against the reduction of relative wages for industrial workers. That required, according to Rosa Luxemburg, struggle against the commodity character of labor power, that is, against capitalist production in its fundamental core. The struggle against a decline in relative wages, she continues, is thus no longer a struggle on the basis of the commodity economy, but rather a revolutionary, subversive initiative against the existence of this economy. It is the socialist movement of the proletariat. 12. For us, this is a process of commoning. To construct the common, second, the social strike must also become political. It must produce a dualism of power, breaking away from neoliberal governance and developing practices of counterpower. It must create institutions of being and producing together, becoming multitudinous enterprises. The lived passion of all the great multitudinous movements of the end of the 20th and beginning of the 21st centuries, including the occupations and encampments, demonstrates not only what the social strike can mean today but also how it can serve immediately as an instrument to create organization and institution. Even when they have lasted only briefly, these movements have produced an institutional desire and have set in motion a constituent machine that will be hard to stop. Posing this political terrain at center stage leads to a third point, because the very idea of the political must be renewed. The common comes first, as we said, before the political, because only the common and entrepreneurship on the terrain of the common can materially transform the world and take control of the production and reproduction of free subjectivities. The entrepreneurship of the multitude is forming historically the ontological basis of our existence. Don't be worried that the discussion is raised up to the question of being. There is no other way to construct freedom and equality except on the basis of historical being, produced and continually reproduced in the common. Around this entrepreneurship everything can be recomposed. Extremism of the center. Among the sciences, perhaps no other more than political science holds strongly to its realism. Thucydides, Machiavelli, Montesquieu, and many other luminaries in the European tradition give substance to this claim. The dominant streams of political analysis as they have developed over the last few centuries, however, have accumulated mountains of data and innumerable descriptions of political processes and developed statistical methods and predictive models, employing behaviorist and sociological approaches, but they do not deserve to be called either scientific or even realistic. Political science instead has primarily become a handservant to the ruling powers. We are thinking not primarily of the academic discipline, but rather the wide array of journalists, politicians, and analysts of various stripes, including, of course, many academics, who daily pronounce the supposed common sense of political reason. The teachings of these vulgar and influential political scientists revolve essentially around three elements. First, most of them, explicitly or not, affirm the autonomy of the political, which we discussed in Chapter 3, offering apologies for state action, which is assumed to be the exclusive and indisputable center of political life. Second, they generally claim to provide value-free knowledge. Since claims to objective knowledge and practice even in the natural sciences should be challenged, as gender and race scholars have demonstrated most convincingly, claims to objectivity in the study of political systems and behaviors can have little basis except perhaps to cloud or mask one's own political values. We are most interested, however, in a third point. Political scientists claim to identify a center, a point of equilibrium and moderation, around which all reasonable political discussion should revolve. The elites and the people, the right and the left, they continually tell us, must move to the center because only the center can save democratic politics and its institutions from radical and irrational challenges. If we pose on the y-axis the relationship between the summit and the base of the political system and on the x-axis the conflict between left and right, then only at the origin, where the two axes meet, can we find equilibrium and stability, justice and moderation. Aristotle and Polybius maintained that only by knitting together the three forms of government, monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, can the politeia, the just political society, be guaranteed, and Weber conceived power animated by three forms of legitimation, traditional, rational legal, and charismatic, woven together. But those ancient and modern definitions of the political, and democratic politics in particular, had the virtue of being dynamic. They are replaced by the perfidious affirmation of politics reduced to a center, fixed in time and immobilized in space. The latest wave of political experts has thus produced this wonderful result, eliminating the space for democratic conflict in the figure of centrist populism. The affirmation that we are neither left nor right is followed by we are both elites and the people. 13. This result is due, first, to a completely ideological effect, far removed from the value-free analysis that political scientists claim. The center makes politics immobile not in the sense that the center does not move but in that every transformation can remain dominated by the center. Note, for example, how much today is in fashion among journalists, politicians, and bureaucrats an inflated usage of the word revolution. This serves not only to empty the meaning of the term and, they hope, eliminate its real possibility in the present but also to erase the memory of the historical developments of past centuries. At the base of all this, as Paolo Prodi, among others, has noted, is also a much broader phenomenon. Today historical time seems to be compressed and the future temporality of desires deleted, the present is eternal, unchangeable, and necessary. All this is registered and overdetermined by the sovereign ruling powers. Therefore the modern history that had previously been depicted as the continuous emergence of social conflicts and the repeated modification of constitutional structures must be paralyzed around a political center celebrated as the Eden of equilibrium. 14. The insistence on the center has similar effects on space. The general idea is that political systems, centering themselves, settle around consolidated values and immutable hierarchies. Partisans of the center sound the alarm, inciting fear of change and terror at the new, insisting on the need for stability. Today, in crisis-ridden Europe, right Georgos Katsimbakis and Yannis Stavrakakis, for instance, in the midst of the Greek crisis, it is the institutional defenders of moderate politics that construct a Manichaean view of society, dismissing virtually any disagreement as irrational and populist, and thus becoming more and more radicalized and exclusionary. 15 Legitimation is not constructed around elements of consensus and participation but entrusted to authority charged with holding off the danger that surrounds us all, renewing a long tradition of the political uses of fear, from Thomas Hobbes to Carl Schmitt. The insistence on the political center becomes all the more powerful when combined with the equilibrium prescribed by neoliberal economic theory. The reactionary idea of equilibrium and stability applied to the relation between state and populations also has a long history. The German administrative notion of cameralism, for example, celebrated it, as did Friedrich Hayek. But today the force of the center and equilibrium has become more unyielding. Economics and politics are mixed in a sort of anarchic transvaluation of individualism, which paradoxically produces an image of social order, which is in large measure deterministic. The center thus loses every remaining possibility of being opened on any side, above or below, to the right or the left. It is the product and the brand of a necessary economic process. It would be a disaster if things went differently. We should be clear that this process of the legitimation of a stable and moderate center holds at arm's length those images of fear and violence that give rise to it, even while it uses them. What can appear more central and peace-loving than having experienced fear and terror and now being calm and balanced? The cynicism that animates centrist political realism, in this dance between terror and tranquility, offers us perhaps the best key to interpreting the neoliberal center and the measure of its extremism. All political positions must be brought together in the government of the center, there is no alternative. What is more cynical than this dictum? Every value that is not reduced to the center must be excluded, outlawed. This nonviolent center is far from that idea of stability and equilibrium guaranteed by God or by the princely order that had to be established, often with terrible violence. It is far from the bloody repression of revolting peasants in the name of Protestantism. To those who asked for the reasons of the massacre, Martin Luther responded, "It is pitiful that we have to be so cruel to the poor people, but what can we do? It is necessary and God wills it that fear may be brought on the people." Today fear is brought on people in ways different than at the beginnings of modernity, with money often replacing mercenaries. But so it is, and, as Luther continues, otherwise Satan brings forth mischief. 16. Is it still possible today for political knowledge, beyond any extremism of the center, to move within history and take up the project to transform it? Roughly in the period when Luther incited his mercenaries to massacre peasants, Machiavelli made the political into a passion and imagination of the common. The political is constituted, he teaches, by the desire of the multitude. For example, in the revolt of the Ciompi, the Florentine wool workers who struggled against the owners of the market. 17. It might be better to say they appropriate the political because this really involves laying claim to the space of politics by those who have no part, putting their lives at risk, struggling for liberation from misery and subjection, without fear and dread. 18. That means posing desire within the struggles and facing the risks of struggle, within the relationship of force and its uncertainties, with the conviction that freedom and the common are always materially tested and constructed in struggle. Only this politics can be wrested from the hands of the Satan that Luther threatened us with. Chapter 14. Impossible Reformism. For well over a century now reformism is posed as the only reasonable and effective path according to the supposed political realism of the official and socialist left. Realism dictates, according to them, accommodating to capitalist rule, that is, participating in government, respecting capitalist discipline, and creating structures for labor and business to collaborate so that wages, work conditions, and social well-being can be slowly but surely improved. This realism has turned out to be entirely unrealistic. Reformism in this form has proven to be impossible and the social benefits it promises are an illusion. Today the terrain of reform seems completely lost to the left. One reason is that reform is one of the most frequently evoked terms in the neoliberal political lexicon and, in fact, it has become a pillar of the neoliberal obsession with the center. In neoliberal hands, reform has come to mean, primarily, a shift of control from states to financial markets accompanied by sometimes hidden but often overt forms of violence. The market reform in post-socialist Eastern Europe advocated by the likes of Jeffrey Sachs, for instance, took the form of shock therapy. Certainly, this has little relation to what reform meant among progressive forces in the 19th and 20th centuries. The term has been usurped, and its outcomes are sometimes almost the exact opposite of what socialist reformism sought in the past. Another reason that progressive reformism seems impossible today is that the subject supporting reform in old socialist conceptions, the organized industrial working class, has withered. As we will argue below, once separated from working class subjectivities, socialist reformism became merely a mechanism for managing capitalist development, almost indistinguishable from neoliberalism. There is no need, however, for the critique of reformism to lead anyone to repeat the old reform or revolution debates that so inflamed our grandparents. We need to take measure of how much the conditions of social production and thus the potential for political action have changed. Those radicals who still rail against any type of reformism are dedicated to a notion of revolution just as impossible, and undesirable, as the old notions of reform. Our argument is that, based on the subjectivities of contemporary social production and reproduction, the concepts of both reform and revolution must be rethought, and that the two processes not only can but must march forward together. That is the course of political realism. Fixing the system. Before exploring what reform can mean today, we should sketch briefly some key aspects in the history of socialist reformism. Already in the second half of the 19th century, socialist revisionists chose, against Marxist and revolutionary forces, a realist path of negotiations for economic reforms. Since that time, social democratic strategies have proven to be an utter failure and have brought on the terminal illness of socialism. Let's consider three scenes of failed 20th century reformism. Scene 1, Early 20th century nationalist revisionism. Blinded by the economic advantages of participating in and even championing the industrial destiny of the nation, Social Democrats in Germany, France, England, and Italy supported the military engagements of the First World War. This went well beyond the actions of trade unions defending corporatist interests and involved confusing the interests of labor with the presumed national interest. These Social Democrats mothballed the internationalist spirit of the workers' struggle and enthusiastically cheered on the imperialist and colonial adventures of their nations. They turned their backs on the inheritance of solidarity and struggle to embrace militarist discipline and the mantle of the oppressor. Whether their side won or lost the war, it was criminal to betray the previous half-century of struggles of the workers' movement. In this case, the concept of nation and dedication to its identity made socialist reformism fail. Scene 2, Post-Second World War social democratic reformism. The 1959 Bad Godesberg Conference, in which the German Social Democratic Party abandoned opposition to capital and adopted policies of collaboration, is one symbol of the reformist view that the only realistic route possible is to collaborate fully in the capitalist management of economic production. The trade unions of social democratic parties offered themselves as reliable partners in the economic and political world of capitalism. This reformism raised the level of subjection and exploitation of the working class in the factories and in society, while social democratic leaders praised exaggerated gains in the productivity of labor, which brought even more unbearable suffering, and the increasing discipline of the lives of workers. In the process, Social Democrats were also participants in the aggressive imperialisms and the defense of colonial powers, from Algeria to Vietnam, betraying signs of continuity with old conservative and fascist cultures. Anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles were finally victorious in this period, but without the aid of the European and North American social democratic parties, which immediately opened the offices of neocolonialism. Scene 3, Post-Cold War neoliberalism. After 1989, Social Democrats, beginning with Britain's Labour Party and the US Democratic Leadership Council, legitimate the most ferocious neoliberal policies and rode the coattails of global finance capital. The dismantling of welfare structures at home and the imposition of the Washington Consensus abroad were hallmarks of the new Social Democrats. The gravity of their decision to underwrite and guarantee the neoliberal model is still today in clear view. Social democracy became a direct instrument of neoliberal governance and condemned workers to infernal labor conditions and austerity wages. By entrusting society to a cruel and corrupting market, they not only destroyed welfare institutions and spread labor and social precarity but also renounced even the pretense of representing the interests of workers. The 20th century failure of reformism, however, was not only the responsibility of social democracy. It was also due to the disasters of what might be called revolutionary reformism. The Bolshevik Revolution, for instance, eventually entrusted the enactment of reforms to a state that claimed to be socialist, but these failed just as dramatically as those of Western European social democracies, or, rather, they functioned as a motor of modernization that yielded, in the final instance, to a planned control of capitalist development, which was first industrial and then financial. A successful revolution bequeathed to us a failed reformism. And that is because their reforms merely repeated the Western European refrain of the accumulation of capital. In this case, we can see that a process of reform claiming to benefit the working classes failed and that a system of dictatorial command took its place. Socialist revolution crumbled, paradoxically, in its attempt to reform capitalism. The disastrous outcome of socialist reformism, along with what we called revolutionary reformism, is confirmed also by the path that Chinese socialism has taken in the post-Mao era. At Tiananmen in 1989, the democratic students and workers demanded that the revolutionary path be taken up again, not in an ideological form but in the form of a multitudinous democracy. The response of those in power, of course, was not only repression but also to embark on a further phase of capitalist development, one that mixed industrial development with the control of finance capital. As the students and workers were defeated, the Chinese socialist regime entered into the great game of neoliberal globalization. 1. Various socialist reformisms have thus sought, often in partnership with the political and economic forces of capital, to fix the system from the inside, ameliorating gradually the lives of workers, blunting the worst forms of domination, and raising the social prospects of all. These experiences have demonstrated instead that capital cannot reform itself, the system is fixed, that is, like the roulette table in the casino. The house always wins. Instituting counterpowers. Is reform, then, impossible? Our selective initial sketch of 20th century socialist reformism certainly makes it seem so. It appears, in fact, that reform, like a series of other political concepts such as democracy, freedom, and class struggle, has been emptied of meaning. We need to return to some successful, realist experiences in that history to find that a true reformism, both in revolutionary and social democratic contexts, requires the institution of counterpowers. The outcomes of the Soviet and Chinese socialist experiences in state dictatorship to manage capitalist development certainly do not characterize the revolutionary experiences from the beginning. Lenin, for instance, imagined a system of governance organized around counterpowers, Soviets against the state and workers against capital, that would set in motion a real transformation of both the state and capital. A dualism of power, or, better, a plurality of powers, would initiate a process of liberation of the working masses from subjection and misery. In various periods during the Chinese experience, especially during the Cultural Revolution, the establishment and institutionalization of counterpowers, antagonistic formations within and against the state, pushed forward real processes of social and political reform. Subsequent socialist development in both countries, of course, crushed the hopes of democratic reform under the heels of increasingly extensive dictatorships, but that does not negate the real effectiveness of counterpowers in earlier periods. 2. Active counterpowers are also responsible for the few successes of social democratic reformism. One might consider, For instance, the New Deal period in the United States and the 20th century development of welfare policies in Europe as successful reformist experiments, even though in limited and ambiguous terms, insofar as they brought a measure of political participation and increased levels of social well-being. The New Deal was not so much a response to the crisis of circulation that exploded on Wall Street in 1929, or the imbalances of supply and demand, or any other objective criteria. It was rather a response to a political crisis created by the power of organized labor, especially the most militant unions, the threat of which was cast in a new light by the victory of the Russian Revolution. Labor militancy created, in certain respects and for a limited time, a dualism of power that threatened not only the production of profits but also the maintenance of the primary conditions of capitalist social reproduction. The establishment of counterpowers thus dictated a process that transformed the material constitution in economic, social, and political terms, enlarging political participation, revising some social hierarchies, and shifting the terms of the distribution of social wealth, all in limited and temporary but nonetheless real ways. The processes to form welfare states in Europe and other parts of the world later in the 20th century were also driven in large part by the formation of militant, organized labor as counterpowers. Capitalism can, in fact, these examples show, be reformed, not by itself but when it is pushed and threatened from within by counterpowers. We should note that although these examples illustrate the reformist effects of counterpowers, they also present distorting mirrors. In these experiences all that was democratic and common in the new forms of life and the new modes of production and all that was experienced as resistance and revolution came to be represented generally as the public, that is, primarily, as state action. But where there was real reformism, as we have seen, there was not only antagonism to the private but also struggle against the public, the guarantor of the private power of capital, and resistance against the state. Both really existing socialism and liberal politics were embroiled, and could not escape, from the public-private dialectic and thus replicated the tragedy of the public, that is, the continuation of the public to be a sovereign prerogative, often misrepresented as the common or confused as representative and as interpreter of the social subjectivities of production and reproduction. When we emphasize the institution of counterpowers, we should recognize that this is characteristic of a much longer history of resistance and liberation that defines an alter-modernity against the dominant modern history. 3 The long arc of European humanism, for example, from the Italian cities against the German emperor in the 13th and 14th centuries to the Dutch cities against the Catholic king in the 17th century, demonstrates the effectiveness of reformisms that bring power back to society. And this trajectory is continued, in certain respects, in the modern revolutions, from the revolt of Haitian slaves against France and the rebellion of the American colonies against the English crown to the English and French revolutions. 4 In victories and defeats, the key feature is that they each create institutions of counterpower. Closer to our time we should add to the history of alter-modernity Polish Solidarnosc, the Zapatistas of Chiapas, the Bolivian Cocoleros, the movements of 2011, from Tahrir Square to Puerta del Sol to Zuccotti Park, and numerous other initiatives that follow the path of instituting counterpowers. One crucial element added by the contemporary struggles is the insistence that counterpowers must always be plural and linked in coalition. The institutions of counterpowers, in the terms we articulated in Chapter 3, make a non-sovereign claim on power. This does not mean, of course, that the sovereign, ruling power is left intact and the counterpowers occupy a separate social terrain, but instead that sovereignty itself is rendered inoperative or destroyed. And, moreover, in this long history the creation of counterpowers goes hand in hand with the invention of new, non-sovereign institutions. The potential of a non-sovereign power is what allows us most effectively to dismiss the old debates about reform versus revolution. We have already argued, on one side, that the old, supposedly realist notion of reform that accommodates to capitalist rule is an illusion, and the only effective reform results from the institution of counterpowers that can threaten the ruling powers and force them to transform. We need now to look at the other side. The concept of revolution standing opposed to reform is most often grounded in an assumption of sovereign power. Only a new sovereign power can challenge the ruling order. The thinking goes, sovereignty against sovereignty, and moreover, only a sovereign power can break with the present and introduce the new. It is fashionable today, in fact, to pose this argument in theological terms. We have never been secular, many scholars claim, and modern political thought itself has a theological basis. 5 We concur that many modern political concepts, sovereignty most important among them, have a theological basis, but authors who insist on political theology too often confuse is with ought, description with prescription. We recognize, in other words, that sovereignty is a theological concept, and that is precisely why we need to destroy it. A concept of revolution based on sovereignty, to return to our point, is an empty notion of revolution that is opposed to an equally empty notion of reform. We need to construct instead a non-sovereign revolution, which overlaps and mixes with reformist action when reform means instituting counterpowers. Defining constitution as a play of plural counterpowers means destroying the transcendent, monarchic, indivisible nature of power and stripping from any sovereign the possibility of acting in the final instance over society and the state. It opens instead toward the terrain of social production and reproduction, and its dynamic of counterpowers is matched with the composition of society and productive activity. It should thus be clear that we are not reformists in the neoliberal sense, nor in the late socialist sense, nor are we trying merely to blunt the worst excesses of capitalism or to make politicians more representative of their constituencies or refound the traditional parties, or anything like that. Our reform is aimed instead at a revolutionary process that makes the existing social subjectivities, in all their differences, into a new prince, the authors of strategy that sets in motion initiatives and practices of reform. After affirming that the constitution of the multitude will consist of a construction of counterpowers, then, we have to return to the present state of the struggles. In this situation, the play among counterpowers cannot be conceived as harmonious or linear, but instead they must always function antagonistically, in an effort to subvert capitalist sovereignty, a subversion that transfers the struggle and the perspective of transformation from the horizontal axis of social struggles to the vertical axis of the struggle for power. The counterpowers expressed by the multitude of producers and reproducers, who eventually act as a new prince, thus develop projects and express their force within and against sites of domination, which extend horizontally across society and protrude vertically as forms of command. A new prince must, 1. Attack the vertical axis and empty its repressive power, and, 2. Construct against it counterpowers formed in the horizontal axis of social production and reproduction. 3. Only then, when the construction of counterpowers is achieved, can a new prince initiate a process of constituent power. It might seem utopian to project a process of transformation or, really, a tendency toward the constitution of new social relations, grounded on existing and emerging social subjectivities. Indeed, there is nothing assured about this process. We see it rather as a pari, as Blaise Pascal puts it, a wager, which Pierre Bourdieu translates into a process of political decision-making based on the accumulation of resistances, struggles, and desires for liberation we have witnessed in the contemporary world. 6 This is the sense in which we propose a subversive reformism today as an instance of political realism. Indignation in the fog of war. One task of any reformism is to limit the violence and destruction wrought by the ruling powers and to create effective mechanisms for social protection. But before constructing weapons of self-defense and effective counterpowers, before any call to arms, we need to bring out into daylight the contemporary forms of violence and recognize how people are already struggling against them. When Karl von Clausewitz writes about the fog of war, he is trying to capture the uncertainty of military enterprises and the inability of commanders and combatants in the field of battle to gauge clearly the relations of force. 7 There is another fog of war, though, an ideological fog that clouds myriad forms of violence, making them all but invisible to external observers, and even sometimes to those who suffer them. Some extreme forms of violence, spectacular acts of brutality, of course, rise high above the fog, and no doubt, we must denounce them. But don't focus too much on exceptional events. We need to confront all forms of violence, civil wars, imperial wars, race wars, the violence of armies and militias, abuses of the police, rapists and wars on women, attacks on LGBTQ people, terroristic attacks of white supremacy and Islamic fundamentalisms, violence of capitalist finance, incarceration, ecological degradation, and the list goes on. We need to train our vision to see also and, especially, down in the fog, to reveal the daily, systematic, and systemic, unspectacular forms of violence, what Slavoj Žižek calls the objective violence of the dominant systems of power, which sometimes appears as perpetrator-less crimes. 8 Down in the fog is where the real battles must be fought. 9 Indignation is a first step toward finding adequate modes of resistance. Art and activism often go hand in hand to reveal and protest violence and war. In the center of Picasso's Guernica, a woman cranes her neck out the window and holds a lamp to illuminate the destruction and suffering. In some respects, documentary film has today become the central art form of indignation. Indignation, however, is not merely a victim's cry, a weapon of the weak. Our hypothesis that power always comes second means that power acts to block the development of free subjectivities. The violence of power is aimed at containing and undermining the potential of those who resist and struggle for their own freedom. Indignation is a first expression of strength. 10 But indignation is not enough. To disarm the perpetrators, we need to forge new weapons. The critique of violence requires, in other words, creating new counterpowers. And even that is not enough. Resistance must contribute to the constitution of new subjectivities, to the project of their liberation. We will take up this argument in chapter 15, but here let us attempt a, admittedly partial and schematic, catalogue of some of the axes of violence seen and unseen that plague our societies, along with some of the emerging struggles against them. 11 From the standpoint of these struggles begin to emerge the transversal lines of coalition that we can construct across these different domains and across national boundaries. Building coalitions in an intersectional and international framework is the first step toward creating counterpowers. 12 Criminal acts of police brutality against black people in the United States, including Michael Brown, Eric Garner, Freddie Gray, Tamir Rice, Philando Castile, and so many others, have recently taken center stage. But police brutality against black men and women in the United States, of course, is not new. What is new are the widespread technologies, such as video cameras in phones, that allow it to be seen, and the outcry that has made it the object of mass indignation. And police violence against people of color is not by any means limited to North America. We have a Ferguson every day, claims Ignacio Quino, referring to police killings of black men in Brazil's favelas. 13 Certainly the perpetrators of all these deaths should be held to account. But equally important battles are further down in the fog. We need to train our eyes not only and maybe not even primarily on police brutality, as an exceptional event, or even on the police culture of impunity that makes such acts of brutality possible, but also on the normal and daily violence of the police together with the courts and carceral systems. 14 Traffic stops, drug arrests, unequal sentencing, the routine violence of the prison, housing policies, racially divided education systems. These are some of the scenes of racial violence from which we need to clear away the fog. Generating indignation against the silent institutionalized racism is one important aim of contemporary forms of anti-racist activism. Black Lives Matter, the Blackout Collective, and the Movement for Black Lives are some of the activist organizations in the United States already constructing paths in this direction. 15 Sexual violence similarly is most often seen in cases of spectacular brutality, such as the globally publicized 2012 rape of Jyoti Singh Pandey on a bus in New Delhi. The perpetrators of such crimes must be prosecuted, and sometimes the horror can urge legislators to pass stronger laws. But most sexual violence takes place down in the fog, even when it involves mass death such as the femicide of hundreds of poor women and girls in Juarez, Mexico. No one pays attention to these killings, writes Roberto Bolano in his fictionalized account, but the secret of the world is hidden in them. 16 Indeed, the visibility of spectacular cases can lead women to associate danger with public places, Kristen Bumiller writes, despite the fact that most physical and sexual assaults take place in private, committed by known perpetrators. 17 Combating the daily and routine sexual violence including rape on college campuses, abuse by husbands and fathers in the home, threatening environments for girls, as well, of course, as limits on reproductive rights is just as important as protesting the spectacular cases of brutality. We can trace the lines of an emerging international cycle of struggles, the October 2016 demonstration for reproductive rights in Poland and the Ni Una Menos protests in Argentina against sexual violence in the same month are extending to other countries, including Italy, and they have strong resonances with the January 2017 Women's March on Washington. 18. Ecological violence, suffered disproportionately by the poor, almost always takes place silently, unseen in the fog. It forms a shadow, Rachel Carson writes, that is no less ominous because it is formless and obscure. 19 For every Union Carbide Bhopal gas leak or BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill that monopolizes the attention of the global media, there are millions of largely unseen industrial disasters, which little by little pollute and destroy the fabric of the earth and its ecosystems, leaving toxic rivers and lakes, flotillas of discarded plastic in the oceans, unbreathable air, and cancerous soils. The challenge of making visible these myriad forms of unseen ecological violence is doubled because their effects are most often delayed and only felt gradually. This is, to use Rob Nixon's phrase, a slow violence that is no less dangerous, and maybe more so, for its temporal delays. 20 Climate change is emblematic of the complex temporality of ecological violence because once its effects are finally visible, the options for combating it are, almost entirely, closed. And as many authors argue, the violence of ecological degradation and change affects first and most strongly the poor and the indigenous, in part because they rely most directly on the earth and have the fewest defenses. The 2016 Standing Rock protests to block construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline are one inspiring moment in recent environmental activism. In addition to being a historic gathering of North American tribes, it has been significant for the fact that environmental activists have followed the lead of indigenous activists in the direction and organization of the movement. 21. The systemic violence of capitalist relations against working classes and the poor also leaves wounds that are often hidden. In 2010, global indignation was aroused when it was publicized that 18 employees of Foxconn in China, the company that provides components for Apple computers, attempted suicide. In Japan, the phenomenon of hikikomori, youth who withdraw to a solitary existence, sometimes refusing to come out of their rooms at home, is a symptom of the violences of precarity and unemployment in a society where social value has been so strongly associated with work. 22 The weapons of finance leave wounds that cripple just as other weapons do. Indebtedness creates stunted forms of life that exclude all manners of social development and flourishing. The strategy of social unionism that we discussed in Chapter 9, bringing together trade union and social movement traditions to address issues of full-time workers, the unemployed, the indebted, and the growing strata of precarious workers, is one of the most promising developments for addressing these forms of violence. 23. The catalog we have begun here is obviously an inadequate accounting. We have said too little to do justice to the few axes of violence we have mentioned, and still nothing yet about homophobic and transphobic violence, violence against the disabled, religious-based violence, and much more. These partial considerations should already make apparent, though, that where there is violence there will also be resistance, which will eventually emerge in organized and powerful movements. That is the key understanding we need to make in the next step in our argument. Before leaving the question of violence, however, we need to turn our attention briefly to war. Military campaigns too, despite their spectacular, lethal effect, can hide their violence, at least from the view of certain observers. That is one intended consequence, for instance, of the restructuring of U.S. military strategy known as Revolution in Military Affairs and Defense Transformation, among other names. Those efforts, which use new technologies to make the fighting forces more mobile and flexible, further earlier techniques of killing at a distance, thus reducing the numbers of U.S. troops at risk and ultimately lowering the number of U.S. fatalities. The dream behind these changes is to create a mode of warfare that, from the standpoint of those waging it, is virtual in the technological terms and bodiless in military terms, while being very real and corporeal for those who suffer it. The semblance of the virtual and the incorporeal allow for the violence to be, at least partially, clouded. The emblem of this military mindset is the drone. Unmanned, guided lethal projectiles are in many respects the continuation of long-range missiles and bombers in that they allow those who are killing not to see those who die. 24. Although the strategic plans and the weapons technologies were already in place beforehand, the Bush administration's war on terror along with the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq were in many respects a proving ground. Over a decade later, however, it is widely recognized that these wars were dramatic failures, but remarkably the military logics behind them continue to be deployed. As U.S. forces began to withdraw from Iraq and Afghanistan under President Obama, for example, the military use of drones only increased. Just like the bombing campaigns in Vietnam, drone warfare has quickly proven to be a failure. Drones sometimes succeed in killing targeted enemies, but, especially given the wide collateral deaths and damages, they reinforce the will and recruitment of those they intend to defeat, but that failure does not mean they will cease to be employed. The organized indignation of anti-war movements is necessary to make visible the systematic violence of drones and bombing campaigns to the populations of the United States, Europe, and Russia. Those who suffer these attacks see them very well. 25. Migrants can testify to the violence of war together with many other forms. Through warfare and economic destitution, enormous populations are forced to flee, who then suffer racist subordination along their journey and when they arrive at their destination. Innumerable scenes of violence, for example, followed Syrians fleeing war in 2015, the refugee centers set on fire in Sweden, U.S. politicians seeking to ban their entry, Hungary building a wall on its Serbian border, the French riot police attacking the refugee camp at Calais, and the list goes on. And yet there have also been extraordinary, heroic mobilizations in countries throughout Europe and the world to welcome migrants, to provide housing, clothing, and food, and to counter the toxic atmosphere of anti-migrant violence. Our catalog of contemporary violence makes us sick, even though, as we said, we only scratched the surface. May the gods, wherever they are, curse and plague the sad perpetrators of violence in all these hidden and overt forms. The racists, misogynists, homophobes, transphobes, destroyers of the earth, warmongers, may the putrid rot of their souls gnaw at them from within. Invective and indignation are vital, of course, especially when organized as movements of resistance, and fortunately such movements arise all around us. But such movements are merely the first building block. We need to link the movements to create transversal coalitions in an intersectional and international frame. Furthermore, these connections have to transform identities and produce the kinds of subjective transformation that we spoke of earlier in the processes of translation in order to create effective counterpowers. Finally, then, counterpowers need to be formed into a project for liberation and the constitution of a real social alternative. In Chapter 15 we will turn to the needs of that constituent process. Empire today. Faced with a globalizing world out of control, many politicians, analysts, and scholars, on the right and the left, claim that the nation-state is back, or, rather, they wish it would come back. Some cite the need for sovereign national control over the economy, especially in light of the continuing crisis, to hold at bay the threat of a secular stagnation spreading across the globe, or to protect workers and citizens against the depredations of financial markets. Others point to the need for secure national borders to defend the dominant countries against migrations of the poor and thus to preserve national identities. Finally, in the rush to respond to terrorist threats, the national security apparatuses are often posed as the primary or only defense. Given the renewed calls for the nation-state, globalization seems to have for many reaped more disasters than advantages. Point 26. In these terms, however, the problem is poorly posed. Arguing about the virtues of globalization versus the control of nation-states will lead only to dead ends. And, furthermore, the faith that national sovereignty can solve any of these contemporary problems is completely illusory. We need to formulate the problem better before we can see clearly the challenges we really face today. Almost 20 years ago we proposed that there was forming an empire that is reorganizing global political relations and shifting priority away from the sovereignty of nation-states. One guiding hypothesis was that, at the same time as the collapse of the Soviet Union and the transformations of Chinese socialism, the position of the United States as superpower was also changing. U.S. imperialism, we claimed, is being displaced such that the United States can no longer successfully dictate global relations in unilateral fashion. In Giovanni Arrighi's terms, U.S. global hegemony has suffered a terminal crisis. Point 27. In the formation of empire, furthermore, no sovereign national power will be able to exert control in the manner of the old imperialisms. Another hypothesis we forwarded was that the increasingly global capitalist markets require a global power to give them order and coherent rules. As the circuits of capitalist production and accumulation achieve properly global reach, nation-states are no longer sufficient to guarantee and regulate the interests of capital. Consequently, we foresaw the formation of a mixed imperial constitution, that is, an empire composed of a changing cast of unequal powers, including nation-states, supranational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, the dominant corporations, non-state powers, and others. Empire, one might say, is incomplete. Indeed, it is incomplete in the same way that capitalist society is incomplete, containing within itself a diverse array of previously existing social and economic forms. One should never expect either, in fact, to arrive at completion in some pure state. And yet their incompletion or mixed constitution is no obstacle to attacking them right now, in their present form. Numerous authors working along the same lines in recent years have helped us see the problem of empire even more clearly. Saskia Sassen, for example, puts to rest useless arguments that pose nation-states and globalization as opposed and mutually exclusive. She argues instead that nation-states and the interstate system maintain important roles, but they are being transformed from within by forces of the emerging global political and institutional order. Empire is an assemblage, one might say, of various state and non-state authorities in concord and conflict. Point 28. Sandro Mesadra and Brett Nielsen, to give another example, make clear that globalization is not bringing about a borderless world, but instead the geographies of empire are defined by proliferating and fluctuating borders at all levels, which cut across the territory of each city and across continental divides. In fact, they argue that the standpoint of the border, the point of inclusion and exclusion, is the privileged site for bringing into clear view the dynamics of global power. Point 29. Finally, Keller Easterling, as we saw in Chapter 10, demonstrates that rather than a homogeneous globe or one divided along national lines, the space of the world market should be understood as a myriad of varied zones subject to both state and extra-state governance, industrial zones, free trade zones, export, processing zones, and so forth. Point 30. The problem, these authors and many more make clear, is not one of deciding whether to submit to globalization or return to the nation-state, but rather understanding the mixed constitution of this emerging empire and inventing adequate political means to intervene in and combat its rule. The proclamations of the return of the state, on the right and the left, have nonetheless been frequent in recent decades. The most dramatic and hubristic example of the renewed power of the nation-state on the right was proclaimed by the United States in its war on terror and its occupations of Afghanistan and Iraq. The Bush administration believed it could unilaterally remake the global environment, starting with the Middle East, acting in the style of the old imperialist powers. In 2003, some viewed U.S. forces rolling into Baghdad as evidence of the centrality of nation-states, the dominant nation-states, of course in global affairs, but only a few years later it was clear to all that the utter failure of U.S. unilateral adventures in military, economic, and political terms proved just the opposite. Neither the United States nor any other nation-state can successfully dominate in imperialist terms. 31 On the left, arguments about the return of the state and of national sovereignty have been especially prominent in Latin America, where progressive governments came to power as part of political projects to counter the policies of neoliberalism and the rule of global markets. 32 These experiences were extremely important and had enormously beneficial effects, in varying degrees and in various ways, for the populations of Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, Ecuador, Bolivia, and elsewhere in the continent. The temporary successes of holding neoliberalism at bay were primarily due, however, not to the individual sovereign states but rather to the continental coalitions of states and the interdependence among them. Indeed, as that interdependence is now falling apart, the incapacity for individual states to achieve a post-neoliberal economic and political order, or to protect against the spread of the global crisis, or even to slow the worst misdeeds of capitalist globalization, is becoming increasingly clear. The return of the state is an illusion. The dignity of the nation-state today would hinge on its provision of social welfare, the quality of services, education, health, housing, the levels of wages, and the potential for social mobility. But the crisis of social and political reformism goes hand in hand with the economic crisis, and the nation-state has proven unable on its own to reconstruct prospects of social well-being and development. Moreover, even when nation-states lavish spending on military and security apparatuses, these quickly prove unable to provide anything resembling real security to their citizens. We are convinced, in fact, that if the rebirth of the nation-state were not an illusion, if it were to come to pass, it would bring only tragedy, deepening crises, exacerbating poverty, and setting off wars, awakening demons that were thought to have been exorcised. Those who sneer at history, declares Henry Kissinger, the brilliant reactionary stalwart of empire, obviously do not recall that the legal doctrine of national sovereignty and the principle of non-interference enshrined, by the way, in the UN Charter emerged at the end of the devastating 30 Years' War, referring to the two world wars from 1914 to 1945. The new discipline of international law sought, he continues, to inhibit a repetition of the depredations of the 17th century, during which perhaps 40% of the population of Central Europe perished in the name of competing versions of universal truth. Once the doctrine of universal intervention spreads and competing truths contest, we risk entering a world in which, in G.K. Chesterton's phrase, virtue runs amok. 33 We are not saying, of course, that since the return of national sovereignty is illusory and undesirable, we need to content ourselves with neoliberal globalization and the devastating rule of finance capital. That is not the choice. We need, as we said earlier, to pose the problem properly. The first task is to interpret empire from above, that is, to track its shifting internal hierarchies. The mixed constitution of empire is a constantly changing composition of numerous unequal powers. In part this still involves the old-fashioned realist analysis of international relations, gauging, for instance, the extent to which Russia has succeeded in shuffling the powers at play in the Middle East or Eastern Europe, or evaluating the prospects of the BRIC countries, Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Similarly, one would have to understand if and how significantly the United States' pivot to Asia has shifted the primary axis of imperial power from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Imperial analysis, however, also has to consider many non-state actors. The notion of a clash of civilizations, although purely hollow and false, animates equally those fighting to establish a new caliphate in the Middle East and the conservative ideologues in North America and Europe. Furthermore, material and digital infrastructures, mediascaps, production chains, international and global legal conventions, finance markets, and much more are structures of imperial power that must be illuminated by an analysis from above. The second and crucial task, however, is to interpret empire from below, that is, to grasp and nurture the existing powers of resistance and revolt. Resistance, of course, is expressed in specific locations, but it can also extend to the national scale and beyond. In part, this perspective carries on the tradition of proletarian internationalism, which seeks to carry class struggle beyond the limits of national capital and the national state. But we must also analyze all the other struggles endowed with the powers of social production and reproduction that we have investigated at different points in this book. Ultimately, against the power of money and the social relation it institutionalizes, against the power of property, stand the struggles for the common in their many diverse forms. In the next chapter we sketch some of the elements of a platform for an effective struggle for the common within and against empire. Chapter 15. And now what? A new prince, author of strategy, is already emerging in the actions of today's productive and reproductive subjects. It often seems, however, that one needs powers of synesthesia to register it, to smell it in their voices, hear it in their images, feel it in their desire. As a result of our investigations in parts 2 and 3 we are now in the position to identify at least the outlines of the emerging powers of the multitude. Specifically we are ready to articulate how the multitude is capable of generating strategy in today's political field, how it is able to see far, to construct counterpowers able to combat the existing forms of rule, to deploy social forces in lasting institutions, to create new forms of life. This is the key, as we concluded in Part I, to solving the puzzle of horizontalism and verticality. The aim is not to dispense with leadership but rather inverting the roles of strategy and tactics to relegate leadership to a tactical role, employed and dismissed according to the occasion. This tactical position of leadership can be achieved and guaranteed, however, only by the establishment of the multitude's strategic capacities. A Hephaestus to arm the multitude. Consider two classic scenes of armed self-defense. In March 1871 women and men of Paris refused to allow the French army to take away the artillery on Montmartre and declare instead they will use it to defend the Commune. Paris armed, as Marx writes from London, is revolution armed. One almost a century later, in May 1967, 26 members of the Black Panther Party enter the California State House in Sacramento with loaded weapons and declare their right and intention to defend the black community against police violence. What arms does the multitude need to protect itself? Today it's clear to almost everyone that bullets and bombs, in most situations and especially in the dominant countries, will not protect you. In fact, using those weapons is most often self-defeating, even suicidal. What arms, then, can we use to defend ourselves? That turns out, however, to be the wrong question. If you begin by posing the question of defensive arms, you won't get far before running into dead ends. We have seen many political militants who were transformed by their arms into mere delinquents. By posing that conundrum we don't mean to advocate renouncing the use of arms. On the contrary. We don't want any more Guernicas, those scandalous defeats, horrific atrocities whose representations tug at the heartstrings of high-minded individuals everywhere. We want security. We want victories. Rather than renouncing their use we merely insist that the question of arms must be posed differently. The use of arms always points in two directions, outward and inward, against the enemy and for the transformation of ourselves. Yes, defensively, our weapons must counter the forms of violence, both the macro-violence of wars and the micro-violence of finance, poverty, racisms, gender oppressions, and environmental degradation. We must protect ourselves and disarm the perpetrators. But our weapons must also serve, inwardly, to build autonomy, invent new forms of life, and create new social relations. The key is to reverse the order of these two functions. The productive use of arms must have priority and the defense application will follow. Real defense depends on not only the effectiveness of arms but also and primarily the power of the community. The famous dictum political power grows out of the barrel of a gun gets the order and priority wrong. Point 2 Real weapons grow out of social and political power, the power of our collective subjectivity. This inversion gives a different view of the two examples we cited earlier. The real power of the commune resided not in its artillery but in its daily workings, its democratic governance. The political innovations were prepared, as Kristen Ross brilliantly documents, in the popular reunions and club meetings of the Paris neighborhoods in the years preceding the Commune's establishment. 3. The power of the Black Panthers, similarly, was not in the display of guns but in its construction of social programs, such as free breakfast programs and free health clinics. 4. The Zapatistas are explicit about this. Their power resides not in the weapons and military command structure of the Ejército Zapatista de Liberación Nacional, EZLN, but rather in the community councils and their experiments in justice and democracy. It is a question of priority. One cannot say we need first to engage the battle to defend ourselves and then, once we establish peace and security, we will have the free space to construct a new society. No, if you begin with war, you will end with it. We must build in the ruins, in the chaos and violence of our present, not ignoring our defense but subordinating it. The efficacy of the weapons of self-defense, then, should be judged first and foremost for how they serve the constructive struggle. Historians might go back and evaluate the artillery of Montmartre, the guns of the Black Panther Party, and even the defensive weapons of the EZLN with this criterion whether these weapons served or obstructed the construction of a new society, but that is not our interest. Our point is that the search for weapons for today's multitude should focus on their subjective capacities and the effects of weapons in creating and maintaining, or destroying, new forms of life. One might object that in some extreme contexts arms and military action must be given priority. This is only partially true, and the most inspiring examples of armed struggle, even in dire circumstances, manage simultaneously to invent democratic forms. For the defense of Kobane in Rojava, Kurdish Syria, in 2014 against the advances of Islamic State fighters, for example, the Kurdish movement needed guns and bombs. With sporadic and limited aid from the United States, and frequent obstruction from Turkey, the Kurds slowly won the battle with traditional military weapons. We have only admiration for the military prowess and the courage of the Kurdish fighters in this battle. But even in this example, it would be a mistake to view victory only from the battlefield. Kurdish communities in Rojava are also, in the midst of war, creating new social relations, inventing a form of democratic autonomy, establishing governance councils with, for example, 2 representatives for each post, 1 male and 1 female. Even in this extreme case of chaos and violence, the real power resides in the ability of the community to transform the old social order, to create new, democratic forms of life. 5 The production of subjectivity in these cases is not merely a matter of consciousness raising but also a kind of ontological deposit that builds up social being geologically, in a sedimentary way, layer after layer. This is a biopolitical transformation. The Kurdish example recalls many instances of anti-fascist resistance that integrated armed struggle and the construction of democratic social organization, often of direct democracy in liberated zones. The poet René Char, nom de guerre Capitaine Alexander, who led a group of proletarians that held in check the Nazi Armada and the forces of fascist French collaborators, explains how a motley crew of partisans, in their differences, created a democratic dynamic. The wonderful thing, he writes, is that this disparate cohort of pampered and untrained children, workers raised up by tradition, naive believers, boys terrified to have been exiled from their native soil, peasants acting with an obscure imagined patriotism of precocious adventures on horseback with the Foreign Legion, and those lured by the Spanish Civil War, this conglomerate was about to become one of the 4 or 5 most extraordinarily fertile political hotbeds that France has ever known. 6 Another poet, Franco Fortini, recalls how Italian partisans in August 1943 similarly constituted in the Val d'Assola a republic that democratically organized the territory while serving as a base of armed struggle. 7 They succeeded only for a brief time and quickly the republic surrendered to the overwhelming enemy forces, but that experience was a fantastic crucible of invention. Fortini writes, "There are no words for that atrocious and true aspect of the resistance, which was upsetting but had deep effects. The only words for it were those of poetry that, from Dante on, is made from what you cannot have understood. History allows those most atrocious but also most human aspects of that struggle. It omits that the only real partisan song that grabbed you in the guts went, "There is no lieutenant, no captain, no colonel, no general." It was a violent cry of anarchy, which in those moments was completely true. 8. That song founded a republic. Both in the lower French Alps and the Val d'Isole, between Italy and Switzerland, in liberated zones, partisans constituted with arms a democratic experience. In retrospect we might call these Cobain experiences. The resistance of immigrant Algerian workers in France during the Algerian War of Independence provides an analogous example. Among the conspiratorial activities and the resistance to the terrorism of the French state, in October 1961 protesting Algerian civilians were massacred in Paris, leaving hundreds dead, were constructed political communities that for a time constituted the ethical and political heart of liberated Algeria. Here too the two vectors, the resistance of the multitude that produces armed vanguards and armed vanguards that inspire multitudes, intersect and blend together, so to speak, on par, creating a solid and effective relationship between the constitution of a democratic multitude and the production of combative subjectivities, which nourish and feed off one another. 9. Don't get too wrapped up, though, in the heroism of anti-fascist resistance. Yes, as these examples demonstrate, even in extreme conditions one can manage to invent new democratic forms. But most of us are not facing fascist regimes and, clearly, recourse to traditional weapons in our circumstances is counterproductive and suicidal. That does not imply renouncing arms, as we said, but rather posing the problem of force and weapons in a new way. Our focus on the inward effects of weapons and their production of subjectivity, in other words, should lead us to revise the traditional understanding of arms. Just as in the previous chapter we found it was necessary to broaden the standard understanding of violence to recognize also objective forms of violence and the deep wounds of microaggression, here we need to broaden the understanding of what constitutes a weapon. For example, fixed capital, such as the knowledge, intelligence, and information consolidated in a machine, has long served capital as an effective weapon. It would be possible to write a whole history of the inventions made since 1830, Marx writes, for the sole purpose of providing capital with weapons against working class revolt. 10. Think, for example, of how the standard shipping container, introduced in the 1970s, as we noted earlier, fundamentally undermine the power of organized dock workers, one of the traditionally most rebellious sectors of labor. 11. Or for a more challenging example, consider how computer algorithms employed by giant corporations like Google and Facebook exact a kind of violence on all users through the expropriation of intelligence and social connection. The Google PageRank algorithm, as we saw in Chapter 7, tracks the links that users construct and on that basis creates hierarchies for web searches. Each link is a small expression of intelligence, and the algorithm, even without users being aware, extracts and accumulates that intelligence in the form of fixed capital. Machinic fixed capital, however, is not just a neutral force, it is wielded by the owners of property as a means to control and command living labor. If we were to reappropriate fixed capital, to take back what was taken from us, we could put the machines that have accumulated knowledge and intelligence in the hands of living labor and free them from the command of dead capital. In this way we can take hold of those weapons and neutralize them, or, better, set their operation toward new goals, or, better still, make them common and thus open to general use. Biopolitical weapons, such as digital algorithms, might in fact be the most important focus of contemporary struggle. Hephaestus must forge a shield for the multitude like the one he made for Achilles, not just a safeguard against the violence of the ruling powers but also an instrument endowed with magical powers. The face of Achilles' shield is filled with intricately detailed designs that depict in concentric circles the composition of the entire community and its world. Achilles is protected, in effect, by the community as a whole. The concentric circles of the multitude's shield must express a new civilization, new modes of life, a new figure of humanity, and new relations of care among living species and the earth, up to the cosmos. A three-faced Dionysus to govern the common. The role of a prince, above all, is to rule, that is, to make decisions over the organization of social life. We have no interest, of course, in merely substituting one ruler for another while maintaining the structures of government. A truly new prince cannot simply take its place on the throne. Our task instead is to transform the structures of rule, uproot them entirely, and in their stead cultivate new forms of social organization. The multitude must constitute a new prince as a democratic structure. Three primary paths lead toward a new form of governance, each with its own promises and pitfalls. The strategy of Exodus attempts to withdraw from the dominant institutions and establish in miniature new social relations. The strategy of antagonistic reformism engages the existing social and political institutions in order to transform them from within. And, finally, the hegemonic strategy seeks to take power and create the institutions of a new society. It is not a matter of debating which of these three is correct, but rather finding ways to weave them together. The strategy of Exodus is, in certain respects, heir to the strategies of utopian communities. Since the institutions of the dominant society serve to reproduce existing social relations, the logic goes, the means to subvert and transform it must be created outside. On a separate social terrain we can create new ways of doing, new forms of life, producing and reproducing new subjectivities. The rich history of intentional and utopian communities, including monastic orders and urban squats, and theoretical investigations from Charles Fourier to science fiction writers demonstrate the power of creating an alternative outside. The most inspiring contemporary practices of Exodus take the form of prefigurative politics, which create a new outside within the structures of the dominant society. Activists seek to rid themselves of the relations of domination imprinted in them by the ruling social order to create democratic and egalitarian relations among themselves. Prefigurative politics is thus based on a moral and political mandate to match means and ends. It is hypocritical and self-defeating, the argument goes, to strive for a democratic society through undemocratic forms of organization. Activists must be the change they want to see in the world. The creation and reproduction of the community of activists thus becomes a focus of political action. The miniature society created within the social movement is intended not only in anticipation of a better future society but also as a demonstration of its feasibility and desirability. Prefigurative politics proliferated in various segments of the New Left, particularly feminist and student movements, which posed participatory democracy as a prime criterion for the internal organization of the movement itself. 12 Occupied social centers, which developed throughout Europe and especially in Italy from the 1970s, experimented with autonomous governance structures and the creation of communities within and against the dominant society. Experiences of prefiguration have been multiplied and expanded in recent years. The various encampments of 2011 to 2013, from Tarare and Puerta del Sol to Zuccotti Park and Gazee Park, all serve as inspiring examples, establishing systems of free libraries, food and medical services as well as, and most important, experiments in democratic decision-making in assemblies on a relatively large scale. 13 Among the greatest accomplishments of prefigurative politics has been its ability to open broader social debates about democracy and equality. The movements not only demonstrate a desire for a different social order but also open avenues for experimentation in the larger society. The shortcomings of prefigurative approaches, however, are evident in both their internal dynamics and their social effectiveness. It is difficult to live in a prefigurative community while also being part of the larger dominant society, a contradiction like that of trying to maintain socialism in one country surrounded by a capitalist world. Moreover, the mandates of living differently in the community function largely at the moral level, often contradicting the production of subjectivity in the dominant society. As a result, moralism and internal policing too often mar the experience of living in such activist communities. More important than the difficult experiences within such communities, though, is their limited capacities to affect their outside, that is, the inability of prefigurative experiences to transform the broader social order. Generating desires for and posing an example of a new world is already a great accomplishment, but prefigurative experiences in themselves lack the means to engage the dominant institutions, let alone overthrow the ruling order and generate a social alternative. A second path to a new form of governance leads to engaging with the existing institutions and attempting to transform them from within through a strategy of antagonistic reformism. In contrast to what we might call collaborative reformism, which serves merely to compensate for the ills of the current system, ameliorating its damage, antagonistic reformism sets its sights on fundamental social change. Rudi Dutschke's phrase for antagonistic reformism, a long march through the institutions, Der lange Marsch durch die Institutionen, is apt in part because it translates the image of Mao's guerrilla war against the Japanese into an internal struggle against the ruling order, a sort of guerrilla warfare from within the existing institutions of power. The phrase also expresses the core of the Gramscian idea of a war of position, conducting political struggle in the realm of culture, the forum of ideas, and the realm of the current structures of power. For Dutschke the goal was to affirm the autonomy of the movements, their strategic power, and, thus, to enlist them in the construction of counter-powers. Palmiro Togliatti also interpreted Gramsci to propose a long march through the institutions, but he had the opposite path in mind: manage the movements, cage them up, and subordinate them to the command of the party. In order to distinguish between antagonistic reformism and social democratic reformism, between strong and weak reformism, one has to gauge the degree of strategic autonomy, maximal in the case of Dutschke and minimal in that of Togliatti. 14. The electoral process is one field for antagonistic reformism, with the assumption that once elected a person can substantially and even fundamentally change the structures of power. Innumerable progressive politicians have come to office in recent years with promises of substantial change, from Barack Obama to Ada Colau, and one could draft a balance sheet of their relative success. In some cases the inertia of the office has proven more powerful than the political project for change, and in others substantial changes have been achieved. Another field of antagonistic reformism, which we engaged in Chapter 6, involves legal projects working within the confines of existing property law to counter some of the forces of capitalist hierarchies and alleviate some of the damages of poverty and exclusion. Housing projects for the poor, for instance, and rights for workers can be carved out from within the rights of property. There are numerous other legal and institutional fields of antagonistic reformism in play today, including those engaged in environmental issues, protecting against sexual violence, affirming workers' rights, aiding migrants, and many more. A primary criterion for judging these projects as antagonistic reformism, as we said, is whether the reforms they enact support the existing system or set in motion a substantial transformation of the structures of power. We have no doubt that some projects of antagonistic reformism make important contributions. Even when they appear in the short term as failures, as they most often do, their long-term effects can be significant. The long march requires patience. The limitations of antagonist reformism, however, are also apparent. Too often the long march through the institutions gets lost, and the desired social change never comes about. This, in part, is explained by the production of subjectivity. Even if you enter an institution aiming to change it from the inside, often instead it will change you. This is by no means a reason to abandon projects of antagonistic reformism, in our view, but instead highlights how limited they are on their own. Finally, a third path leads to taking power and achieving hegemony. In contrast to prefigurative strategies, this path does not aim at the small scale and the construction of communities relatively separate from the dominant society, whether outside or inside. The goal instead is to transform directly society as a whole. In contrast to reformist projects, the existing institutions are not the field of action, but rather the object of a destituent, destructive enterprise. Overthrowing the existing institutions and creating new ones is the primary challenge. Note that each of the three paths implies a different temporality. Prefigurative strategies, although they live the transformation of the activist community in the present, defer social transformation to a future when the analogy of the small democratic community will be achieved on a large scale. Reformist strategies live the slow temporality of gradual change that constructs the future one brick at a time. Taking power, in contrast, lives in the temporality of the event and thus brings about swift transformation at the social level. The immediate satisfactions and political clarity of taking power are obvious. Equally obvious, however, should be its many pitfalls. The first concern of anyone intent on taking power is that the new regime not repeat the primary characteristics of the old. Our discussions of sovereignty and constituent power in Chapter 3 highlight the practices and structures of domination inherent in sovereignty regardless of who wields it. Point 15. Taking power, therefore, cannot simply mean taking power as it is. Taking power requires transforming power. It requires, to use the Marx phrase we explained earlier, smashing the state, which is to say, in another idiom, that we must create a non-state public power. Second, taking power, at the national level, for instance, is highly constrained by its environment. The pressures of global capital, the reactions of the dominant nation-states, and the limitations posed by various non-state external forces, such as the media, all serve to hem in those who take power and reduce to a minimum the room for maneuvering. The drama and the highly constrained choices available to the Syriza government in the summer of 2015 demonstrated some of these limitations, and the agonies of progressive governments in Latin America that came to power in the last 2 decades provide further scenes of constraint by external and internal forces. Even those who succeed in taking power, in other words, end up having very little of it. Where does this leave us? Does identifying the pitfalls of all 3 options mean we have nowhere to go? The first response, which is partial but nonetheless important, is that we must cease viewing these 3 strategies as divergent and recognize their potential complementarity. This involves not just taking a different perspective but also, and most important, transforming practices. The taking of power, by electoral or other means, must serve to open space for autonomous and prefigurative practices on an ever larger scale and nourish the slow transformation of institutions, which must continue over the long term. Similarly, practices of exodus must find ways to complement and further projects of both antagonistic reform and taking power. This 3-faced Dionysus is the coordinated formation of counterpowers and the real creation of a dualism of power, within and against the existing ruling system. This is the realism that Machiavelli teaches us. A second, more profound response requires that we expand our question from the political to the social terrain. We have insisted throughout this book that viewing politics as an autonomous terrain leads to disasters. The puzzles of democratic governance can be solved only through the transformation of social relations. We traveled this path in Part 2, recognizing, for example, how property can be opened to the common. The rule of private property is one of the primary mechanisms that maintain social inequality and prevent equal participation in social life. The establishment of the common not only removes the barriers of private property but also creates and institutes new democratic social relations based on freedom and equality. Expansion of our focus from the political to the social terrain allows us to grasp, furthermore, the widespread capacities for organizing social cooperation. The entrepreneurship of the multitude, which we articulated in Chapter 9, is one prominent face of the expanded capacities of social and political organization. The ability of people to organize together their productive lives and to plan and innovate future forms of cooperation demonstrates the necessary political capacities. And in the biopolitical context, social organization always spills over into political organization. Gramsci's concept of hegemony defines something like the path we are describing here. Hegemony, for Gramsci, is not a purely political category, as if it were merely a translation of Lenin's concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat, nor is it purely sociological, as if Gramscian hegemony equals Hegelian civil society. Point 16. Hegemony in Gramsci instead comprises both the party moment, or, rather, the production of subjectivity and the constituent power that gives it flesh, and the dynamic of class and social struggle that transforms society, including modifications of the legal order through trade union counterpowers, for example, and appropriations of machinic knowledges, and into all of this are interwoven constituent powers. When Gramsci writes in Americanism and Fordism that in the United States rationalization has resulted in the need to create a new human type in conformity with the new type of labor and the new productive processes, we can only conclude that this new human type, the Fordist worker, is able to redirect and deploy in struggle what it has learned from the economic crisis and the technological transformations. The ontological deposit of resistance and struggle then becomes the more essential to revolutionary praxis the more it approximates the social figure of the common and interprets, as we will see, the paradigm of general intellect. This superposition of the political and the social, and of antagonistic reform and taking power, offers us a clear image of how today the construction of a multitudinous democracy of the common can be understood. At this point, we can now recognize the importance and the possibility of the inversion of strategy and tactics that we advocated in Chapter 2. Crucial is the establishment of the multitude's capacity for strategy to interpret the structures of oppression in all their forms, to form effective counterpowers, to plan with prudence for the future, to organize new social relations. The multitude is gaining the capacities to be a political entrepreneur. The relegation of leadership to tactical deployments follows from the strategic capacities of the multitude. The utility and necessity of the action of leadership, especially in emergency conditions, is clear. What must be established are safeguards that leaders don't outstay their welcome. The strategic power of the multitude is the only guarantee. A Hermes to forge the coin of the common. Many of those who critique the power and violence of money in contemporary society under the rule of finance, as we do, argue that our primary task is to limit its power, get money out of political elections, restrain the financial power of the wealthy, diminish the power of the banks, and even distribute money more equitably across each society and across the globe. Yes, all that is crucial, but it is only a first step. The more radical argue that we should abolish money altogether, but they confuse capitalist money with money as such. Money itself is not the problem. As we argued in Chapter 11, money institutionalizes a social relation, it is a powerful social technology. The problem, then, as is the case too with other technologies, is not money but rather the social relation it supports. What we need is to establish a new social relation based on equality and freedom in the common, and then, and only then, can a new money be created to consolidate and institutionalize that social relation. Local currencies can certainly play a role, but we want new social relations that are equally as general and equally as strong as capitalist social relations are today. Point 17. How can we imagine money that is grounded in the common, instead of being constituted by property relations? This money would not be anonymized title to property, as Heinsohn and Steiger rightly describe capitalist money, but rather plural, singular social bonds in the common. The creation of a new money must proceed hand in hand, then, with the passage from property to the common. We can begin to imagine a money of the common through concrete shifts in monetary and social policy. A modest proposal, which points in this direction, is a quantitative easing for the people. Traditionally, quantitative easing is a monetary policy by which a central bank, through large-scale purchases of government bonds, commercial debt, mortgage-backed securities, and other assets from financial markets, increases the money supply, effectively printing money in the hope of incentivizing consumption and production. This money, which Milton Friedman sarcastically calls helicopter money, that is, money dropped down as if from a helicopter, is distributed according to the monetary needs of consumption but goes primarily to businesses. Several radical economists today, including Christian Marazzi and Yanis Varoufakis, propose to recast that practice for new ends, a quantitative easing for the people. The idea is to print money, as the current form of quantitative easing does, but distribute the money to the people and, specifically, in the most radical versions, to small and large autonomous initiatives and experiments of social production and reproduction. Point 18. This proposal creates a useful platform of political training and management of the construction of a real counterpower, but it is only a small step. Proposals for a guaranteed basic income take us closer to a money of the common. Carlo Vercellone proposes that the establishment of a guaranteed basic income as a primary source of income would be the cornerstone for forging a money of the common by separating income from waged labor and instead linking shared wealth to the cooperative circuits of social production and reproduction. A basic income would recognize the value of unwaged social production and reproduction. Vercellone calls this a money of the common insofar as it grants a limited autonomy from capitalist command to existing forms of social production in and of the common. The income gives freedom and time to produce and reproduce social life. Weakening the link between income and labor also undermines the relation between wealth and property, opening spaces for shared wealth in social life. Point 19. Moreover, a basic income opens possibilities of new forms of social cooperation outside the wage system and fosters imagining a social life beyond capital. Kathy Weeks emphasizes how simply demanding a basic income has anti-ascetic effects. Rather than preach the ethics of thrift and savings, the politics of concession, or the economics of sacrifice, the demand for basic income invites the expansion of our needs and desires, and points in the direction of a life no longer subordinate to work. 20. In itself, a guaranteed basic income, even if it were achieved, would not be sufficient to transform capitalist money, eliminate private property, and institute social relations of the common, but it certainly gestures strongly in that direction. To grasp the importance and carry further such policy proposals in the direction of a money of the common, we should take up the results of our investigations in Chapter 11 on the nature of money and try to update them. That means constructing a politics of money that grasps dynamically the new relationships of production and reproduction, interprets the needs that run throughout them. Spinoza would call this an ethics, and combines the analysis of the tendency of capitalist development with the recognition of the forces that traverse and modulate it. We need to identify, first, the monetary form of the relationship among producers and reproducers, as it arises in the regime of finance, capital and social production. Second, the diverse forms of income that correspond, or should correspond, to the development of this mode of production, and finally, the regime of virtue that corresponds to each monetary form. Our problematic is to transform property into the common while grasping the primary social transformations of the passage from industrial command to that of finance capital. Contemporary capitalist production and its modes of extraction, as we argued in Chapter 10, rely on social cooperation. Surplus value is appropriated through financial technologies that organize the extraction of social value. In certain respects, the dissolution of private property and the recognition of the common are, paradoxically, assumed as the basis of the current mode of production by collective capital itself. In this context, the immediate object of social and class struggles is to reduce inequality and break with the regimes of austerity. Today, however, this is presented in a particularly dramatic way because in the multitude that resists capitalist power the old and the new live together in a kind of interregnum, an old, unraveling political composition and a new emergent technical composition. Social strike, which combines the traditions of syndicalist and social movements, is the privileged form of struggle on this terrain. Ultimately, the refusal of austerity and inequality must express the demand for a money of cooperation and thus forms of income that correspond to the productivity of social cooperation, income that has both a wage element and an element of welfare. A money of cooperation extends beyond a guaranteed basic income to create a terrain on which new coalitions of social production and reproduction are able to impose a political income, one that becomes incompatible with capitalist development and the mediations of class relations. The virtue affirmed here, from the standpoint of the struggles of social producers and reproducers, is equality. To all according to their needs, as the old slogan goes, corresponds to the fact that all are engaged and exploited in social production and reproduction. Since common production is also multitudinous, composed of a set of singularities, the reproduction of the labor force cannot be achieved through forms of massification. Social differences and their powers of innovation have become essential to social production and reproduction. A money of cooperation thus must be accompanied by a money of singularization and what we might call an income of singularization, which underwrites a right to difference and sustains the plural expressions from below of the multitude. From all according to their abilities might thus be translated to from all according to their differences, affirming the virtue of singularity. The income of singularization would have to promote the self-valorization of social producers and reproducers. It is not enough to repropose the neo-Keynesian governance structures and the creation from above of effective demand, whatever its measures, but rather it is necessary to subjectivate the social forces of rupture. On this terrain one can create an ample front of what Pascal Nicolas Léstrade calls labor of the common, cooperative and democratic platforms of production and services, as well as the creation of experimental currencies for local communities. 21 Moreover, the emerging economic capacities of the multitude autonomously to produce and reproduce social relations are immediately political capacities. Self-valorization implies political autonomy and capacities for self-governance. Finally, whereas the modern bourgeois constitutions were founded on and guaranteed the relations of private property, as Pashukanis argued, the constitution of autonomous social production must be founded on and guarantee the common. This is the leap over the abyss we spoke of in Chapter 6, beyond the rule of private property, which can maintain its power even in regimes of equality. The first two monetary figures interpret the qualities and capacities of the emergent entrepreneurial multitude in the age of social production and general intellect, but that is not enough. We also need a money of social and planetary investment. In the process of growing autonomy we need money, on one hand, to guarantee the expansion of society through education, research, transportation, health, and communication, and, on the other, to preserve life through relations of care, for all species as well as the earth and its ecosystems. The question here is not income but the dedication of social resources for a democratic planning for the future. Capital has proven unable to plan for the flourishing or even survival of social life on the planet, and states have fared little better. The rule of the private and the public have failed. 22 The common, which expresses the virtue of prudence, is the only path that leads to a sustainable future. In Chapter 11 we sketched some of the characteristics of the social relations of capitalist money in three historical phases: primitive accumulation, manufacture and large-scale industry, and social production. In order to flesh out the potential social relations of the money of the common, it might seem logical to add a fourth column to our table so as to describe how temporalities, forms of value, governance structures, and so forth would change in a society characterized by the common. This could be a helpful exercise as long as we keep in mind that the money of the common, since it is a non-capitalist money and its social relations are non-property relations, does not belong in that table. In order to institute new social relations, the money of the common will imply a real historical rupture, and thus understanding it will require new analytical tools. Is it utopian to propose a money of the common, which promotes equality, difference, and prudence, a money of cooperation, singularization, and social and planetary investment? Maybe. But political realism consists in recognizing the tendency animated by the movements of contemporary society, illuminating the desires embedded in them, and then bringing the future back to the present. Ultimately, a money of the common will only become the order of the day when the social relations of the common, which it can serve to institutionalize, have been fully articulated in practice. Chapter 16. Port-Olin. The calls and responses that have punctuated the rhythm of this book, as we explained at the outset, are not intended as questions and answers, as if the responses could put the calls to rest. Think of them as coordinates on a compass or lines on Port-Olin charts, which as early as the 13th century provided sailing instructions for crossing the Mediterranean. We can now look back and gather these coordinates. Our procedure has been to start with the social wealth we already have, consolidate our achievements in lasting institutions, and discover means to organize new subjectivities and social relations. The calls and responses, reshuffled, indicate that design. Wealth. When W.E.B. Du Bois studied the period of U.S. history after the end of slavery and sought to recognize the potential for an abolition democracy in which blacks and whites could participate equally, he was confronted by the argument that the freed slaves, since they are generally uneducated and poor, should not be allowed to participate politically. He was not satisfied with the obvious reply that ignorant whites have long been participating in U.S. politics. Instead, he took the opportunity to pose a more general political challenge. Democracy, he explains, faces eternal paradox. In all ages, the vast majority of men have been ignorant and poor, and any attempt to arm such classes with political power brings the question, can ignorance and poverty rule? In such arguments, however, Du Bois continues, seldom is taken into account the fact that the ignorant, both black and white, can become intelligent and the poor can attain sufficient wealth. His hopes for an abolition democracy rely on this process, the becoming intelligent and becoming wealthy of all. 1. Du Bois is certainly right that people are not innately capable of collective self-rule and that democracy is not and cannot be spontaneous. In order to argue for democracy, one must verify first that the multitude has the capacities necessary for cooperation and collective political action. He is also right that the requirements for democracy should not be conceived only or even primarily in narrow political terms but rather in the resources, intellectual and material, of social life, which are equally economic and political. It would be a mistake, however, to view the multitude today as poor and ignorant. We don't merely mean by this, with an inversion typical of various theological traditions, that your worldly wealth is really a form of poverty and the life of the poor, even though now lacking material possessions, will one day be rewarded with riches in heaven. It is true that we need to realign how we understand wealth and poverty. Their hoards of money are not really wealth, the fabric of your social relationships, your circuits of cooperation, are. But we should start with how capitalist society presents wealth, because even there we can see how wealthy the multitude is, here and now. We argued above in our first response that, when searching for new democratic forms, we must begin by investigating the cooperative networks that animate the production and reproduction of social life. That is where we will recognize the existing forms of wealth, along with intelligence, which is really another form of wealth, that can serve as the foundation for a democratic project. One way to recognize the wealth and productivity of the multitude is to highlight what is taken from it. You have to be wealthy for so much to be stolen from you. Our living labor, living intelligence, living relationships, and living cooperation are constantly being absorbed into machines, scientific knowledges, social knowledges, the material and cultural structures of the metropolis, and much more. These forms of accumulation in themselves are not a bad thing. On the contrary, accumulated scientific knowledges allow us to think more powerfully, just as accumulated social knowledges allow us to act, cooperate, and produce at a higher level. A defining feature of the capitalist mode of production, however, is that such wealth produced and accumulated socially is appropriated in the form of private property. Sometimes this expropriation is experienced as a kind of theft. Why shouldn't the commodities that roll out the factory gates belong to the workers who made them? But often we are not even conscious of the wealth we are producing and the mechanisms by which it is captured. To return to Google's PageRank algorithm, with each click and each link you make, these expressions of intelligence are absorbed by the algorithm and transformed into fixed capital. The fact that users experience both enjoyment and interest while employing the search engine does not diminish the fact that the algorithm effectively absorbs what they produce to be accumulated by Google. Those astronomical stock valuations of digital and social media corporations are not just fictional. The corporations have sucked up vast reserves of social intelligence and wealth as fixed capital. Cognizant of the enormous social wealth constantly expropriated, we posed the project in our fourth call to reappropriate fixed capital. This is not a matter of struggling against or destroying machines or algorithms or any other forms in which our past production is accumulated, but rather wresting them back from capital, expropriating the expropriators, and opening that wealth to society. Another way to recognize the existing wealth of the multitude is to highlight that wealth today increasingly appears in the form of the common and not private property. In part this is a movement internal to capitalist development. Culture, knowledge, affective relations, and many other similar productive forms of wealth are difficult to corral and police in the form of private property. Capital relies ever more on the common as a means of production and, in turn, products increasingly take the form of the common. More significant, however, are the ways that people struggle to defend the common against both private and public property. It is not merely that the accumulation of private property is unjust or that politicians are corrupt. The rule of private property and that of public property are increasingly not only fetters on social development but also the authors of enormous disasters. People regard the earth and its ecosystems, for example, as common such that we share not only the effects of its degradation but also the opportunities of its use, and thus they are demanding that global society develop democratic structures for managing our relationship to and care of the earth. Leaving it to the large corporations or state rulers will only compound the existing disasters. Sharing scientific knowledges and cultural products are other examples of fields in which mechanisms of management are already being established to share wealth openly and democratically. All forms of social wealth can be pulled from the rule of private property and from state control to be opened in the form of the common. And, as we argued in our third response, the more we share the common, the wealthier we all are. The existence of shared social wealth, wealth held in common, is not only the necessary basis for organizing a democratic political alternative. It also redefines significantly the concept of the political, with wealth as its central pillar. Defining the political as wealth, and wealth as the content of the political, may seem paradoxical since the dominant line of modern political thought taught us to consider wealth and power to be substantially different, maintaining the autonomy of the political from economic pressures and social needs. And even when wealth and power, the economic and the political, are posed together, it would be a scandal if ethics were drawn down to that level. But that is no longer paradoxical, and even less scandalous, when one considers wealth in terms of the common. The commonwealth of social production implies a direct link between productive powers and political capacities, as production and reproduction are both oriented toward the production of subjectivity and toward maintaining and expanding social relationships. Ethics, which invests life and is invested by it, becomes a criterion for the valorization of production and the empowerment of political subjectivities. Institution. Resistance and protest may force those in power to change policies and may even in some cases topple regimes, but they are not enough. Resistance and protest can limit the damage and protect us from the worst, like the force of Paul the Evangelist's Katechon that holds evil at bay, but we need also a constructive project. Point 2 Prefigurative experiments like the various encampments and occupations in urban squares that have spread since 2011 are extremely important in this regard. They give a taste of possible democratic social relations and nourish the desire for a different, better world. But they too are not enough. We cannot avoid the need to take power, as we proposed in our third call. We are keenly aware of all the disasters that have resulted from the establishment of new sovereign powers, even in revolutionary form. But that recognition should not lead us to shun power and operate only in terms of opposition and resistance. That would concede the place to the current rulers and merely contain or alleviate in part their damage. It should not lead us either down the path of exodus and withdrawal whereby we create separate communities in miniature without transforming the society at large. These are not, however, our only choices. We can take power differently and set in motion a transformation of society as a whole. The first key to taking power differently is to understand that sovereignty is not synonymous with freedom, autonomy, and self-determination. On the contrary, sovereignty is always a mechanism for one class to rule over others, it always carries a colonial relation at its heart. To smash the state, as we proposed in our fourth response, means finally to be done with sovereignty. When constituent power is posed as sovereign, for example, as it is in modern legal and political traditions, it corrals the plural social forces that compose it and creates of them a political unity. This form of constituent power paves the way for a new constituted power, which terminates the constituent process. Putting an end to sovereignty also requires a reassessment of the relationship between representation and democracy. It is true, of course, that, even in the most virtuous states, the contemporary structures of representation are terribly corrupt. Many traditional structures of popular representation, such as trade unions, are in steep decline, and electoral mechanisms of representation are strongly influenced by elites through money, the media, party structures, and other mechanisms. But even when functioning properly, representation, defined by a separation between the rulers and the ruled, is a sovereign apparatus. What we need is to complete representation or destroy representation, depending on your point of view, by reducing to a minimum the separation between rulers and ruled. And if this can never be achieved completely, if we cannot institute an absolute democracy in which we all participate equally and rule ourselves collectively, then we can at least strive to bring closer together the rulers and ruled like an asymptote. To be done with the sovereignty and unity of rule does not mean disorder. As we proposed in our second call, one necessity is to invent non-sovereign institutions that establish and consolidate democratic social relations among a multiplicity of subjectivities. What is an institution? Every institution imposes a series of models on our bodies, writes Gilles Deleuze, even in its involuntary structures, and offers our intelligence a sort of knowledge, a possibility of foresight as Project 3. A democratic, non-sovereign institution can be a structure that allows and encourages us to repeat productive and joyful habits and encounters. Repeating our practices and our encounters is what permits us to extend into the future a continuous political project. Remember how free worker institutions, both union and political institutions, sometimes manage to create counterpowers in Fordist society. Today, too, democratic institutions must organize counterpowers and keep open and plural the developments of constituent power. In more concrete terms, inventing institutions can mean creating non-bureaucratic forms of administration. Modern bureaucracy is in crisis, and in its stead have arisen neoliberal administrative forms that have absorbed some elements of the struggles for liberation and reproduced them in distorted, inverted form. One face of neoliberal freedom, for instance, is that you are constantly required to administer your own life within rigid limits, of course such that the seeming participation and individual self-management can be captured and expropriated from above. But this neoliberal administration too is today in crisis. It functions in a permanent state of crisis. Our task is to create the means for collective self-administration, that is, for the democratic management of our social relations and use of resources. That would be a real institution of freedom, a promise that neoliberalism offers in only corrupt, distorted form. Instituting freedom, of course, can require force, especially in a world where the powers of unfreedom abound. And the defense of freedom is, as Machiavelli would say, a sacred act. Pia arma ubi nulla nisi in armis spes est. Arms are sacred when there is no hope except through arms. Point 4. Today, however, almost everywhere, traditional weapons are ineffective and self-destructive. The multitude must instead forge capacities for social production and reproduction, its intelligence and its means of cooperation, into weapons of freedom and equality. Organization. Activists today are right to resist pressures in the name of realism and effectiveness to follow charismatic leaders or accept traditional centralized leadership structures. They know that such promises of political effectiveness are an illusion and, moreover, that the path to democracy takes a different route. But those are wrong who make a fetish of horizontalism and, more important, who equate the critique of centralized leadership with the lack of organization. Democracy requires more, not less, focus on organization, especially because the adequate and effective forms of organization needed today have to be invented. Traditional centralism and absolute horizontalism, thankfully, are not our only choices. We proposed, in our first call, to transform the role of leadership by inverting strategy and tactics. Strategy, the ability to see far, make decisions, and enact comprehensive long-term political projects, should no longer be the responsibility of the leaders or the party or even the politicians, but instead should be entrusted to the multitude. This is when the voice skeptical of democracy creeps into your head and you should listen. People, it whispers, will make a mess of it. They will never agree enough to make a decision. Even if they could decide, it would take forever, and even then they don't have the information and intelligence to make good decisions. We have two responses to these fears. First, leadership should still have a role, but it should be relegated to the realm of tactics. It should be deployed temporarily with a limited mandate and when special occasions arise, for example, when specific expertise is required or especially swift action is needed. Such tactical deployments of leadership must always remain strictly subordinate to the strategic decisions of the multitude. Political leaders, even the most authoritarian ones, have long proclaimed themselves servants of the people. Throughout modernity, though, the multitude was transformed into a people and subordinated to the sovereign. We need, finally, to create democratic structures and institutional frameworks in which leaders are truly servants. In other words, the inversion strategic direction to the multitude and tactical execution by leadership must be constitutionalized, maintaining control of government constantly in the hands of the multitude. Second, to gauge the capacity of the multitude to formulate strategy and execute political decisions brings us back to the need to verify the existing wealth and intelligence of the multitude. In order for the multitude to make decisions effectively, that wealth and intelligence have to be put in motion through circuits of cooperation. For this we have to look at how political capacities are experimented with and developed on the social and economic terrain. In our fifth call we articulated the importance of the entrepreneurship of the multitude, which emerges from the forms of cooperation that sustain the production and reproduction of social life. Entrepreneurship names projects to create new combinations, as Schumpeter says, or, better, new and more powerful forms of cooperation. Cooperation, of course, develops within capitalist production but always strains against its limits and points beyond capitalist control. Marx recognized that fact already in the large-scale factory, where the combined working day of workers cooperating created a new power, a social power that went far beyond the power of the individual workers. When the worker cooperates in a planned way with others, he strips off the fetters of his individuality, and develops the capabilities of his species. 5. Through cooperation we realize the capabilities of the species in the sense that we create a world in which we are no longer forced to choose between our individual good and the good of humanity, between egoism and altruism, but instead can pursue them as one and the same project. Such a project is the highest form of entrepreneurship. In capitalist industry, however, cooperation, despite pointing beyond, always remains under the thumb of capitalist command. Workers are brought together in the factory, given the means to produce together, and forced to obey the discipline that regulates cooperation. In the contemporary circuits of social production, in contrast, cooperation is formed increasingly without the direct imposition of capitalist control. More and more schemes of productive and reproductive cooperation are invented and regulated by the producers themselves in communicative and social networks. These are the conditions in which the multitude can emerge as entrepreneur. The notion of an entrepreneurial multitude seems to pose a paradox insofar as producers are exhausted by work but at the same time proud of their productive being together. In the modern factory that tension could be resolved only when the workers came out in struggle against work and with each other. In contemporary society, the social strike, and often, specifically, the biopolitical struggles for welfare, indicates a potential solution. In the forms of life that the new mode of production generates, the contradiction between working exhaustion and the recognition of the power of being together falls away or is, at least, attenuated. Both Charles Fourier and Paul Lafargue understood this possibility and transformed it into utopian visions. To all according to their needs is no longer an ideological and illusory slogan but a political directive for the redistribution of common possibilities, in accordance with common participation in the production and reproduction of social wealth. The refusal of work, the slogan of class struggle repeated by industrial workers, rediscovers here its force in the common organization of emancipation. When we say the multitude decides, we do not mean to imply that the multitude is a homogeneous or unified subject. We find the term multitude useful, in fact, precisely because it indicates an irreducible internal multiplicity. The multitude is always many, it is a swarm. In our second response we emphasized the plural ontology of social being, and that the political process should not seek to reduce that plurality of subjectivities into a single subject but instead create mechanisms of articulation that allow the multitude, in all its multiplicity, to act politically and make political decisions. The politics of the multitude has its feet planted firmly on the terrain of coalition politics, but it never remains merely a collection of identities. Through processes of articulation it sets out on a journey of transformation. Sometimes these articulations stretch across time and space through the formation of a cycle of struggles. A cycle is not formed by a simple repetition of the same struggle among different subjectivities or in different parts of the world. In a new context the struggle is always different. A cycle is formed when the activists are able to operate a political translation by which they both adopt and transform the protest repertoires, modes of action, organizational forms, slogans, and aspirations developed elsewhere. This is how the long cycle of struggles demanding justice and democracy since 2011, whose intelligence has been one of our guides throughout this book, has unfolded from the Arab Spring to Black Lives Matter, from Gezi Park to Brazil's transport struggles, and from Spain's indignados to Occupy Wall Street. What begins as coalition must, through processes of articulation and translation, undergo a sea change and assemble as a multitude of powerful new subjectivities. Exhortatio. The freedom to assemble and associate consecrated in almost all national constitutions as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights establishes an essential protection against state power. People have a right to gather and form associations without government interference. Today, however, the freedom of assembly is taking on a more substantial meaning. The General Assemblies instituted by social movements in every encampment and occupation of recent years, with their efforts to open participation to all and their rules to encourage those traditionally disadvantaged to speak first, provide a first index of what assembly is becoming. Rather than models, these assemblies should be understood as symptoms of a growing political desire for new democratic modes of participation and decision-making. But the demands and practices of these social movements continually overflow the traditional framework of political rights. Their actions certainly do declare their right to assemble, their right to the streets, the squares, and the city as a whole, but they fill these rights with new social content. The significance of these movements may be best understood, in fact, as an enrichment of the freedom of association central to modern labor movements. From the tradition of strikes at the workplace are emerging forms of social strike that rest on the increasingly social nature of the production. When conceived only in political terms, calls for a fuller, more democratic right to assembly may seem weak in the face of sovereign powers, but the balance of power shifts when assembly is situated on the social terrain. Freedom of assembly here means the right to social cooperation, the right to form new combinations and new productive assemblages. This social right to assembly is not easily denied because circuits of cooperation are increasingly the prime motor of social production and thus the capitalist economy as a whole. Some concrete demands in wide circulation today already point toward an expanded social right of assembly. For instance, the demand for a basic income, a sum of money granted to all unconditionally, is no longer restricted to the radical left but is the subject of mainstream debate in nations throughout the world. A basic income would not only institute a more just distribution of the results of social production but also protect against the most extreme forms of poverty and abusive work. A minimum of wealth and time are necessary to participate politically and to create socially. Without them, any right to assemble inevitably remains hollow. And as we said earlier, too, basic income already alludes toward a money of the common and its more substantive institutionalization of new, democratic social relations. Demands for open access to and democratic management of the common are also increasingly widespread. It is clear today that private property will not protect the earth and its ecosystems but instead is hastening their destruction. Neither can it facilitate efficient and productive use of the social forms of wealth we share, such as knowledges, cultural products, and the like. The neoliberal economies of extraction may successfully generate profits for the few, but they are fetters to real social development. The freedom to assemble, to cooperate, and to produce social life together requires establishing sustainable relations of care and use regarding the common in all its forms. Access to the common is a prerequisite for social production, and its future can be guaranteed only by democratic schemes of decision-making. Once we understand production in social terms as the creation of forms of life, in fact, then the right to the common overlaps with the right to the reappropriation of the means of social production and reproduction. Increasingly we cannot produce socially without the freedom to assemble. The freedom of assembly also marks an alternative mode of the production of subjectivity, characterizing both what we do and who we are. Just as neoliberalism involves not only a set of economic and state policies but also the production of a neoliberal subject, Homo economicus, that sustains and animates these policies, so too a post-neoliberal society will not emerge until alternative subjectivities are created. Today, in fact, subjectivities operate increasingly according to a logic of assemblage, defined no longer by their possessions but by their connections. The fact that cooperation has become dominant in social production implies that productive subjectivities must be composed of expansive webs of relations, compositions whose elements even extend beyond the human. The logic of assemblage integrates material and immaterial machines, as well as nature and other non-human entities, into cooperative subjectivities. An enriched freedom of assembly generates the subjective assemblages that can animate a new world of cooperative networks and social production. Freedom of assembly is thus no longer only a defense of individual liberty, or a protection against government abuse, or even a counterweight to state power. It is not a right conceded by the sovereign or the work of representatives but the achievement of the constituents themselves. Assembly is becoming a constitutive right, that is, a mechanism for composing a social alternative, for taking power differently, through cooperation in social production. The call to assembly is what Machiavelli would call an exhortation to virtue. More than a normative imperative, this virtue is an active ethics, a constitutive process that on the basis of our social wealth creates lasting institutions and organizes new social relations, accompanied by the force necessary to maintain them. We have not yet seen what is possible when the multitude assembles.